My name's Daniel, and I'm 34 years old. I work in mechanical engineering, but my real passion, the thing that actually makes me feel alive, is working with my hands. Welding, woodworking, engine repair, anything that lets me build something from scratch. Over the years, I built up my own personal workshop, nothing fancy, but it was mine. I started small when I was around 22, picking up used tools at estate sales, gradually investing in higher-end gear. MIG welder, lathe, drill press, precision clamps, custom tool chest, all of it funded from my own pocket, piece by piece, and housed in a converted shed on a small piece of land I inherited from my grandfather. The land wasn't much, just a patch behind my place, tucked away with enough space for the workshop and a gravel driveway. But it was sacred to me. That shed saw me through job losses, breakups, and every moment of clarity I ever found when life got loud. It wasn't just my retreat. It was the one place where I could hear myself think. Enter my cousin Sean. Sean and I used to be close. When we were kids, he was the cool older cousin by 3 years who let me tag along with his friends and introduced me to things like dirt bikes and engines. But somewhere along the line, somewhere between his second failed startup and his fourth temporary stay at someone else's house, he'd become the kind of guy who mistook generosity for obligation. And I was apparently his new target. It started innocently enough. About 6 months ago, Sean messaged me out of the blue. Yo, still got that workshop? I hadn't heard from him in over a year. I said yeah, and he asked if he could come by sometime. I figured he just wanted to catch up, maybe tinker around for a day like old times. When he arrived, he looked rough, baggy eyes, wearing one of those graphic tees that's been washed too many times. But he was smiling wide, talking about how he had big plans and just needed a place to bring it all together. I didn't ask too many questions. I just opened the door and let him in. The first red flag was how quickly he made himself at home. Not just physically, but emotionally. He acted like he belonged. Walked right in, picked up one of my cordless drills, and said, "Man, this thing is sweet. Mind if I borrow it for a project next week?" Before I could answer, he was already loading it into his truck. At first, I let it slide. It's hard to say no to family, especially one that's clearly struggling. And truth be told, it was kind of nice to have someone around who appreciated the space. But then came the collaborations. Sean started showing up with strangers. Guys he worked with, apparently, though I never got any last names. One of them spilled a drink on my blueprints. Another broke a clamp and just shoved it behind a toolbox like I wouldn't notice. They'd take over the space for entire weekends, blasting music, dragging in greasy car parts, and leaving trash everywhere. I'd show up Monday morning to find half my tools misplaced and oil stains on my hardwood workbench. Hardwood, by the way, that I personally spent 3 weekends sanding and sealing. I confronted Sean a few times. Asked him, nicely at first, if he could at least clean up or maybe limit the guests. He'd always wave me off with a laugh, saying things like, "Come on, man, we're building something here. This is the start of our business." I'd blink and say, "Our business." And he'd just wink like it was some big inside joke. Things came to a head 2 months ago. I came home from work, exhausted, only to find my entire garage driveway full of parked cars again. I had to leave my truck on the street and haul a load of materials by hand. When I got to the workshop, Sean had set up an actual camera crew. 2 guys with DSLRs were filming while he stood next to my lathe, holding a spark plug and talking about launching the next evolution of American craftsmanship, like he was on Shark Tank. I stepped in and said, "What's going on?" He grinned, mid-monologue, and gestured for the camera to stop. "Dan, this is perfect, bro. I was just telling the guys about our setup." "Our setup?" "Yeah, man. Don't be shy." I already told them how we built this whole thing together. I was too stunned to even respond. Built it together? The closest he ever came to building this shop was when he stacked 2 empty paint cans and called it a chair. But I kept it cool. I didn't want to start a scene in front of strangers. I just muttered, "Wrap it up soon," and walked away. That night, I couldn't sleep. My gut was twisting. I had this nagging feeling that something was about to get worse. And it did. 2 days later, I pulled into the driveway and found a massive banner hanging above the shop entrance. Sean's custom garage. He'd nailed it into the actual siding of the building. My building. My tools. My name nowhere in sight. I stormed in, and there he was, feet kicked up on my stool, polishing a wrench that wasn't even his. "Sean," I said slowly, keeping my voice level, "what is this?" He didn't even flinch. Just looked up, shrugged, and said, "It's branding, man. Visual identity. Don't worry, We'll make you co-owner once the money starts rolling in. I didn't know whether to laugh or punch a wall. Instead, I said, you know what? No, you don't get to call this place yours. This is my property. My equipment. You were a guest. Sean rolled his eyes and leaned back, arms crossed. Relax, you're just the wallet anyway. I'm the face. You need someone with vision. I stood there, frozen. Wallet. That word. It hit me like a slap. Not because it was new, but because it confirmed everything I'd been afraid to admit. He didn't respect me. He never did. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just nodded slowly, turned around, and walked out. That night, I didn't sleep. I planned. I pulled receipts, located every invoice, every credit card statement, every serial number I'd registered over the last decade. I drafted a detailed inventory. Then I made a few calls to a friend who worked in small claims legal filings. And by midnight, I had a plan in motion. The next evening, after Sean and his crew left for the night, I parked a rented van right outside the shop. One by one, I began clearing it out, my tools, my machines, even the wall-mounted pegboards I had installed myself. I worked in silence, gloves on, jaw tight, until the space looked exactly like it did when I first got the keys. Empty. Quiet. Mine. And when I was done, I left one thing behind, a single envelope taped to the door. Inside was the formal cease and desist notice I had filed that morning, along with a bill for unauthorized commercial use of personal property. I was halfway home when I got the first text from him. Dude, what is this? Then another. Where's all the gear? And finally, you're gonna regret this. I didn't reply. Let him panic. Let him see what happens when the wallet finally closes. The next morning, I woke up to 7 missed calls, 4 voicemails, and 1 long, angry email. Sean's tone had changed fast. The texts that came in overnight started panicked. Bro, we have a shoot scheduled today. Then shifted to accusatory, you stole our equipment. And finally landed at pathetic, can we just talk? Please? I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I drove the van to a secure storage facility I'd rented ahead of time. Every item I'd recovered had been logged, photographed, and labeled by me the night before. I even tagged each high-value item with the last 4 digits of the receipt ID, just in case this thing ended up in court. I wasn't just covering my back. I was laying down a paper trail so thick even the most clueless judge wouldn't have to squint. At around 1 p.m., I got a call from an unknown number. I usually let those go to voicemail, but something told me to pick up. Is this Daniel Caldwell? A sharp voice asked. Yes. Who's this? This is Officer Tran with the County Sheriff's Department. We've received a complaint of property theft filed by a Mr. Sean Dillard. He claims you removed commercial assets from a shared workspace. I almost laughed out loud. I took a deep breath and kept my voice calm. I see. Well, Officer Tran, I own the property in question, and I can provide full documentation that every piece of equipment removed was purchased and registered under my name. I have receipts, serial numbers, and proof of ownership going back 10 years. There was a pause on the other end. Okay. I'd recommend you forward all of that to our office just to be safe. Already prepared. Where should I send it? Turned out, Sean had really filed a report. Probably thought the police would scare me into rolling over. But what he hadn't realized was that calling the cops gave me the one thing I hadn't had until then, official documentation of his attempt to claim ownership of my workshop. By 4 p.m., I got an email from Officer Tran stating that the issue appeared to be a civil dispute and was no longer a criminal matter. In other words, Sean had shot himself in the foot. The silence from him after that was deafening. 2 days went by. Then 3. No texts. No emails. No surprise visits. I assumed he was regrouping, and I was right. On the 4th day, I got a knock at my front door. Not a frantic bang, just a few polite taps. I opened it, and there he was. Sean, wearing a pressed shirt, probably borrowed, hair slicked back like he was on his way to a job interview. He even brought coffee, my usual order, from the place I liked. He held it out like a peace offering. Hey, man, he started, in the same tone he used when we were teenagers, and he broke my Game Boy. Can we talk? I didn't invite him in. I stepped out and closed the door behind me. He got the message. He smiled awkwardly and held the cup out again. I didn't take it. I just wanted to clear the air. Things got out of hand. That whole wallet thing, dude, I was joking. You know that, right? No, Sean, I said quietly. You weren't. You meant every word. He blinked. I could see the cracks in his charm starting to show. Okay, but look, he continued. This doesn't have to be a war, all right? I get that you were mad, but you really blindsided me. You took everything, like even the clamps. My clamps, I corrected. He sighed and looked down. I had investors lined up. I was building something. You were using my property, my tools, and my name, I said, without asking. And now you want to act like I'm the one who burned the bridge. Sean's jaw tightened. His eyes darted around, like he was searching for a different script that might work better. I'm asking you for one last chance, he said finally. I'll give you credit. I'll make you a partner. Full 50%. You don't even have to be involved. Just let me use the space and we can split the profits. That's when I realized something important. Sean didn't want a partnership. He wanted permission. Permission to keep draining my time, my effort, my resources. He thought slapping my name on his chaos would make it legit. I let the silence stretch until it got awkward. Then I said, no. He blinked. No, I'm not interested. I was never your partner. You tried to make a brand off something I built alone, and when I pushed back, you tried to weaponize the law against me. You're done here. He laughed once, sharp and humorless. You think you're going to scare me with legal threats and paperwork? I didn't laugh back. I just tilted my head slightly and said, there's more paperwork coming, Sean. You'll see. I stepped back inside and shut the door without another word. And true to my word, the very next day, I filed a formal trespass notice. Since he had no claim to the property, and I had proof of removal and documentation of the entire dispute, I was well within my rights. The notice was served by a local deputy, just for extra impact. From that moment on, he couldn't legally set foot near the workshop again without risking arrest. But I wasn't done. Sean still had his little online brand, a half-baked YouTube channel and Instagram page where he'd posted behind-the-scenes clips of his workshop, giving the impression he built everything. So I compiled screenshots, matched them to the timestamps of my removed tools, and submitted takedown notices through every available platform. The pages didn't just lose the posts, they got flagged for impersonation and copyright infringement. Within a week, the channel was gone. He didn't just lose access to my tools. He lost his image. But just when I thought it was over, a letter came in the mail. A formal notice from a startup incubator group claiming Sean had filed a joint business application using my name as a partner. I stared at the letter, reading the words over and over, and my pulse started to rise. He'd gone behind my back. Again. Only this time, he left a paper trail. I set the letter down on my kitchen table and just stared at it for a while. I wasn't even angry, just stunned. I couldn't believe his audacity. After everything, after being told no, after the police got involved, after I stripped the workshop bare and filed a trespass notice, he still hadn't learned. He didn't just try to use my tools. Now he was trying to use me. The letter was from a mid-tier accelerator group based 2 towns over. It outlined that Sean Dillard and Daniel Caldwell had submitted a proposal for funding to launch a custom automotive and fabrication brand. It included a rough business plan, a name I'd never heard before, Forgeline Customs, and, most importantly, a projected inventory list that matched nearly every tool I had removed from the shop. What caught my eye was a line buried near the bottom of the page, initial valuation based on existing equipment and facility access as described by applicant. That's when it hit me. He hadn't just listed me as a partner, he'd listed my tools as his assets. And if that application was approved, he'd be legally misrepresenting my property as company capital. That moved this from a civil spat to something far more serious. I made 2 calls. First was to the accelerator group. I politely explained that I had never authorized any such business application and that my name had been used fraudulently. The man on the other end, a guy named Jeremy, sounded nervous the moment I mentioned the word unauthorized. I offered to send documentation, and he agreed immediately. Within an hour, I'd forwarded copies of the police report, photos of the equipment in storage, the cease and desist notice, and a statement revoking any supposed partnership with Sean. The second call was to my lawyer friend, Alicia. I hadn't wanted to drag her into this unless things got out of hand, and now they definitely had. She listened carefully while I explained the whole saga, from Sean first showing up, to the unauthorized use of my shop, to the fake business application. By the end of the call, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, Dan, this isn't just messy anymore. This borders on fraud. And if that group gave him money based on misrepresented assets, that's a whole new can of worms for him. Possibly even criminal. That should have made me feel vindicated. It didn't. Not right away. Because what hit me then wasn't satisfaction, it was exhaustion. I was tired. Tired of always trying to be the reasonable one. Tired of giving second chances to someone who treated every olive branch like a receipt. Tired of being dragged down into someone else's chaos just because we shared blood. I tried to handle this quietly. I tried to walk away without torching everything. But Sean had lit the match himself. Alicia told me we had two options. The first was to send an official letter to the accelerator group requesting the application be rescinded and putting them on notice that I would pursue damages if they allowed my name to be used. The second option? Filing a fraud complaint against Sean directly and taking this to small claims court or beyond. She said the second route was stronger, since Sean had signed documents listing my property as part of the shared business assets. It was provable, tangible, and damning. I'll draft both, she said. You decide how far you want to take it. That night, I sat in my workshop, the one I'd spent the last week carefully restoring to the way it was. Every tool back in its place. Every shelf dusted and leveled. It was quiet again. Peaceful. But I couldn't stop thinking about how fast Sean had managed to twist something sacred into something toxic. I replayed every moment in my head. Him calling it our setup. Him smirking about being the face. That ridiculous banner. The camera crew. The fake business plan. And most of all, the look in his eyes when he said, "You're just the wallet anyway." That's when the shift finally happened. I wasn't tired anymore. I was done. The next morning, I called Alicia back and gave her the green light. "I want it all filed," I said. "Let's make it official." She didn't even hesitate. "You got it." Within the week, the accelerator group confirmed in writing that the application had been rejected and Sean had been permanently barred from submitting under their program again. But more than that, Alicia had filed the fraud complaint, along with a claim for damages, unauthorized commercial use of personal property, defamation by misrepresentation, and attempted identity fraud. Sean must have gotten wind of it fast, because the very next day, I got a knock at the door again. This time, he didn't bring coffee. He brought his mother, my Aunt Denise. If you've ever met someone who could guilt-trip the Pope, that's Aunt Denise. She was the kind of woman who could cry on command, smile while insulting you, and still somehow leave with your leftovers. She stood there on my porch in a shawl like she was going to a funeral, dabbing her eyes with a tissue that I'm positive was dry. "Daniel, honey," she said before I could even speak, "we just want to talk. Your family." I leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. Sean looked like he'd aged 10 years. For once, he wasn't smirking. He stood behind his mother like a scolded child, shifting awkwardly in place. "I have nothing to talk about with either of you," I said. "Don't be like this," Denise continued. "Sean made some mistakes, but suing your own cousin? Over a misunderstanding? That's just cruel." "Misunderstanding," I said slowly. "He submitted a fake business proposal using my name and my property. That's not a misunderstanding, it's fraud." Denise gasped like I'd just slapped her. "How dare you say that about him?" "I'm not saying it. The documents are. The law is." Her mouth opened again, but I held up a hand. "This conversation is over. I gave him every chance. He chose this. He's not a victim. He's just finally getting what he's earned." And then I looked straight at Sean. "I was your last lifeline, man. You could have asked for help. Instead, you tried to steal what I built. Now you'll answer for it." I closed the door in their faces. And from the other side, I heard it. Not yelling, not anger, just silence. They had nothing left to say. It took a few weeks for everything to move through the legal process. That's the thing no one tells you about revenge. It doesn't come with fireworks. It doesn't always end with screaming matches or someone driving off into the night. Sometimes, it's slow. It's paperwork and silence and waiting. But that's what makes it clean. That's what makes it real. While I waited, I focused on my life. I'd started working on a new project in the workshop, a small engine rebuild. Nothing fancy, but something that reminded me why I built that space in the first place. Every evening, I'd go out there with a coffee in one hand and a socket wrench in the other, music playing low, and for the first time in a while, I felt like myself again. Meanwhile, Sean had gone quiet. I checked his social media, something I rarely did before, but now it had turned into a ghost town. His brand pages had vanished. The Instagram filled with overfiltered photos of my shop was gone. The YouTube channel had been scrubbed. His little empire of stolen ideas had crumbled overnight, and he hadn't posted anything in weeks. Then came the court date. It wasn't dramatic. Small claims rarely are. But the facts were clear. I showed up with Alicia and a folder thick enough to stun a buffalo. Receipts, timestamped photos, emails, texts, witness statements, The original police report, even the trespass notice signed and served. I was prepared. Sean showed up late. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in days, hair messy, shirt wrinkled, eyes darting like he was trying to find an exit. The judge, a woman in her 60s with a no-nonsense vibe, asked each of us to explain our side. Alicia handled most of it, laying out how Sean had misrepresented me in a legal business filing, falsely claimed ownership of my tools, and used my property for commercial gain without consent. She also detailed how the fraudulent application could have caused reputational damage if it had gone through, and why damages were warranted. Sean's defense? It was just a misunderstanding. I thought Dan was okay with it. We're family. He kept looking at me like I was supposed to step in and say, yeah, he made mistakes, but he's still family. I didn't. I let him squirm. When the judge finally spoke, she didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Mr. Dillard, what you described as a misunderstanding was an act of deception. You misrepresented shared ownership, misused private property, and attempted to benefit from assets that do not belong to you. Based on the evidence presented, I am ruling in favor of the plaintiff. Just like that. Clean. Quiet. Final. The judgment ordered Sean to pay $12,500 in damages, partly to cover the commercial use of my tools, and partly for the legal costs I incurred because of his fraudulent filings. It wasn't an astronomical sum, but it was enough to hurt. Enough to sting. Enough to remind him that his actions had consequences. He didn't say a word as the judge dismissed the case. Just stood there frozen while I gathered my things and walked out of the courtroom. He didn't follow me. Didn't text me afterward. And for the first time since this whole mess began, I didn't feel a drop of guilt. I'd given him every chance. He buried everyone. A week later, I got the first payment. It was from some prepaid legal account he must have set up to avoid direct contact. It came in small monthly amounts after that. $300 here, $500 there. But it wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the silence. No more knocks on my door. No more guilt-tripping aunts. No more lectures about family from people who only saw me as a resource. Just peace. Long, uninterrupted peace. I didn't tell many people about what happened. A few close friends. One coworker. Most were stunned that I'd gone through with it, but the ones who really knew me understood. This isn't about a workshop, is it? My friend Melissa asked over lunch one day. No, I said. It was about someone treating my time, my work, and my trust like they were nothing, and finally proving they were wrong. And that was it. Life moved on. I used some of the payout to upgrade the shop, got a new router table, better lighting, even splurged on a dust collection system. I started documenting my projects online, not to go viral, but just to connect with people who loved the craft. And funny enough, without even trying, those videos got traction. People liked the authenticity, the detail, the quiet focus of someone doing what they loved without the noise. One day, several months later, I got a message through my new workshop account. Just a short, anonymous comment on one of my engine rebuild videos. Could have been great if we worked together. But you had to burn the bridge. Hope it was worth it. No name. No profile picture. But I knew who it was. I didn't respond. Because by then, I'd realized something. I didn't burn the bridge. I just stopped carrying people who were never willing to walk it themselves. And from that moment on, I never looked back. I still pass by Aunt Denise's house sometimes when I visit my cousin Lily, Sean's younger sister, the only one in that side of the family who never treated me like a walking credit card. She told me Sean moved 2 towns over. Got a job somewhere. Quiet. Off the grid. Probably still licking his wounds. And maybe that's for the best. Because in the end, revenge didn't look like fireworks. It looked like boundaries. It looked like peace. It looked like standing in my workshop, tools in their place, music humming low, and not a single voice around telling me I owed them something. And you know what? That silence was worth every cent. My name's Sam, and I'm 32 years old. I've been with this company for over 7 years, working my way up, proving myself time and time again, always doing my best to keep the company on track and my department running smoothly. I'd never imagined that I'd be the one staring at an HR department door, my future in the hands of someone who didn't know the first thing about the work I did. But let me rewind to the beginning. It all started the day my CEO's nephew, who I'd never even met, walked into the office like he owned the place. I had heard whispers for a while that my boss was thinking of retiring. He was getting up there in years, but he still had his mind sharp and his company thriving. Everyone in the office had an unspoken understanding that we'd likely be working with his son, his real successor. We all knew him well, having seen him pop in for a few meetings every now and then, but it was always clear his dad was the one calling the shots. So, when the announcement came that the CEO would be stepping down and handing the reins over to his nephew instead of his son, I was shocked. I didn't know this nephew. I'd never even heard of him until that moment. And as it turned out, neither did most of the company. But what really set the stage for everything to come wasn't just the sudden news, it was the look on his face when he walked into the office for his first day. He barely made eye contact with anyone, walked right past my desk like I wasn't even there, and headed straight for the CEO's office. His whole demeanor screamed arrogance. The first day was mostly him talking to the higher-ups, probably going over whatever plans he had. I wasn't too concerned, though. I figured the transition would take some time, and once he got a sense of the company, he'd settle in and start working with everyone. Right? Wrong. Fast forward to the next morning. I just finished wrapping up a project and was sitting in my office when I got a call from HR. They wanted me in the office. My gut sank. It wasn't normal for them to call me in for anything, so my mind immediately started to race. Was I getting promoted? Was it about a new project? As I walked down the hall, I tried to shake off the unease, but as soon as I stepped into the HR office, I knew something was wrong. "Sam, have a seat," said Linda from HR, her voice unusually calm. I sat down and tried to brace myself, but she didn't waste time. "I'm afraid we need to let you go. Your position is no longer necessary." I blinked, not understanding at first. "What do you mean? What happened?" "Well," she began, "the new CEO," she paused, like she couldn't believe it either. "The new CEO decided to make some changes, and your position is being eliminated." I felt like the world had just shifted beneath me. "What? You're telling me that I'm being fired?" Linda seemed uncomfortable but nodded. "Yes. It's not personal, Sam. He just feels that your role isn't contributing to the company's future vision." I sat there, stunned. I had been with the company through thick and thin. I'd fought for this company like it was my own. And now, this kid, this stranger, was deciding my fate? I was so angry, but I tried to keep my cool. "I've been working here for over 7 years," I said, my voice steady despite the growing fury in my chest. "I've worked late nights, I've saved this company during crises, and now this kid who can't even be bothered to know who I am, comes in and fires me?" Linda didn't respond, but I saw the sympathy in her eyes. "It's not our decision, Sam. He's the new CEO. We have to follow his directions." I stood up, not bothering to argue anymore. "Fine, but you can't just erase everything I've done here." I walked out of the office in a daze. My phone buzzed, and it was a message from my coworker, Tanya. She'd seen the memo. I told her what had just happened, and I could hear her disbelief through the text. "Are you serious? The nephew? Who even is he?" I didn't have an answer to that. But in that moment, something inside me snapped. I grabbed my bag, walked to my desk, and started shutting down my computer. I didn't feel a thing. No sadness, no regret. Just an overwhelming sense of injustice. How dare he do this to me? After everything I'd done, after all the respect I had earned, how could this kid just walk in and decide I wasn't needed? But as I walked out the door for the last time, I had one thought. I was done. I wasn't going to let this go. The next morning, I woke up to a voicemail from the CEO's nephew. I rolled my eyes. It was already bad enough that he'd fired me without even knowing my name, but now he was calling? The voicemail was barely a minute long, and it was full of a mix of fake sympathy and business talk. He ended it with, "I just wanted to make sure you know it's nothing personal. We're just moving in a different direction." I couldn't help but laugh. The audacity. It was like he thought this whole thing could just be brushed off. But that wasn't the end of it. A few hours later, I got a call from the CEO himself, the actual CEO, the man I had worked for all these years. "Sam, I just got a call from my nephew's assistant," he said, his voice shaking with fury. "What in the world happened yesterday? Do you know who you were fired by?" I had to bite back a smirk. "Yes, I know exactly who I was fired by. Your nephew." There was a long pause, and then, in a voice much more serious, he said, "Do you even know what your contract says, Sam? Do you know what you're entitled to?" Now, I was the one who was confused. "What do you mean? I was just fired. The CEO cut me off." "Let me check your contract. I'll call you back in a few minutes." My heart was pounding in my chest. What the heck was going on? Why was he suddenly so interested in my contract? Had his nephew messed up? I didn't know, but I was about to find out. The next call was brief, but it left me stunned. The CEO, his voice wavering in disbelief, said, "Sam, I've just looked at your contract. Your severance package, your benefits, You have a clause in there that my nephew didn't know about. A clause that means you're entitled to a lot more than he thinks. I'm, I'm sorry. I had no idea he'd do something like this. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like something out of a bad dream. How could this kid have been so careless? And how was he going to react when he found out what he had just done? The CEO's voice continued, I need you to hold tight for a moment, Sam. I'll talk to him, but it's going to take some time. This is a big mess. I sat there for a few seconds, processing the words, but honestly, I was too stunned to really absorb it all. Here I was, standing in the middle of a storm I had never seen coming. A clause in my contract that this kid didn't know about? What kind of clause was it? What did it mean? I had worked so hard to get to this point, and now it seemed like there was something buried in the fine print that could change everything. It was only a few minutes before my phone rang again, and this time, it was from the CEO. His voice was full of frustration and a little bit of disbelief. Sam, you don't know this, but your contract has a special clause regarding wrongful termination. And this, my friend, qualifies as exactly that. I felt a rush of relief mixed with confusion. Wrongful termination? I echoed. But I was just fired for no reason. This is a joke, right? The CEO was silent for a moment, like he was trying to find the right words. It's not a joke. What you don't know is that when my nephew took over, we were transitioning all contracts and reviewing the fine print of our employees' agreements. Yours, however, was one that slipped through the cracks. He didn't realize that when he made the decision to fire you, he violated that clause. And I'm guessing no one told him, because, frankly, it's a big deal. My head was spinning. This was all so surreal. I'd never imagined that something as simple as a clause in my contract could be the key to flipping the entire situation. The CEO continued, now sounding more like himself, determined, firm. We'll be taking legal action on this, Sam. It's not just about what happened yesterday. You're entitled to compensation, significant compensation. And, frankly, my nephew has made a huge mistake here. I'm going to personally ensure that this gets rectified, and you'll be well taken care of. I was speechless. I had no idea what to say. It felt like the rug had been pulled out from under me, and in the best way possible. All of a sudden, my anger shifted into something else. It was a mix of shock, disbelief, and honestly, a little bit of satisfaction. But that's when the CEO, with a sigh, said, Look, Sam, I'll make sure to take care of the legal side. But here's the thing, you're not the only one. His actions have affected others in the company too. I'm pulling everyone's contracts to ensure this doesn't happen again. But I need to warn you, once this blows up, it's going to get messy. And my nephew is not going to take kindly to it. I was already 3 steps ahead. I could feel the tension building. The nephew had no idea what he just walked into, and now it seemed like his entire world was about to come crashing down. But it wasn't going to happen without a little push from me. I'm not looking for a battle, but I'm also not letting this slide, I said, my voice steady. If he wants to play games, I'm more than happy to play along. The CEO chuckled lightly, though I could tell he wasn't finding much humor in the situation. Well, Sam, that's exactly why I called you. I don't think this is over. And honestly, if you want to make sure this gets sorted, you'll probably want to keep this whole thing quiet for now. We don't want to blow the whole thing up too soon. I'll keep it quiet, I said, though I could feel my pulse quicken. This was far from over. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying everything that had happened in my head, how easily it all went down, how it all felt like I was a chess piece on a board that no one cared about. But now, I was in a position of power. The ball was in my court, and I wasn't about to let it drop. The next day, I got a call from the nephew himself. Sam, he said, his voice strained. I just found out about the clause in your contract. I didn't know. No one told me. I'm just trying to move this company forward, okay? I almost felt sorry for him almost. He sounded like he was starting to realize what a colossal mess he had made. I'm sure you didn't know, I replied, playing it calm, like I wasn't on the verge of taking him down a notch. But you should have checked before firing me. You should have known what you were doing. There was a long pause. And then, in an almost pleading tone, he said, I was just doing what I thought was best. Please. Sam, can we work this out? I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I almost laughed at how quickly his tone had shifted. A few days ago, this guy couldn't even look me in the eye. Now he was practically begging. But I didn't let him off the hook. I'm not looking to make enemies, but you made this personal, I said, feeling a surge of power. I'll give you a chance to fix it. You don't get to undo what you did, but I'll consider taking a step back if you come to me with an offer. A real offer. Not some cheap severance package. I'll talk to the CEO, he said hurriedly. I'll get something worked out. You won't regret this. I hung up the phone, my mind buzzing with thoughts of what was to come. The CEO was already on my side, and now it was up to me to decide just how far I wanted to take this. If I played my cards right, I could walk away with more than just my job back. I could set the stage for something bigger. But what was I really after? The money? The revenge? Or was there something else I wanted to prove to myself? Something that was more than just getting back at a kid who thought he could come in and ruin everything I'd built? Before I could figure it out, the phone rang again. It was the CEO, and he didn't sound happy. Sam, we need to talk. Now. The tension in his voice was undeniable. I had no idea what was coming, but whatever it was, I knew this was far from over. I took a deep breath and picked up the phone. My pulse was already racing. What's going on, CEO? He let out a long sigh. Sam, I don't even know where to start with this, but things are escalating faster than I thought. My nephew is scrambling to cover his tracks. He's trying to call in favors, looking for anyone who will back him up. But here's the kicker. He's making it look like you're the one who caused all this trouble. I froze. Wait, what? How in the world is he spinning this? Exactly like you'd expect, the CEO muttered. He's telling people that you were the one undermining the company, that you were trying to sabotage his leadership from the start. It's pure nonsense, but people are starting to listen. Unbelievable, I said, shaking my head. Is this kid serious? I'm afraid so, the CEO replied grimly. And it gets worse. He's been rallying some of the upper management to back him up. There are whispers now about a power struggle in the company, and people are starting to choose sides. I felt the weight of the situation bearing down on me. It was one thing to get unfairly fired, but now they were painting me as the villain in some corporate drama I had no part in. This wasn't just about the clause anymore. It was about taking everything I had worked for and twisting it into a narrative that made me the bad guy. Sam, I need you to do something for me, the CEO said suddenly. You need to stand your ground. If you let this go, they'll destroy you. I'll back you, but we need to hit back. Hard. I didn't need any more convincing. My anger was building up, and the satisfaction of watching this arrogant nephew of his squirm was all I could think about. This wasn't just about money or revenge anymore. It was about showing them who was really in charge. I'm in, I said, the words coming out sharper than I intended. What's the plan? The CEO paused, his voice lower now, almost conspiratorial. First things first, you need to come in for a meeting tomorrow. I want you to come in like nothing ever happened. You walk in with your head high, a smile on your face, and you act like you didn't get fired. Make it clear you've been through this before, and you're still here. Right? Walk in like I own the place. I muttered, my grin creeping back. You got it, he said. But we need to take it a step further. We're going to hit them with everything. I've already spoken to the legal team. We've got the clause on our side, and if they continue down this road, they're going to be facing a full-scale lawsuit. Perfect, I replied, my adrenaline kicking in. What's the catch? The catch is, Sam, you need to stay calm. Let them come at you. Let them try to tear you down. But when the time comes, you hit them where it hurts. They can't fight back against a well-planned, legal strategy, but you have to play it smart. The next morning, I walked into the office as if it was any other day. There was a buzz in the air, and the look on people's faces was telling. They weren't sure if they should be congratulating me for still being employed or offering their sympathies for what had happened. It was clear they were divided. I made my way to my desk, and sure enough, the nephew's supporters were already there, whispering among themselves. One of the senior managers, Karen, who had always been too eager to please the new boss, walked over to me with a tight smile. So, Sam, she began, looking at me like I was some sort of strange animal in a zoo. I didn't expect to see you back so soon. I thought you were, fired. I raised an eyebrow. Funny, I thought the same thing. But here I am. She flinched slightly, and I could tell she was trying to figure out whether or not to challenge me. Well, you're lucky the CEO's backing you up, she said stiffly. Not everyone gets that privilege. Maybe it's not about luck, I said smoothly, letting the words hang in the air for a moment before I added. Maybe it's about knowing how to play the game. I could see the wheels turning in her head as she tried to process my words. But before she could respond, another manager, this time a guy named Mike, walked by and gave me a knowing look. He was one of the few people in the office who had always been supportive. He gave me a thumbs up when Karen wasn't looking, a silent acknowledgement that I had allies. The tension was thick in the air as I sat down at my desk and waited for the inevitable confrontation. I wasn't sure how long it would take before the nephew showed up to face me, but I knew it was only a matter of time. Sure enough, around midday, the nephew walked into the office. His jaw was tight, and his eyes were darting around nervously as if he were trying to keep it together. He made a beeline for my desk, his face red with barely contained rage. "Sam," he said, his voice clipped. "I thought I made it clear yesterday. You're fired. So what are you still doing here?" I looked up at him slowly, not a hint of fear in my eyes. "I'm here to finish what I started, and to make sure you don't make any more mistakes." He narrowed his eyes, clearly taken aback by my calm demeanor. "I don't have time for your games. Get out before I have security escort you." "Oh, I think you'll want to hold off on that," I replied coolly, not budging from my seat. "Because I have something you're not going to want to ignore." The look on his face shifted from confusion to annoyance, and that's when I dropped the bomb. "I know about the clause in my contract. The one that says you can't fire me without following a very specific process," I said, leaning back in my chair. "And guess what? You didn't follow it. So you've got two choices. Admit you messed up and let me walk away, or we can see how much of this company you're really willing to lose over your ego." The nephew's eyes widened, and his mouth opened, but no words came out at first. He was caught off guard, and for the first time, he wasn't sure how to respond. I could feel the power shift in that moment. He knew I had him. And for the first time since this whole mess started, I felt like I had control. But I wasn't done yet. The nephew stood there, his mouth working but no words coming out. For a few seconds, he just blinked at me, trying to process what I had said. I could see the panic creeping into his eyes. He wasn't the confident, entitled guy who had barged into this company thinking he could just steamroll over everyone. Now, he was just a kid who realized he'd messed up. "Why you think you can just threaten me with legal action and get away with it?" he stammered, his voice rising. I leaned forward slowly, looking him dead in the eye. "No, I don't think I can just get away with it. I know I can. Because unlike you, I actually read my contract and understand the terms." "You didn't even bother to do that, did you?" He was trembling now, trying to regain some of the power he thought he had. But it was too late. The silence in the office was deafening, everyone watching us, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. "You're still fired," he snapped finally, his voice growing more desperate. I smiled, almost pitying him. "You know, I really hate to be the one to break it to you, but firing me doesn't change anything. You're just digging yourself into a deeper hole. The CEO already knows about your little stunt. You've made yourself a target." His face turned crimson. This is ridiculous. I'm the one in charge now, not you." I took a deep breath, feeling calm but resolute. "It doesn't matter if you're in charge. You don't get to walk all over people like this. You can't just throw your weight around without consequences. And trust me, I'll make sure there are consequences. Big ones." At that moment, the CEO walked into the room, his presence instantly commanding the attention of everyone in the office. He looked at the nephew, then at me, then back at the nephew with a look of disdain. "I think it's time we have a chat, nephew," the CEO said, his voice cold. "I'd like to know exactly why you thought it was a good idea to fire someone who actually understands the business." The nephew's eyes went wide as he stammered. But uncle, I save it," the CEO snapped. "We're going to have a full review of this entire situation. And I'm going to need you to explain why I shouldn't revoke your access to everything, right now. You've made a mess of things, and I don't think I'll be able to clean it up for you this time." The nephew stood frozen, his confidence draining away as the reality of the situation set in. His uncle had just turned on him, and there was no coming back from that. I could feel a sense of satisfaction welling up inside me as I watched the nephew shrink under the pressure of his uncle's authority. The CEO turned to me then, a look of acknowledgement in his eyes. "Sam, we're going to make sure you're compensated properly for all this. And I'm going to need your help getting things back on track around here. We've got a lot of work ahead of us." I smiled, the feeling of victory sinking in. "Happy to help." The nephew, looking defeated, mumbled something about needing to take a break and shuffled out of the room. No one stopped him. I could tell that whatever support he thought he had left was gone in an instant. I knew this was just the beginning of his downfall. The CEO turned to the rest of the office, his voice firm. "Everyone, let's get back to work. We have a company to run." But as I walked back to my desk, a weight lifted off my shoulders. The feeling of getting the last laugh, of seeing the person who thought they were untouchable finally face consequences was satisfying in a way I hadn't expected. I wasn't just going to let someone ruin everything I'd worked for. And now, I had the power to make sure they paid for it. As I sat down, I glanced over at the door where the nephew had just exited. I couldn't help but smile to myself. He had underestimated me, thinking I'd just roll over. But now he knew, never mess with someone who's willing to fight back, especially when they've got a contract that spells out exactly how things are going to go. And for the first time in a long while, I felt like I was finally in control of my own destiny again. I was 17 when the first cracks started to show, not in the house, but in the woman who was supposed to be keeping it together. My name's Caleb, and for as long as I can remember, my guardian, Aunt Lorraine, has been the center of every decision in my life. She wasn't technically my mom. My real mom passed away when I was 5, but the court handed her custody, and that was that. Growing up under her roof always felt like living under glass. You could see freedom on the other side, but you weren't allowed to touch it. She reminded me almost daily that she took me in when no one else would. She said it like a favor she could revoke at any moment, as if she kept me around out of pure charity. And for a while, I believed her. I thought I owed her something. The first real sign that something was wrong came when I was 14 and wanted to join the school baseball team. It wasn't anything crazy. We had a secondhand gear sale. The fees were cheap, but when I asked, she scoffed and said, "Who's paying for that, Caleb? You think money grows on trees? Be grateful you have a roof over your head." I didn't push back. I just nodded and went back to my room, staring at the team's sign-up sheet until the deadline passed. That became the pattern. Anything extra, field trips, sports, even school dances, was a lecture about how much she already sacrificed for me. She'd say things like, "Do you know what it costs to feed you? To clothe you? You should be thanking me every single day." It got to the point where I did start thanking her, just to avoid the icy silence that followed whenever I didn't. But as I got older, little things stopped adding up. We weren't wealthy, sure, but we weren't struggling either. She always had a new phone, got her hair done every other month, and had season tickets to her favorite basketball team. Once, when she left some mail on the counter, I noticed a letter from Social Security with my name on it. I didn't think much of it back then, but the number next to the word benefits stuck in my head, $1,500 per month. Fast forward to my senior year, when things really started heating up. I got accepted into a state university and even scored a small scholarship. Not enough to cover everything, but enough to make it possible. I came home waving the acceptance letter like a flag, expecting maybe a rare proud smile from her. Instead, she frowned and said, "You're not seriously thinking about leaving, are you? Who's going to help me with bills if you run off to college?" That was the first time I actually felt anger instead of guilt. I told her I could get a part-time job and cover my own expenses, but she shut that down immediately. "No, Caleb, you're not taking some minimum wage job that will make this house look bad. You live here, you follow my rules." End of discussion. Except it wasn't the end, not for me. Something about the way she said "my house" lit a fuse I didn't know I had. I started quietly keeping records, receipts for the chores she paid me nothing for, screenshots of those Social Security letters when I found them again, even notes about the times she screamed at me over money while wearing brand new jewelry. The breaking point came 3 months later, right after graduation. We were sitting at the kitchen table when she slid a piece of paper across to me, an itemized list of everything she claimed she had spent raising me since I was 5. Food, shelter, clothes, school supplies, down to the dollar. The grand total? Just over $80,000. "You're an adult now," she said, folding her arms. "It's time you pay me back. I expect you to start with at least $500 a month once you get that job." I stared at the list for what felt like an hour. Every number was inflated. $400 a month for groceries. For one teenager? $300 for wear and tear on the house. And the gall of charging me back rent for a room that was barely bigger than a closet. I felt something snap inside me. I didn't say much that day, just nodded and told her I needed time to think. But that night, sitting on my bed with her invoice in my lap, I made a decision. I wasn't going to keep letting her rewrite my entire childhood into a debt I owed. And for the first time in my life, I was going to fight back. What I didn't know then was just how far this fight would go, all the way to a courtroom, with a judge staring over his glasses, and Lorraine demanding tens of thousands of dollars from me, like she was some landlord I had been cheating for years. And when that day came, I would be ready, more ready than she could have ever imagined. I didn't sleep much that night. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, replaying every conversation we'd ever had about money. The next morning, Lorraine was acting like nothing had happened, whistling while making coffee, humming along to the radio, and it made my skin crawl. She had just told me I owed her 80 grand, and she was cheerful about it, almost smug. Over the next few weeks, the tension between us got thicker than summer heat. I started noticing just how often she brought up money, and not just with me. She complained to her friends on the phone about how expensive kids are and told neighbors she'd given up her whole life to raise me. I overheard her telling one woman that she should have been compensated for her time years ago. I had to bite my tongue to keep from blurting out that she was compensated every single month since I was 5. Then came the job interviews. I landed one at a local hardware store, not glamorous, but decent pay and flexible hours, and I was thrilled. But when I told Lorraine, she acted like I'd announced I'd joined a gang. A hardware store? Caleb, do you know how that makes us look? I told you, I don't want you wasting your time with dead-end jobs. You should be at home, helping me around here until we figure out your repayment plan. That was her new favorite phrase, repayment plan. She'd bring it up at random moments, like when we were eating dinner or watching TV. You know, if you'd start paying me back now, we could get ahead of things. Or, you better not be planning on blowing that first paycheck on games and junk food. You owe me. I tried reasoning with her, explaining that I needed to save for tuition, books, transportation. But she wouldn't hear it. You wouldn't even be going to college if it wasn't for me. You're lucky I kept you fed and alive this long. You'll pay me first. Everything else comes second. It was around that time that I started piecing together the financial picture more seriously. I went digging through old files in the cabinet when she was out one afternoon and found years of Social Security payment letters, all addressed to her, but with my name listed as the beneficiary. The math made my stomach turn. From the time I was 5 until I turned 18, she had collected well over $200,000 in benefits. And here she was, acting like she'd been emptying her savings account for me. The next time she brought up the debt, I couldn't stop myself. You've already been paid to raise me, Lorraine. The government gave you money every month. You didn't do this out of charity. She froze, then narrowed her eyes. Excuse me. I stood my ground. I've seen the letters. The benefits. Over 200 grand, Lorraine. You've been cashing those checks since Mom died. So don't act like I've been freeloading. Her face went red. You little snoop. How dare you go through my things? That money was barely enough to keep the lights on. That's not what it looked like when you bought those season tickets. I shot back before I could stop myself. That was the first time she ever slapped me. Not hard enough to leave a bruise, but enough to send me reeling. She didn't even apologize, just pointed toward my room and said, "Go," before I say something I regret. After that, the house turned into a Cold War zone. She barely spoke to me unless it was to remind me of what I owed. And when she did talk, it was louder, meaner, like she wanted the whole neighborhood to hear how ungrateful I was. She even started telling extended family about my debt. At my cousin's birthday party, she loudly announced that I was finally going to start paying my way now that I was an adult. Everyone nodded sympathetically, like she was some saint who had carried me on her back all these years. No one asked me for my side of the story. I tried to keep my head down, but the final straw came a month later when she intercepted my first paycheck. I came home from work to find it sitting on the kitchen table, opened. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice tight. "Calculating your first payment," she said, scribbling on a notepad. "You made $420 after taxes. You can give me $300. You'll keep the rest for gas or whatever." I snatched the check off the table before I even realized what I was doing. "That's my money. That's my house," she shot back, standing up. "And don't you forget it. You start paying me now, or I'll take you to court. You're legally an adult. I can sue you for back support." I almost laughed, partly out of disbelief, partly because I realized she was dead serious. She would drag me to court over this, and she thought she'd win. That night, I packed a bag and left. Not forever, just enough to cool off. I stayed with my friend Mason for a few days, sleeping on his couch and working my shifts at the store. Lorraine blew up my phone with texts, alternating between rage and guilt trips. "You've embarrassed me. You're stealing from me. You better come back before I make this official." That last message made something in me click. I went to legal aid the next day and asked what would happen if a guardian tried to sue for back expenses. The woman I spoke to raised an eyebrow and said, "Not much, especially if you can prove she's already been compensated." So I started gathering everything. The Social Security letters, bank records, screenshots of texts where she admitted she was expecting me to pay her back. Mason's mom even wrote a statement about overhearing her yelling at me about debt. By the time Lorraine finally filed a claim, demanding $80,000 for room, board, and caregiving services, I was ready. The hearing date was set for mid-September. On the morning of court, I saw her in the hallway, dressed like she was attending a funeral, clutching a folder thick with papers. She gave me a look that said she was confident she'd finally put me in my place. I sat down, my own folder in my lap, heart pounding but strangely calm. If this was going to be the day everything came out, I wasn't going down quietly. And when the judge walked in and asked Lorraine to present her case, she stood tall, cleared her throat, and began listing every single expense she claimed I owed her, line by line, year by year, while the courtroom listened in silence. I didn't even flinch, because I knew what was coming next. Lorraine's voice echoed through the courtroom, each word sharp and deliberate, as if she had been rehearsing for months. $400 per month for food, $300 for shelter, $200 for utilities, clothing, medical bills, transportation costs. All of it added up to $80,000 over the years. I've kept him housed and fed when no one else would. I just want what's fair. She even sniffled at the end, clutching the folder dramatically, like she was some long-suffering martyr. A few people sitting behind us murmured in sympathy, which made my jaw clench. I could almost hear the same old narrative forming in their heads. Poor Lorraine, stuck raising her dead sister's kid, and now the ungrateful brat won't even pay her back. But then she did something that made my stomach flip. She turned to the judge and said, "Your Honor, I also want to be reimbursed for damages he caused to my property during his teenage years. Broken dishes, scratches on the floor, even a dent in the car door he caused when he slammed it too hard." That was the moment I felt the last thread snap. She wasn't just trying to drain my bank account. She was rewriting my entire childhood as a series of debts and punishments, painting me as some reckless delinquent who had left her financially ruined. I kept my face neutral, but inside, I was on fire. I'd never once broken a dish on purpose, and that dent in the car door? She caused it herself when she backed into the mailbox. I just happened to be standing there when it happened. The judge nodded politely as she handed over her itemized list, but I caught the faintest twitch of his eyebrow. He'd seen these kinds of caregiver reimbursement cases before, I was sure of it, and he knew they were rarely as simple as they sounded. When it was my turn, I stood, my palms damp but my spine straight. I handed the judge my own folder, the one I'd been building for months. "Your Honor, I have documentation that shows Ms. Bennett has been receiving monthly survivor's benefits on my behalf since I was 5 years old. The total amount collected exceeds $200,000. Lorraine's head whipped toward me so fast I thought she might hurt herself. "That money was mine," she hissed under her breath, but loud enough that the clerk raised an eyebrow. I ignored her and kept talking. "I also have records showing that she opened a separate savings account in her name only, where most of those funds were deposited. In addition, I have receipts that show significant spending on personal luxuries, vacations, season tickets, jewelry, during the time she claimed she was struggling to provide for me." The room went silent except for the faint rustle of papers as the judge flipped through the file. My hands were trembling, but not from fear. For the first time, I felt like I wasn't the kid in the corner being scolded. I was the one holding the truth. Lorraine tried to recover. "Your Honor, those benefits were barely enough to cover the basics. And he's lying about the savings account." "I have the bank statements," I said calmly, cutting her off. "They're in the file, pages 5 through 9. The judge held up a hand. "Ms. Bennett, you'll have a chance to respond. For now, let me review what's been presented." While he read, Lorraine leaned toward me and whispered, "You're going to regret this. Do you have any idea what you're doing?" I didn't even look at her. "Yeah," I said quietly. "For once, I do." It should have ended there. The evidence was solid, the truth was in black and white, but Lorraine wasn't done. Not even close. As soon as the judge looked up, she launched into a fresh tirade. "You don't understand, Your Honor. He's been disrespectful since the day he turned 13. He refuses to help around the house. He talks back. He ran away for days at a time. I had to cancel trips because of him. I lost friends because of him. He's been nothing but a burden, and now he's trying to make me look like a thief." Her voice cracked, and for a split second, I saw something almost unhinged in her expression. This wasn't just about money anymore. She wanted to punish me, to humiliate me in front of everyone, to prove that I was still the scared kid she could control. The betrayal hit me harder than I expected. Some small part of me had still been holding on to the hope that deep down, she cared about me, that this was just about financial stress, that once things were laid out clearly, we could go our separate ways without turning it into a war. But seeing her twist my entire life into some sob story about how much I had ruined hers, that crushed whatever was left of that hope. I sat back down slowly, my mind buzzing. I wasn't just defending myself anymore. I was exposing her, every lie, every manipulation, every fake story she had told about being my savior. The judge finally set the papers down and looked over his glasses. "Ms. Bennett," he said, his tone noticeably cooler, "it appears there are substantial financial records indicating you were compensated for Mr. Harris's care. I will need to review these carefully before making a determination." Lorraine opened her mouth to argue, but he held up a hand. "I will also remind you that this proceeding is to address your claim for reimbursement, not to litigate every grievance from the last decade. I suggest you stick to relevant facts moving forward." She sat down stiffly, her face flushed, and I could almost feel the heat of her glare. That was when I realized we weren't just in a legal battle. We were in a personal one. And she wasn't going to stop until she either got what she wanted or destroyed me trying. As we left the courtroom that day, she brushed past me and muttered, "This isn't over, Caleb." Not by a long shot. I believed her, and I knew I'd need to be ready for whatever came next, because Lorraine had just declared war. When we walked out of that courtroom, I felt strangely light, like I'd just dumped a boulder I'd been carrying my whole life. But that feeling didn't last long. Lorraine's warning wasn't just for show. She made good on her promise to make my life miserable, and she didn't waste a single day getting started. The very next morning, she showed up at my job. I was on my break, sitting in the back room eating a sandwich, when my manager popped his head and looking uncomfortable. Caleb, there's a woman out front asking for you. Says she's your guardian." I stepped out and found Lorraine at the register, her voice pitched just loud enough for the customers to hear. "There you are? You think you can hide from me here? You're living under my roof, eating my food, and you think you can disrespect me in court?" I could feel my coworkers staring, my face burning hot. "Lorraine, you need to leave," I said as calmly as I could manage. But she didn't. She kept going, ranting about ungrateful children and freeloaders until my manager finally asked her to leave or he'd have to call security. She left in a huff, muttering that she'd be back. After that, she locked me out of the house for 2 full days. When I tried to get my things, she said, "Not until you agree to sign a repayment agreement." I ended up crashing at Mason's again, wearing the same clothes to work for 3 shifts in a row because most of my stuff was still at her place. Then came the smear campaign. She called my grandparents, aunts, uncles, anyone who would listen, and told them I had sued her for money, not true, that I was trying to steal from the family, also not true, and that I was throwing away her years of sacrifice. Some relatives believed her immediately. I got a flood of texts calling me selfish, accusing me of abandoning the woman who raised me when no one else would. My grandmother even left me a voicemail saying, "We didn't raise you to bite the hand that feeds you, Caleb. Make things right with Lorraine." That one stung the most. My grandmother had been my safe place when I was little, and now she was siding with Lorraine without even asking for my side of the story. Financially, things got tight fast. Lorraine cut off access to the joint account she had let me use for gas money, so I was scraping by on whatever I earned from the hardware store. I started skipping lunch to save a few dollars, walking to work to avoid filling up the tank too often. There were nights I sat on Mason's couch staring at the ceiling, wondering if maybe Lorraine was right. Maybe I did owe her something. Maybe I should just agree to pay a little each month to make the fighting stop. But then I'd remember the slap, the open paycheck, the courtroom speech where she tried to paint me as a delinquent, and the guilt would turn to anger. One night, about 3 weeks after that first hearing, I drove by the house just to see if my window light was on. It wasn't, but I noticed something that made me grip the steering wheel tighter. There was a for sale sign planted in the yard. I parked down the street, and just sat there for a long time, watching the house that had been my entire world growing up. Was she selling it to punish me? Or was this just another card she was playing, a way to scare me into backing down? Either way, the message was clear. She was willing to burn everything down if it meant making me pay. That was my lowest point. I felt like I was losing everything: my home, my family, my reputation. But instead of breaking me, it did something else. It forced me to start thinking like her. If she was going to fight dirty, then I needed to stop playing defense and start building a case that couldn't be ignored. So I got to work quietly. After my shifts, I'd head to the library and comb through public records. I pulled property tax statements, benefit payout histories, and even found receipts from a vacation she took to Florida the same summer she told me we couldn't afford for me to go on a school trip. I also started documenting everything she was doing now: the harassment at work, the texts she sent threatening to make sure you never see a dime of inheritance. Mason helped me set up a folder on his computer where I stored screenshots, recordings, and notes. It wasn't just about proving she'd already been paid to raise me. It was about showing the court, and anyone else who needed to see it, the pattern of manipulation and financial abuse she had been running for years. The more I dug, the more I found. And with every piece of evidence I added to that folder, I felt a little stronger, a little more certain that I wasn't crazy, that I wasn't just some ungrateful kid who owed her his life. Still, the pressure was brutal. There were days I showed up to work, so exhausted from staying up late gathering documents that I almost nodded off in the break room. There were mornings I woke up with my phone buzzing, a fresh batch of angry voicemails from relatives who thought I was tearing the family apart. And there were nights I sat in Mason's driveway after everyone had gone to bed, gripping the steering wheel and just breathing, trying to convince myself that this was worth it, that the truth would matter in the end. By the time the next court date rolled around, I was a different person than I had been at that first hearing. Tired, sure. A little hollowed out. But sharper, too. Lorraine thought she'd pushed me to my breaking point. What she didn't realize was that she'd actually pushed me into something much more dangerous. A version of myself who had nothing left to lose. And when I walked back into that courtroom, folder in hand, I wasn't just there to defend myself anymore. I was there to make sure the truth came out, no matter how ugly it got. By the time the next hearing was scheduled, I had transformed from the scared teenager Lorraine expected me to be into someone entirely different. It wasn't like my life suddenly became perfect. I was still technically homeless, still scraping by on hardware store paychecks. But something had shifted inside me. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving. I was building. It started small. One of my managers at work noticed how hard I'd been pushing through double shifts and asked me why I looked like I hadn't slept in a week. I hesitated but ended up telling him a little. Not everything. Just enough that he understood my situation wasn't normal. He didn't pry, but a few days later, he quietly offered me more hours and a raise. "You've earned it," he said. That single bump in pay was enough to get me out of crisis mode and into planning mode. With a little more cash flow, I bought a cheap secondhand laptop. That one purchase changed everything. No more scribbling notes on paper or rushing to the library before it closed. I could organize my evidence digitally, cross-reference dates, create timelines of events. Mason helped me set up a spreadsheet that tracked every dollar Lorraine had received in survivor's benefits alongside the expenses she claimed in her so-called reimbursement list. Seeing it all laid out in black and white was almost therapeutic. The numbers told a story, and for once, it was mine. Around this time, I started getting unexpected support from people I didn't think would back me. Remember my grandmother, the one who had left me that voicemail calling me ungrateful? She showed up at the hardware store one afternoon, holding a pie in one hand like some kind of peace offering. "Caleb," she said softly, "your aunt told us a lot of things." But then I got curious. I asked her for proof of all these expenses she says you owe her. She got defensive. "I've been talking to some family friends, and I think I might have been wrong about you." I didn't even know what to say. She came over to Mason's that evening, and for the first time in years, I told someone everything. About the constant guilt trips, the paycheck she opened, the slap, the threats. My grandmother listened quietly, nodding slowly, her face growing more serious by the minute. When I finished, she let out a long breath and said, "I wish I had known sooner. Your mother trusted Lorraine to do right by you." She paused, then added in a voice that was almost a whisper, "She would be proud of you for standing up for yourself." That night, My grandmother handed me a folder of her own, old letters from the Social Security office that she had kept by accident, copies of bank transfers she had made to Lorraine over the years to help with expenses. It was more evidence than I could have hoped for, and it strengthened my case tenfold. Even Mason's mom stepped in more actively, calling me into the kitchen one evening and telling me I could stay as long as I needed. "This isn't charity," she said firmly when I tried to argue. "This is giving you the breathing room to win this fight." With that support system behind me, I started walking taller. The panic attacks that used to hit me before court dates started to fade. I wasn't just defending myself anymore. I was on the offense. I even hired a lawyer. Not a fancy one, but a young attorney from legal aid who was fiery enough to make Lorraine's head spin. She sat down with me for 2 hours going over every document I had, asking pointed questions, taking notes. "You have a strong case," she said finally. "This isn't just about you not owing her money. This is about proving a pattern of financial exploitation. If we play this right, the judge isn't just going to dismiss her claim. He might reprimand her." Hearing that felt like someone had opened a window in a stuffy room. For so long, I had been the one cornered, the one apologizing, the one trying to keep the peace. But now the scales were tipping. Meanwhile, Lorraine was unraveling. She kept sending me texts, but they'd gone from angry to almost frantic. "Caleb, you don't have to do this. We can settle this between us. If you drop this, I'll forgive you. Forgive me." As if I was the one who had done something wrong. When I didn't respond, she switched tactics and started showing up at family gatherings with tearful speeches about how I was dragging her name through the mud. But this time, fewer people were buying it. My grandmother had started quietly talking to others about what was really happening, and I started getting cautious texts from cousins saying, "Hey, we heard about what's going on. If you need a statement about how she treated you, we'll write one." It was like someone flipped a switch. For the first time, I wasn't alone. On the day of the second hearing, I walked into the courthouse not as some scared kid with a manila folder, but as someone who had come prepared for battle. My lawyer was beside me, a stack of exhibits under her arm. My grandmother was in the back row, sitting upright with her hands folded, ready to speak if needed. Lorraine, on the other hand, looked different, less polished, more desperate. Her folder was still thick with papers, but she kept glancing at me, her lips pressed in a tight line. As the session started, my lawyer stood up and laid out our case piece by piece: the survivor's benefits, the bank statements, the double-counted expenses. She spoke with calm precision, each fact landing like a stone in a pond. I watched Lorraine's face closely as the evidence piled up. At first, she looked irritated, then defensive, and finally, worried. And that's when I knew the power dynamic had shifted. For years, she had been the one in control, the one deciding what story got told about my life. But now the story was out of her hands, and no amount of crocodile tears could change the math staring the judge in the face. And we weren't done yet. There was still more evidence to present, and the most damning piece, the one that would make the entire courtroom gasp, was still waiting in my lawyer's folder. Lorraine didn't know it yet, but the story she had spent years crafting about being my selfless savior was about to crumble completely. After that second hearing, something shifted permanently. It wasn't just that we had more evidence on our side. It was that I'd finally seen the fear flicker across Lorraine's face. That expression, that momentary crack in her confidence, replayed in my mind every night as I lay awake on Mason's couch. For the first time in my life, she wasn't untouchable. My lawyer, Ms. Patel, called me the next day with a tone that was almost cheerful. "Caleb, I think we've got her. But I want to make sure we drive this point home so thoroughly that there's no wiggle room left. If we do this right, we can stop her from ever trying something like this again." She asked me to keep digging, not just into financial records, but into anything that could establish a pattern. Judges respond very strongly when they see a long-term history of manipulation or exploitation, she explained. If we can show that her goal was never just to be reimbursed, but to keep you financially dependent so she could control you, the case becomes much stronger. That became my mission. After work each night, I poured through every scrap of paper, every text message I'd saved, every memory that might have left a paper trail. And that's when I struck gold. While searching through a box of my old school papers, I found a copy of a letter from the Social Security office addressed to Lorraine, one I must have shoved into a folder years ago and forgotten about. This one wasn't like the others. It was a notice from when I turned 16, informing Lorraine that my benefits had been increased due to a cost of living adjustment. At the bottom of the letter, in neat printed text, was a line that made my jaw drop. This benefit is intended for the care and support of Caleb Harris and must be used for his food, clothing, shelter, medical care, and personal needs. Misuse of these funds may be subject to legal investigation. It wasn't just a letter, it was a smoking gun. She couldn't claim that the money was hers as compensation anymore. This letter made it clear that the funds were legally designated for me. When I showed it to Ms. Patel, she practically lit up. This is exactly what we needed. We can use this to argue that not only has she already been compensated, but if we can prove she used a substantial amount of those funds for non-essential, non-Caleb-related expenses, she may have technically misused federal money. That single phrase, misused federal money, sent a chill through me. For so long, Lorraine had been the one wielding the threat of court and authority over me. Now, for the first time, I realized we had something that could put her on the defensive in a very real way. But Ms. Patel wasn't done. She asked me to create a timeline. Major purchases Lorraine made, vacations she took, big-ticket items she bought, and line them up next to the dates of my school trip denials, canceled birthday parties, and the time she claimed she couldn't afford basic expenses for me. The result was devastating. One page showed her taking a trip to Miami the exact same month I was told I couldn't go to homecoming because money was too tight. Another showed her buying season tickets for the basketball team right after she denied me a $40 school yearbook. The more I laid it out, the more I realized this wasn't just about money. It was about control. She had spent years keeping me just needy enough that I would never leave, then tried to flip the script and make me the villain when I finally pushed back. And as if fate wanted to help me, another break came out of nowhere. A neighbor from our old street, a kind older man named Mr. Jensen, reached out to me after hearing through the grapevine what was happening. He said, "I always wondered where all that benefit money was going. I used to see her buying new furniture every other year, throwing parties. But you? You were mowing lawns to pay for your own baseball cleats." He offered to provide a written statement, and my lawyer nearly jumped out of her chair when I told her. Eyewitness testimony that contradicts her narrative? Perfect. It shows this wasn't a one-off misunderstanding. This was a pattern everyone around her could see. Piece by piece, I was building a case that was no longer just defensive. It was offensive, airtight, and damning. And the more evidence I gathered, the more confident I became. Lorraine must have sensed it because her text changed again. She went from threats to bargaining. "Let's settle this outside of court. You drop your counterclaim, I'll drop mine. You don't want this to drag on for months, do you? I'm willing to forgive your attitude if we just move on." Forgive my attitude. That one made me laugh out loud. I didn't respond to any of them. Not because I didn't have something to say, but because silence was more powerful now. Every unanswered message was a reminder that I was no longer under her thumb. Meanwhile, I started to get my life back on track. I registered for my first semester of classes at the state university. I signed up for a student account and applied for a small grant to help with books. For the first time, my future felt like it belonged to me. But I wasn't just preparing for my future, I was preparing for hers. The final piece of the puzzle came when Ms. Patel discovered that Lorraine had listed me as a dependent on her taxes for multiple years. Years when she was also collecting survivors' benefits and claiming hardship assistance from a local church fund. It wasn't technically illegal, but it looked bad. Really bad. Judges hate double-dipping, Ms. Patel explained. This shows she wasn't just being compensated, she was profiting. By the time the final hearing date was set, we had everything lined up: the letters, the bank statements, the witness testimony, the tax returns, and that crucial Social Security notice that spelled out exactly how those funds were supposed to be used. Walking into the courthouse that morning, I felt calm, powerful even. Not because I wanted revenge just for the sake of it, but because I knew the truth was finally about to be heard in full, unfiltered, undeniable. Lorraine was already there, pacing in the hallway. When she saw me, she stopped dead in her tracks. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. Then she said quietly, "You really think you're going to win?" I didn't smile, didn't gloat. I just looked her in the eye and said, "I don't think it. I know it." What Lorraine didn't know was that Ms. Patel had saved the most explosive evidence, the letter about misuse of funds, for last. She was planning to present it only after Lorraine testified under oath that she had spent every penny on my care. It was going to be a brutal checkmate. And as I sat down at the table, hands folded, heart steady, I realized I wasn't just defending myself anymore. I was about to rewrite the narrative of my entire childhood in front of everyone. And once the judge heard what we had, there would be no going back. The courtroom was quieter than usual that morning. Like everyone could feel that this was the day everything would come to a head. I sat next to Ms. Patel, hands steady on the table, my folder perfectly organized and ready. Lorraine sat across from us, tapping her pen nervously against the edge of her file. For once, she didn't look smug. She looked rattled. The judge called the session to order, and Lorraine was asked to take the stand first. She walked stiffly to the front, clutching her papers like a life raft. Her testimony started the same way it had before, talking about how she sacrificed everything to raise me, how she'd been left with no support, how she simply wanted to be reimbursed for the years of hardship. But this time, my lawyer didn't let anything slide. Ms. Bennett, Ms. Patel said when it was her turn to cross-examine, her voice smooth but sharp. You've testified that you spent every dollar you received on Caleb's care, correct? Yes, Lorraine said quickly, her chin lifting. Every penny. Every penny, Ms. Patel repeated, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Lorraine said again, this time a little more forcefully. Ms. Patel nodded, as if satisfied, then calmly reached into her folder and pulled out the letter, the one with the line about misuse of funds. Your Honor, we'd like to submit Exhibit G, she said, handing it to the clerk. This is a letter from the Social Security Administration, addressed to Ms. Bennett, clearly stating that these funds were to be used exclusively for Caleb's care and needs. The judge adjusted his glasses, scanning the document. I see, he said slowly. Ms. Bennett, you were aware of this condition? Lorraine shifted in her seat. Yes, but… Thank you, Ms. Patel said, cutting her off gently. We'd also like to submit Exhibits H through L, which are bank statements showing several large purchases, including a $3,200 vacation package, season tickets for the local basketball team, and a down payment on a new SUV, all during periods where Ms. Bennett claims she was struggling to provide for Caleb's basic needs. The clerk brought the papers to the judge, who flipped through them one by one. The silence in the courtroom was so thick you could hear the pages turn. Ms. Bennett, the judge said finally, his tone now much cooler. Would you like to explain these expenditures? Lorraine's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Those were personal expenses, she stammered. They don't have anything to do with. They have everything to do with this case, Ms. Patel said calmly. Because you just testified under oath that every penny was spent on Caleb. Yet here we have clear documentation that a significant portion of those funds was spent elsewhere. The judge's expression hardened. Ms. Bennett, I will remind you that you are under oath. Perjury is a serious offense. Lorraine's face went pale. For the first time, she looked small, like all the wind had been knocked out of her. But Ms. Patel wasn't finished. Finally, Your Honor, she said, pulling out one last document. We have a statement from a neighbor who witnessed Ms. Bennett hosting large gatherings, purchasing new furniture, and making expensive home upgrades during the same period she claimed to be financially burdened by Caleb's care. This is Exhibit M. As the judge read, I sat perfectly still, my heart pounding but my face calm. This was the moment I had imagined 100 times, the moment where the truth was laid out so clearly that even Lorraine couldn't talk her way out of it. When the judge finally looked up, there was no mistaking the change in the room. The sympathy that some people had for Lorraine at the first hearing had evaporated. Now, everyone was looking at her with a mix of shock and disapproval. Ms. Bennett, the judge said gravely, based on the evidence presented, it appears that your claim for reimbursement is not only unfounded but misleading. The court will be considering whether sanctions are appropriate. Lorraine's hands shook as she tried to gather her papers. But I raised him. Raising a child does not entitle you to profit from their survivor's benefits. The judge interrupted, his tone sharp. These funds were meant for Caleb's care. If anything, the evidence suggests you owe him an accounting of how they were used. I couldn't help it. I looked right at Lorraine then. Not with anger, not with triumph. Just calm. The same kind of calm she used to have when she told me no and walked away, leaving me powerless. Except now, the roles were reversed. Ms. Patel sat back, satisfied, letting the silence do the work. And that silence was deafening. The judge dismissed Lorraine's claim entirely and set a date to review the financial records in detail, hinting that restitution might be ordered. Restitution. The word hung in the air like a thunderclap. As we stood to leave, Lorraine didn't look at me. She just stared down at the table, her face blotchy, her hands clenched. For years, she had controlled the story, made everyone believe she was the hero, the savior, the selfless guardian. And now, in one morning, it had all unraveled. Walking out of that courtroom, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: freedom. Not just from her house, but from the invisible weight I'd been carrying since I was 5 years old. But this wasn't the end. Not yet. Because while the judge had dismissed her claim, there was still the matter of the accounting. Still the matter of showing just how much of that $200,000 had gone to things that had nothing to do with me. And once those numbers came out, Lorraine's carefully constructed reputation wouldn't just be cracked, it would be shattered. 2 weeks later, I walked back into the courthouse for what would be the last time. This time, I wasn't nervous. I wasn't even angry. I felt steady, grounded. The kind of calm that comes after a long storm, when the clouds finally break and you can see sunlight again. Lorraine was already there, sitting at the petitioner's table. She looked smaller than I'd ever seen her. No flashy jewelry, no perfectly styled hair, no righteous posture. Just a plain black blazer and a face that seemed 10 years older than it had been a month ago. She didn't look at me when I walked in. Ms. Patel gave me a nod as we sat down. "We have everything we need," she whispered. "Today, we close this chapter." When the judge entered, the room went silent. He had the thick stack of financial records in front of him, months of bank statements, tax filings, social security notices, and witness statements. After reviewing the evidence, he began, his voice even but firm. "The court finds that Ms. Bennett's claim for reimbursement is entirely without merit. Furthermore, the court is concerned by the significant misuse of funds meant for the benefit of Mr. Harris." Lorraine shifted in her seat, her hands tightening on the edge of the table. The judge continued, "Records indicate that less than half of the funds received on behalf of Mr. Harris were spent on expenses reasonably related to his care. The remainder appears to have been used for discretionary purchases unrelated to his support. The court will be referring this matter to the appropriate agency for further review." I felt a weight lift from my chest that I hadn't even realized was still there. This wasn't just about clearing my name anymore. It was about finally having someone in authority say, "You were right. You were telling the truth." The judge wasn't finished. "Ms. Bennett, you are hereby ordered to provide a full accounting of all funds received and spent during the guardianship period. Failure to comply may result in legal action. Additionally, this court strongly recommends that restitution be considered for the amounts misused." Restitution. There it was again, only now, it wasn't theoretical. It was official. Lorraine finally spoke, her voice trembling. "Your Honor, please. I never meant to hurt him. I was doing my best." The judge's expression didn't soften. "Your best does not include misrepresenting financial records to this court or using funds for personal gain. This hearing is concluded." And just like that, the gavel came down. Lorraine stayed seated for a moment, staring at the table like she couldn't quite process what had happened. When she finally stood, she glanced at me, not with anger, but with something closer to defeat. Then she turned and walked out without saying a word. I didn't follow her. I didn't need to. Outside the courthouse, my grandmother was waiting. She gave me a long, tight hug and said softly, "Your mom would be so proud of you right now." For a second, I had to swallow hard just to keep it together. That was all I had ever wanted. To know that standing up for myself didn't make me a bad son, or a bad nephew, or ungrateful. It just made me someone who refused to be controlled anymore. In the weeks that followed, the fallout was exactly what I had expected, and more. Word spread through the family quickly. Some relatives who had sided with Lorraine called me to apologize. Others stayed quiet, embarrassed they had believed her lies. The official accounting Lorraine was forced to submit only made things worse for her. Page after page showed luxury purchases, cash withdrawals, expensive gifts for people who weren't me. When the agency finished their review, they ordered her to repay a significant portion of the funds. I don't know how she managed it. Maybe she had to sell the house, but she paid. For me, life didn't suddenly turn into some perfect movie ending, but it did get a lot quieter. The constant guilt, the accusations, the manipulation gone. I signed my lease on a tiny one-bedroom apartment near campus, picked up extra shifts at the hardware store, and started saving for a used car. And when the first day of classes rolled around, I sat in the back of a lecture hall with my notebook open, a grin I couldn't quite hide on my face. For the first time in my life, I wasn't weighed down by the past. One night, a few months later, I drove past Lorraine's old house. The for sale sign was gone, the windows dark. It didn't feel like home anymore, but that was okay, because I finally had a life that was mine. As I sat there in the car, I thought about all the nights I had spent on Mason's couch wondering if I'd made a mistake, wondering if I should just give in. And then I thought about the moment the judge said the words "without merit" and the look on Lorraine's face when the gavel came down. That memory made me smile, not out of spite, but out of relief. Because I had finally learned that the most powerful thing you can do isn't screaming or fighting back with anger. It's standing your ground, presenting the truth, and letting the truth do what it does best. I rolled down the window, took one last look at the house that had been both my prison and my proving ground, and whispered to myself, "We're done here." Then I drove away, and for the first time, I didn't look back. I'm Alex, 24 years old, and 5 years ago, my family decided to teach me a lesson in the cruelest way imaginable. They abandoned me in the middle of a road trip, laughed as they drove off, and assumed I'd figure it out. It was just another one of their so-called pranks, except this time, I never came back. They left me with nothing, no money, no ID, just the clothes on my back and whatever loose change I had in my pocket. For months, I struggled to survive, taking any job I could, sleeping wherever I found shelter, and clawing my way out of the pit they tossed me into. But I refused to break. I worked harder than I ever had in my life, climbed my way up from rock bottom, and now, 5 years later, I'm not just surviving, I'm thriving. I built a life for myself. I have more money than I know what to do with, and I owe none of it to them. And then, out of nowhere, my phone starts blowing up. Unknown numbers, then familiar names I never expected to see again. My mother, my father, my older brother Mark, even my younger sister Emma, the one I had actually been close to before everything happened. They weren't reaching out because they missed me, or because they regretted what they did. No, they were reaching out because they had found out I was wealthy. And suddenly, just like that, I was important to them again. But before I get into that, let me take you back to the moment that changed everything. It was supposed to be a normal family trip. My parents had always insisted on these long road trips, calling them family bonding experiences, but in reality, they were just long hours of misery trapped in a car with people who treated me like the family joke. See, I was never really part of their little club. My parents doted on Mark, their golden child, and babied Emma, the youngest. I was the middle kid, the forgotten one, the one they could mock and push around without consequence. They had this idea that I needed to be toughened up, so their version of bonding usually meant humiliating me in some way. And this time, their brilliant idea of a joke was to ditch me halfway through the trip, just to see if I could make it back on my own. I remember the moment it happened like it was yesterday. We had stopped at a gas station somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I had gone inside to use the bathroom, and when I came out, the car was gone. At first, I thought it was a mistake. Maybe they had moved to another pump. Maybe they had parked somewhere else. But as I walked around the lot, searching for them, dread started creeping in. Then I saw Mark's car pull out onto the highway in the distance. I could hear their laughter echoing in my head even before I saw the text from my brother. "Good luck, loser. Let's see if you can make it back without crying." That's when it hit me. They weren't coming back. They had actually left me there. No phone, no money, no way to contact anyone. Just me, alone in a strange town with nothing but the clothes on my back. My hands were shaking, not from fear, but from sheer disbelief. Who does that? What kind of family thinks that's funny? I don't know how long I stood there, staring down the road, waiting for their taillights to come back into view. But they never did. I had no choice but to start walking. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I couldn't stay there. Eventually, I found myself at a diner, where an old man sitting at the counter must have seen how lost I looked. He asked if I was okay, and when I hesitated, he just nodded like he already knew the answer. He bought me a meal, the first real food I'd had in hours, and let me sit there while I figured out my next move. That meal was the turning point. I realized that no one was coming to save me. No one was going to swoop in and fix this. If I wanted to survive, I had to do it on my own. And that's exactly what I did. I took whatever work I could find, washing dishes, mopping floors, unloading trucks in the dead of night. I saved every dollar, slept in shelters, did whatever it took to keep moving forward. It wasn't easy. There were nights I thought I wouldn't make it, days I felt like giving up. But I refused to let them win. Years passed, and slowly, things started to change. I got a better job, then an even better one. I learned about investments, about business, about making money work for me. I took every bit of knowledge I could get my hands on and turned it into something real. And now, 5 years later, I'm not just okay. I'm thriving. I have money, a home, a life that I built with my own 2 hands. And then, just as I was finally putting the past behind me, my phone started ringing. At first, I ignored it. But then the text started pouring in. Alex, it's Mom. We miss you so much. Sweetheart, we've been so worried about you. Bro, heard you've been doing great. Let's catch up. At first, I just stared at the messages, baffled. These were the same people who abandoned me, who never once tried to check if I was alive. And now, suddenly, they missed me? They worried about me? Then the truth came out. My parents had run into financial trouble. Mark had racked up an insane amount of debt. Their perfect little world was crumbling, and wouldn't you know it, they had a son who was now rich. I didn't respond. I let them stew. And that's when the messages got desperate. Alex, please, we need your help. Don't be like this. We're still family. We raised you. You owe us. Owe them? I owe them nothing. Still, I was curious. How far were they willing to go? I finally answered, but I didn't give them what they wanted. I'll meet with you, I said, but under one condition. And that's when things started to get really fun. It didn't take long for them to agree. Of course, they did. They were desperate, and desperation makes people predictable. I told them I'd meet them at a high-end restaurant in the city, one of those places where the price of a single drink could bankrupt someone like my brother. It was the kind of place I had worked my way up to, the kind of place they would never dream of setting foot in unless someone else was footing the bill. I arrived early, sitting at a table with a perfect view of the entrance. When they walked in, it was almost comical how out of place they looked. My father, who always carried himself with that air of superiority, now looked smaller, his usual confidence chipped away by whatever financial disaster had befallen them. My mother was scanning the room, her expression hopeful and nervous at the same time. Mark strutted in like he owned the place, though the tension in his jaw betrayed him. And Emma, well, Emma looked different. Maybe she had changed. Maybe she hadn't. I wasn't sure yet. When they spotted me, my mother's face lit up like she had just seen a long-lost puppy. Alex, she gushed, rushing over as if the past 5 years hadn't happened. She reached for a hug, but I leaned back just enough that she hesitated. Oh, she faltered, covering the awkwardness with a forced laugh. It's been too long, sweetheart. I just smiled. Has it? That was all it took to throw them off their game. My father cleared his throat, taking the seat across from me. Son, he said, his voice carefully measured. It's good to see you. I let the silence stretch before answering. That's funny. You didn't seem too concerned about seeing me when you left me stranded 5 years ago. A flicker of guilt passed across Emma's face, but my father barely blinked. Now, come on, he said. That was a long time ago. We were just trying to teach you responsibility. Right. Because nothing says responsibility like abandoning your own son in the middle of nowhere. Mark, ever the golden child, scoffed. Oh, don't be dramatic. You made it back, didn't you? I tilted my head. Did I? That shut him up. The waiter arrived, and I ordered a ridiculously expensive drink before they could protest. I didn't intend to share a drop of it with them, but I wanted them to sweat when they saw the price on the menu. My father's lips pressed into a thin line, but he didn't say anything. Not yet. So, I said, leaning back, why now? Why reach out after all this time? My mother gave a nervous laugh. Do we need a reason to want to see our son? Yes. There was another uncomfortable silence before my father finally sighed. All right, Alex. You're a smart guy. We hit a rough patch. Things have been difficult. I raised an eyebrow. Difficult how? Mark exhaled through his nose, clearly annoyed that they had to spell it out. Fine. Since you want honesty, here it is. Dad's business tanked. Mom's got medical bills piling up. And, well, I had a little issue with some loans. A little issue. Right. I took a slow sip of my drink. And you want me to fix it? My mother jumped in before Mark could open his mouth. Oh, honey, we just thought, you're doing so well for yourself. And we're so proud. We knew you'd be successful. We always believed in you. Family takes care of family, right? I set my glass down. That's funny, because when I needed family, you abandoned me at a gas station. Emma, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke up. Alex, I wanted to go back for you. Her voice was quiet. I begged him to turn around. I was just a kid. I couldn't do anything. For the first time, I hesitated. I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw something I hadn't seen in the others. Guilt. Real guilt. But this wasn't about Emma. This was about the people who had left me to suffer, only to crawl back when they needed something. I smiled, slow and deliberate. I'll help, I said. Their faces lit up. Oh, Alex, we knew you'd come through for us, but, I continued, holding up a hand, I have one condition. I could see my father tense, but he forced a smile. Of course. Name it. I leaned forward, lowering my voice just enough to make them lean in too. I want you to tell everyone the truth. Every relative, every friend, every person who thinks you're a respectable family. I want you to tell them exactly what you did to me. I want you to stand in front of them and admit that you abandoned your own son as a joke, left him with nothing, and never once checked if he was even alive. The color drained from my mother's face. My father stiffened. Mark scoffed, muttering something under his breath. Emma just looked down at her lap. That's ridiculous, my father finally said. I shrugged. Then I guess you don't need my help that badly. My mother's hands were trembling. Alex, please, you don't understand. Oh, I understand perfectly. I leaned back, taking another sip of my drink. I understand that you only see me as a bank account. I understand that you only reached out because you thought I'd be stupid enough to fall for your act. I understand that you don't feel bad about what you did. You just don't want anyone else to know. Mark pushed back his chair abruptly. This is a waste of time. He's just being petty. I smirked. You think I'm petty? You haven't seen anything yet. I pulled out my phone and, in front of all of them, started typing. Their eyes widened as they realized what I was doing. Alex, my mother's voice was shrill now. Too late. I hit send. And just like that, the real fun began. The moment I pressed send, my father's face twisted with fury. My mother looked like she might pass out, and Mark? He just stared at me like I had set their house on fire. You didn't, my father said, his voice low and dangerous. I turned my phone around so they could see the message I had just sent to our extended family's group chat. Hey everyone. Since my parents and brother have suddenly reached out after 5 years of silence, I thought now would be a great time for a little story. Did you know they once abandoned me in another state as a prank? Left me with nothing and didn't check in once. But don't worry, they're here now. Not to apologize, just to ask for money. Thought you all should know, smiley face. The read receipts started popping up almost immediately. A few people were already typing. Oh, you've really done it now, Mark muttered, his face red with anger. My mother clutched her chest like she had just been stabbed. Alex, why would you do that? This is family business. You don't air out dirty laundry like that. Oh, I said, leaning back in my chair. But see, I gave you a choice. You could have told the truth yourselves. Now, everyone knows anyway. My father, who had been silent, suddenly stood up, towering over me with that same authority he used to have when I was a kid. The kind that used to make me shrink back. But I wasn't a kid anymore. You think this is funny? He growled. I took a sip of my drink, deliberately slow. Not as funny as abandoning your son to teach him responsibility. His hands clenched into fists, but before he could say another word, my phone buzzed. The group chat was blowing up. Aunt Linda texted, Wait. What? Is this true? Cousin Jake texted, Dude, what? They really just left you. Uncle Ray texted, Is this a joke? Tell me this is a joke. And then, the real kicker, my grandmother. Grandma texted, Your father needs to call me. Now. My father went pale. My mother let out a soft, horrified gasp. Even Mark paled at that one. No one ignored Grandma. I smiled, setting my phone down. You were saying? My father opened his mouth, then closed it again. For the first time in my life, he looked powerless. The restaurant, with all its chandeliers and overpriced food, suddenly felt like the stage of a grand performance, one where my parents were the ones under the spotlight. Then my phone buzzed again. A call. From Grandma. I held it up, watching as my father's eyes widened. What's the matter? I asked, feigning innocence. Are you going to answer? He swallowed hard, then snatched his own phone off the table and stormed toward the exit. My mother scrambled after him. Mark hesitated, glaring at me one last time before following them. Emma stayed. For the first time that night, I actually felt something close to genuine curiosity. She had barely spoken, barely reacted, and now she was just sitting there. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. "You really aren't going to help them, are you?" I tilted my head. "Why would I?" She nodded, as if she had expected that answer. I thought maybe you'd let them suffer a little and then cave in." I laughed. "Oh, they'll suffer. But I'm not caving in." Emma sighed, running a hand through her hair. "I never agreed with what they did to you. I wanted to go back. I really did. But I was a kid. I didn't have a choice." There was something in her voice, something that made me pause. "So why are you here now?" I asked. She hesitated, then said, "I guess I wanted to see if you turned out okay." I studied her for a moment. She looked older, more tired. She didn't have the same smug entitlement that Mark had, or the desperate manipulativeness of our parents. "Depends on what you mean by okay," I finally said. She exhaled, shaking her head. "They won't stop, you know. Even after this. They'll keep trying to guilt you." I smirked. "Let them try." And with that, I picked up my glass, took another slow sip, and watched as my family fell apart one message at a time. My phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't from the group chat, but from my father. I knew what it was going to say before I even opened it. "We need to talk. This isn't over. You've crossed a line." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. They could keep their threats, their guilt trips, their demands for money, because I wasn't falling for it again. "Are you going to answer them?" Emma asked softly, her eyes flicking to the phone screen. "Nope," I said. "I'm done with all that." She looked at me, a little surprised. "I mean, you're sure? They're not going to let this go. They're going to keep pushing." I smiled, a bit of the tension I hadn't even realized I was holding melting away. "Let them. They're not going to get anything from me. They had their shot, and they blew it." Emma looked down at her hands, tracing the rim of her glass with a finger. "You're really not going to help them? Even after everything?" "I'll help them, all right," I said, my voice hardening just a little. "I'll expose everything. Everyone deserves to know how toxic they are, how manipulative, how much they really don't care about anyone but themselves." Emma didn't reply right away. She looked torn, and it made me wonder if she had been carrying a little of that guilt with her all these years. But then, just as I was about to finish my drink, I noticed something in her eyes, a hint of agreement. "I don't think I can keep being a part of this either," she finally said, her voice quiet but steady. "Not if this is how they're going to act. Not after what they did to you." I was taken aback for a second, but I managed to hold it together. I hadn't expected her to say that. She had always been the one to side with them, no matter how wrong they were. "You're sure?" I asked, genuinely curious. She nodded, her lips pressed tightly together. "I've been thinking about it for a while. The way they treat everyone like their personal ATM, the way they manipulate people into doing what they want. It's too much." I nodded slowly, trying to process what she was saying. "Well, I'm not going to be their punching bag anymore. I'm done playing the part of the son they can just throw away and expect to come crawling back when they need something." She glanced at her phone, which had been buzzing almost nonstop. "You're really going through with this?" I took a deep breath, looking out the window at the world beyond the restaurant. "Absolutely." Before I could say anything else, my phone lit up again, and I saw a notification from the family group chat. It was from Aunt Linda. "Everyone needs to hear this. I'm going to call a family meeting. This isn't something we can just ignore. Alex deserves an apology." My father, presumably, had forwarded the message to her. They were trying to spin it, trying to make it sound like they were the ones wronged, trying to paint me as the villain. And I wasn't going to let that happen. "Ready for the next part?" I asked Emma, standing up from my seat. She didn't answer right away, but when she did, her voice was firm. "Let's do it." I walked over to the host stand, pulled my phone from my pocket, and tapped the group chat. With a few quick strokes of my finger, I hit send. "Family meeting? You can't be serious." "I'll be there, but I'm not apologizing. Here's what I'll say instead. I'm done. I'm done being the scapegoat, the punching bag, the person you call when your credit cards are maxed out. You made your bed, now lie in it. I won't let you manipulate me again. And when I say I'm done, I mean it." I put my phone on the table and met Emma's eyes. Her jaw was tight, but there was a flicker of something else, pride, maybe. We walked out of the restaurant together, and for the first time in years, I felt free. Like I was finally shedding the weight of the past, one text at a time. The next few days were a blur of calls, messages, and threats. My father left multiple voicemails, begging me to reconsider. My mother sent me long, rambling texts full of half-hearted apologies and emotional manipulation. Mark, of course, had nothing to say except for a few choice words in the family group chat, accusing me of ruining everything. And then there was the big family meeting. I showed up, just like I said I would. But this time, I wasn't the one who was going to beg. I walked in with my head high, my back straight, and I could feel the weight of 5 years of silence between me and the people I once called family. They were sitting around the table, all looking at me with a mixture of guilt, anger, and disbelief. My father opened his mouth to speak, but I held up a hand to stop him. "You've had your say for the last time," I said, my voice calm but unwavering. "Now, it's my turn." And then I began to tell them everything. I told them how they left me, how I had to figure everything out on my own, how they never once checked on me or cared to know if I was okay. I told them about the late nights I spent working my ass off to get to where I was, to build my life from the ground up, without any help from them. I told them about the debt they had run up, the lies they told to everyone else, and the way they constantly tried to manipulate me into giving them money, pretending like I owed them something for the help they had supposedly given me. I could see it in their faces as I spoke. My father's facade of control started to crack. My mother, the woman who had always prided herself on keeping up appearances, couldn't even look me in the eye. Mark just sat there, seething. When I was done, I stood up. "I'm not here for your apologies. I'm not here to listen to your excuses. You wanted me to figure it out? Well, I did. And now that I've made something of myself, you think you can come crawling back? No, that's not how this works." I turned to leave, but then I stopped. "Oh, and one more thing. I'm cutting ties. All of you. For good." And as I walked out, I left them behind, knowing full well that nothing they could say or do would ever change the way I saw them. It was over. So, what do you think? Did I go too far, or was this long overdue? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you think I should have given them another chance, or was cutting them off the right call? Let me know in the comments. I'm Alex, and let me just say, family can be the gift that keeps on giving, and not always in the best way. If you've ever had a sibling who thinks the world revolves around them, you'll know what I mean. My brother Jason is the kind of guy who thinks sharing is something other people should do, and he's the one who should be getting the biggest slice of the pie, whether he's earned it or not. Let me give you some backstory to make sense of where this all started. I grew up in a pretty tight-knit family. It was always my mom, dad, my older brother Jason, and me. Jason, the firstborn, was always the golden child in my parents' eyes. He was charming, outgoing, and good at making people like him. If there was a crowd, Jason was the one who'd be at the center, talking everyone's ear off, making them laugh, and generally convincing them that he was some sort of prodigy. My parents adored him for this. He was the special one, and I was I was the second-born, and my role seemed to be to follow him around and pick up the scraps of attention when he wasn't around. As kids, it was pretty annoying, to say the least. Jason got away with a lot more than I ever did. For example, if I stayed out 5 minutes past curfew, it was the end of the world. But if Jason came home 3 hours late, my parents would shrug it off with he's just having fun. Yeah, it was tough to deal with, but I tried not to let it get to me. I had my friends, my hobbies, and eventually, I learned how to keep my head down and focus on things that mattered to me. But, of course, it never quite sat right with me that Jason was so effortlessly, and often obnoxiously, the favorite. Fast forward a few years, and now we're both adults. My parents are older. Jason's gotten even more arrogant, if that's even possible, and I'm just doing my thing, working my job, minding my business. That's when the whole helping with college tuition thing came up. I always had a soft spot for my nephew Ethan, Jason's son. Ethan was a smart, grounded kid. He didn't have Jason's flair for attention, but he was hardworking and determined. He made it clear early on that he wanted to go to college and had big aspirations, and I respected that. Jason, of course, wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of Ethan pursuing his own path. Jason had his own business, which he often touted as being better than a degree anyway, and he thought that would be enough for his son. But Ethan was set on going to college. And that's when my promise came into play. One evening, I was hanging out at my parents' house when Jason came over for dinner. Now, before I tell you what happened, let me explain one thing. Jason isn't exactly the kind of guy who likes asking for help, he demands it. And so, without any preamble, he dropped a bombshell on me. "Alex," Jason said, his voice all too casual, "I need your help with something. Ethan's college tuition is due, and I don't have the funds to cover it. I've got some business expenses, and I've got to take care of that first. But you know, Ethan's my son, so I want him to have every opportunity." I was taken aback, but I didn't say anything right away. If you know Jason, you'll know that he's a master manipulator when it comes to family matters. He knows exactly how to make you feel guilty, and he's the type to throw around family and responsibility in a way that makes it hard to say no. After a long pause, I looked at him and said, "Okay, I can help. But I've got my own expenses too. So we'll need to figure something out." Jason waved me off, clearly not interested in any of the details. "Don't worry about that," he said with a grin. "I'm sure you can make it work. It's for Ethan. He's family. We all want him to have a shot, right?" I knew I should have asked for more specifics, but Jason was right about one thing. I did want Ethan to have a chance at something more than Jason's business could offer him. So I agreed to pay for the first semester of college tuition. Jason promised that once he got his business sorted out, he'd pay me back. Yeah, right? Now, let's fast forward a few months. By this point, I had already paid for Ethan's tuition. I had been keeping up with everything and making sure Ethan was on track with his grades, checking in to see if there was anything I could do. But one evening, when I was scrolling through social media, I stumbled upon something that stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a post from Jason, but this wasn't about Ethan's college or anything remotely related to family. No, this post was a picture of Jason lounging on a beach, sunglasses on, a cocktail in hand, with the caption, "Living my best life. #blessed #vacation vibes." The man had spent the money I gave him for his son's tuition on luxury vacations. I felt a surge of anger rising in me. There were no words in that post to indicate he had used the money for anything other than a good time. And at that moment, I knew. Jason wasn't going to pay me back, and he wasn't going to help his son with college. Instead, he was living it up while I was picking up the slack. I couldn't believe it. I immediately texted Jason. "Hey, Jason, just saw your post. I thought the money I gave you was for Ethan's tuition, not your vacation fund. Can you explain this?" I watched the dots appear and disappear for what felt like an eternity before I finally got a reply. His response? "It's my money now, Alex. Get over it." I stared at Jason's message for what felt like an eternity. Get over it. That was all he had to say. Like the money didn't matter. Like Ethan's education didn't matter. I couldn't believe how entitled he was acting. This wasn't just a betrayal. It was willful disrespect. And here I was, working hard, keeping my word. And he was living it up like the money I'd given him for my nephew's future was just another line on his credit card. But I wasn't about to let this slide. I didn't need to get into a huge argument with him over text. Jason had a way of turning everything into a fight where he somehow came out on top, even when he was wrong. No, I needed to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Something that would make him realize that not everything was about him. And maybe, just maybe, he'd finally understand the value of a promise and what family actually means. First thing the next day, I had a plan. It wasn't some small revenge. I wanted to hit him where it hurt and where he couldn't easily escape. If he thought he could brush me off like that, I was about to show him the consequences of his actions. I started by gathering evidence. I had screenshots of his posts. I had receipts for the tuition payment I'd made. I had everything I needed to expose his selfishness and make sure he couldn't spin this into a tale of misunderstanding. But I knew I needed more than just the receipts. I needed impact. Jason was the kind of guy who lived for his social media following, loved to parade around his successes, which were mostly inflated, and would do anything to keep up the image of being a successful, generous guy. So what better way to get back at him than by throwing a little spotlight on his true character? But before I went public, I needed to make sure Jason knew what was coming. I didn't want him to just be blindsided. I wanted him to stew in the realization of what was about to happen. So I gave him one last chance to make things right. I sent him a text. "Jason, you've got two options. Either you send me back the money for Ethan's tuition, or I'm going to make sure everyone knows what you did. It's your choice." I was pretty confident he wouldn't take me seriously. Jason was arrogant, sure, but he was also a coward when it came to confrontation that could cost him something. I figured he'd ignore me, maybe even try to make excuses, but that would just make it easier for me to go public with the truth. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. No response. Typical. That night, I was sitting at home, just scrolling through Instagram when I saw it. Jason had posted yet another vacation photo, this time of him on some ridiculous yacht, decked out in designer clothes. I could almost hear him bragging through the picture. The caption? "Some people work their whole lives and still don't get to experience the good life. #blessed #living my best life." I couldn't let this slide anymore. I grabbed my phone and started typing out a post. My fingers flew across the screen as I crafted the perfect message to make sure everyone knew who Jason really was. And to add a little twist, I tagged some of his close business associates and family friends, people who needed to know the truth about him. Some people like to pretend they're doing it for family. But when it comes down to it, some people will take the money you give them for their kids' college tuition and spend it on luxury trips for themselves. If you've ever wondered where your money went after someone promised to help you with your education, this is it. Don't believe the picture-perfect posts. Trust me, they're not all they seem. Hashtag family first, hashtag action speak louder. I didn't just post it and run though. Oh no, I made sure to screenshot my message and send it directly to Jason, giving him a little warning before it went live. I wanted him to feel the weight of the consequences. I hit post and watched as the comments started to roll in almost immediately. My phone pinged nonstop. Wait, what's going on? Jason did this. He promised you tuition money and spent it on this. Dude, that's messed up. How could he do that? The comments flooded in, and as expected, Jason's friends and followers started questioning him. Some of them came to his defense, of course, but the tide had already turned. Jason had made a huge mistake by underestimating me. It didn't take long before Jason called me. His voice was shrill, and I could almost hear the panic in it. Alex, what did you do? You can't just go around telling people my business. You're embarrassing me. This is private. I wasn't having any of it. I leaned back in my chair, calm as ever, and let him yell for a while before I responded. Jason, you think it's embarrassing? Maybe you should have thought about that before you used my nephew's tuition to fund your yacht vacation. Now everyone knows who you really are. There was a pause, and I could almost see the wheels turning in his head, trying to figure out how to turn this back on me. You think you're so clever, huh? Jason spat. This is ridiculous. You're just jealous of me. You've always been jealous of me. I let out a sharp laugh. Jealous? Of you? I'm just trying to make sure people know that you're not the golden boy you pretend to be. You're selfish, Jason. And now everyone knows it. He started to go off again, but I cut him off. The thing is, Jason, I don't care what you think anymore. You've burned all your bridges with me, and with the people who actually care about you. So, good luck with your business and your Instagram followers. You're going to need it. I hung up, not even waiting for a response. This was just getting started, and I wasn't going to stop until Jason learned that actions have consequences. But little did I know, the backlash was just the beginning. People Jason had worked with for years were starting to call him out. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing, notifications from social media, messages from family. Even Ethan texted me to thank me. But the real drama was yet to unfold. The next few hours were nothing short of a whirlwind. Jason had tried to call me several times, but I didn't pick up. I wasn't interested in hearing his excuses anymore. By the time I went to bed, the damage had already been done. My phone was buzzing every few minutes with messages from family, people Jason had worked with, and even some of my friends who had seen the post. But there was one message that stood out. It was from my mother. She had a simple, to-the-point text, "Call me." I hadn't spoken to her in a while. We'd always gotten along, but with my brother being his usual self, it was hard to keep the peace. I immediately knew what this was about. She had seen the post. I called her back. The phone rang, then went a voicemail. I wasn't sure if she was just busy or if she was working through her emotions. I wasn't exactly sure what was going to come out of her mouth, but I figured it was only a matter of time before I heard from her. The following morning, the phone call came. It was my mom, and she didn't sound like herself at all. There was a sharp edge to her voice that I had never heard before. "Alec," she said, her voice trembling just a little. "What have you done?" I braced myself for her disappointment, but I wasn't about to apologize. I knew what Jason had done was wrong, and I wasn't going to back down from calling him out for it. "I'm sorry, Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. But I had to do something. He's been taking advantage of me for years. And now he's stolen money that was supposed to help Ethan. What do you want me to do? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could tell she was thinking, processing everything I had just said. "You don't understand, Alec," she finally replied. "Your brother's been in financial trouble for a long time. For years, we've been helping him with his mortgage payments, covering his car payments, and making sure he had what he needed to get by. We've been supporting him through all of this. And now I find out that he's been using the money you sent him for his son's tuition on luxury trips." I was shocked. I hadn't known the extent of what my parents had been doing for Jason. They had been financially propping him up, doing everything they could to keep him afloat. I never thought to ask about it, thinking he was just struggling on his own. But apparently, it was a lot more than that. My mom's voice cracked slightly as she continued. Alec, I'm so sorry. We've been enabling him. I should have seen it. But this is the last straw. We can't keep doing this. And I don't want to see him drag Ethan into his mess anymore. He's got to learn there are consequences. I sat in stunned silence, letting her words sink in. I'd always known my brother was a bit irresponsible, but this? It was more than just reckless spending. This was a betrayal on a whole different level. He had manipulated everyone in the family, including my mom and dad, for years. And now, the truth was out in the open. Mom, I'm sorry, I said, guilt creeping in. I didn't know. I didn't mean for any of this to go this far, but he needed to be stopped. I know, Alex, she said softly. But don't worry. We've got Ethan's back now. We're sending him the money for tuition, all of it. He doesn't deserve to be dragged through this because of your brother. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders, knowing that at least Ethan was going to be taken care of. But even as my mom reassured me that they would help him out, I could feel the tension building in the air. This was going to change everything. The family wasn't just going to stop helping Jason. They were going to actively help Ethan now. My brother had burned every bridge with this stunt. And as the news spread, my phone started buzzing with messages from more family members. Hey, Alex, we've been looking at the situation. You're right. Jason's been taking advantage of us for far too long. We're stopping all financial support, and we're helping Ethan directly from now on. I think it's time someone put their foot down. Your brother's a fool. If he thinks he can keep taking from the family without consequences, he's got another thing coming. You've got my support, Alec. Don't worry about it. And it wasn't just family members. Jason's close friends, the ones who had always idolized him as this self-made businessman, started to distance themselves too. Jason's reputation was getting dragged through the mud, and while he may have put on a confident front, I could tell from the comments on his posts that people were starting to question him. By the afternoon, Jason sent me another message. This one was shorter than the others, much more desperate. You've made your point, Alex. But this isn't over. You're going to regret this. I didn't even bother responding to it. His threats no longer had the same power they used to. He was running on fumes, trying to salvage what little he had left. But what really hit home was when my dad called me that evening. Alex, he started, his voice unusually firm. Your mother and I have been talking. We've decided we're not going to help Jason anymore. I don't care what kind of pressure he puts on us. Your nephew, on the other hand, is getting the full support. We'll make sure he gets through school without a problem. I felt a sense of relief, but also a deep, growing resentment for my brother. My parents had always been there for him, even when he didn't deserve it. And now, they were choosing Ethan. They were doing what was right. As the evening went on, the family's attitude toward Jason shifted. My brother, who had been treated like the golden child for years, was now the black sheep. His calls for help went unanswered. The money we had always sent to him for his bills and mortgage was now being redirected to Ethan's tuition fund. The checks came in, one by one. And each time Jason's name was left off. Jason was, in every sense, cut off. It wasn't just the money that was drying up, though. It was the support, the adoration, the respect. Jason had been living in a bubble for so long, surrounded by people who believed his lies. And now that bubble had burst. My family was done with him. And that was just the beginning. Because as Jason scrambled to find a way to save face, things were about to get even worse. It's been a few months since everything blew up. Things have settled down, and the dust has finally started to clear, but the changes have been monumental. Jason hasn't been a part of any family gatherings. Hell, he hasn't even bothered to reach out to anyone, except, of course, to continue complaining to me, but I've learned to shut him down. It's almost as if he's vanished from our lives entirely. As I look back, it's wild to think about how different things are now. At the beginning of all this, Jason's smug arrogance had us all convinced that he was untouchable, that he could get away with anything as long as he smiled and flashed those ridiculous, expensive sunglasses of his. Now, he's the one who's struggling, and he's had to watch everyone he used to rely on walk away from him, piece by piece. After the social media post and the backlash that followed, Jason's reputation, what little of it there was, crumbled. People he had been close to stopped answering his calls, and the lavish trips he'd been going on were suddenly a source of shame rather than bragging rights. The guilt started to gnaw at him, I'm sure, but instead of owning up to what he did, he doubled down on his arrogance. I suppose it's easier to pretend everything's fine when the truth is too painful to face. I haven't heard from him much lately, And when I do, it's always about the same tired excuses. How unfair it all is, how I ruined his life, and how I've betrayed the family. At this point, it's laughable. I just let his messages sit in my inbox unread. I'm not the one who needs to learn a lesson anymore. He's the one who's been exposed for who he really is. What's been more surprising, though, is how much stronger the family has become since cutting him off. My parents, especially, are finally at peace with their decision. They used to walk on eggshells around Jason, trying to cover for him, fix his mistakes, even make excuses for him. But since everything blew up, they've been more open with me, more honest, and I can sense the weight is lifted from their shoulders. For the first time in a long time, they're focusing on themselves and their well-being instead of enabling Jason's toxic behavior. I won't lie, it feels strange at times. The dynamic in the family has shifted. We still talk about Jason, but it's not in the way we used to. There's no longer any worry or guilt when his name comes up. He's been erased from the family equation, and in his place, Ethan has become a symbol of what family should be. The support we've been pouring into him over the last few months has been incredible. He's thriving, both in school and in his personal life. It's like a weight was lifted from his shoulders, too. And seeing him succeed, knowing we've made the right choice, has been more rewarding than I could have imagined. As for me, well, I've moved forward as well. After confronting Jason and dealing with the fallout, I realized something. I don't have to carry the burden of trying to fix everything anymore. I'm no longer responsible for fixing my brother's mistakes or for holding the family together when he's burning every bridge in sight. I've learned to set boundaries, to say no when I need to, and to focus on the people who actually appreciate my help. I've been spending more time with friends, with Ethan, and even just enjoying my own space. For the first time in years, I'm not constantly trying to manage the fallout of my brother's messes. Jason has reached out a few times, but I've completely cut him off. Honestly, I don't feel bad about it. I've given him every chance to redeem himself, and all he's done is manipulate, lie, and take advantage of everyone who cared about him. The last time he contacted me, he sent a long, rambling message about starting over and how he was trying to be a better person. I rolled my eyes and hit the block button before I could even finish reading it. At this point, I'm done. He's had his chances, and he's squandered them all. The truth is, Jason was never the brother I thought he was. He was never the person I wanted to believe in. And in a twisted way, this whole mess was a blessing in disguise. It forced me to see the truth, not just about him, but about myself and my role in this dysfunctional cycle. I can't keep enabling someone who refuses to grow. And by cutting him off, by finally standing up for Ethan and the rest of the family, I've created a healthier space for all of us. As for the rest of the family, things have been better. We've had a few family gatherings since everything went down, and they've been so much more relaxed, so much more real. There's no pretending anymore. We're all just being ourselves, and it feels good. My parents have become more engaged with Ethan, and it's clear that they're going to continue supporting him, no questions asked. He's already enrolled in college with a full ride, and I couldn't be prouder of him. But Jason? Well, he's still out there, lost in his own mess, and I'm not sure what the future holds for him. Honestly, I don't care anymore. The truth is, I've got better things to focus on, things that matter. And Jason? He's not one of them. It's a strange feeling, knowing that the family is finally free from his toxicity. But it's a good kind of strange. Because for the first time in a long time, I can say that I'm genuinely at peace. And that's something I didn't think I'd ever get back. I'm Cole Whitaker, 36, and I learned the hard way that a house can look perfectly lived in and still feel like a museum where everything says, "Do not touch." The first time my stepson told me I wasn't his real dad, he didn't shout it. He said it the way a boy might point out the weather. Casual, factual, as if it would be silly for anyone to argue with the sky. It was a Saturday in late October, leaves matting the sidewalk, our neighborhood smelling like chimney smoke and damp earth. I was standing at the kitchen island whisking pancake batter, humming the same song my mom used to sing when the weather turned. Asher, 14, eyes like storm glass, walked in, cracked open the fridge, took out the orange juice, and didn't even look up when I said, "Good morning, champ." He poured, sipped, and said, "You don't need to make me breakfast. You're not my dad." Just like that. A simple sentence, and still it felt like someone had reached into my rib cage and given the heart a twist, not enough to break anything, only enough to remind me that bones could ache even without a fracture. I looked at him, sleep mussed hair, hoodie with some band logo I didn't recognize, and I tried to meet the moment with the steadiness I promised myself I'd bring into this house when I married his mother. "I know I'm not," I said, aiming for warm, not wounded. "But I'm here, and you're a growing human with exactly one speck of fruit in your bloodstream. Pancakes would help." He shrugged, capped the juice, and left the kitchen with his glass, a trail of silence in his wake. The batter in the bowl made a soft popping sound, bubbles breaking, and for a second I imagined myself standing on thin ice, listening for the crack. Back then, the marriage was still new enough that we could pretend our lives had always been arranged this way. My coffee mug beside Marin's mug beside the chipped ceramic dinosaur cup Asher still used out of habit, even though he'd gotten too old to admit he liked it. We'd met at a charity 5K and discovered, during the limp, sweaty cool down, that we'd both spent our 20s bulldozing through work and our early 30s cleaning up the rubble. She wanted safety more than surprises. I wanted a family that could breathe in the same room without competing for oxygen. We were careful with each other the way people are careful carrying a heavy mirror, polite, attentive, walking backward, and watching the corners. But mirrors show you things whether you ask them to or not. And the reflection I kept catching in the corner of my eye was a boy who had fortified himself with sarcasm the way old houses get wrapped in vines, a quiet green armor that chokes and climbs at the same time. Marin told me, early on, that Asher had been close with his biological father in the manner of kids who are promised big things by people who don't know how to stay. When his dad moved 3 states away and turned his visits into apologies and his apologies into excuses, something in Asher hardened, like clay left out too long. He and Marin had become a 2-person team with their own language and their own weather systems. I knew this. I told myself I didn't want to replace anything, only to belong. Still, belonging has a weight to it, and when you carry it, your hands aren't free for much else. The first few months after the wedding, I learned Asher's schedule the way people memorize subway maps, which days he had jazz band, which nights he played pickup basketball at the rec center, which teachers he thought were fair, and which ones were apparently out to ruin his life by assigning essays with actual due dates. I showed up. I clapped. I drove. I put my number in the contact forms for school and the doctor's office and the rec league, not because I wanted to be listed first, just because I wanted to be listed. When I fixed the wobbly leg on his desk, I left the screwdriver in the top drawer, in case he wanted to pretend he'd done it himself. The house itself wore my presence with the awkwardness of a shirt borrowed from a broader-shouldered friend. My tools lined up neatly in the garage beside boxes labeled with Marin's handwriting, winter clothes, Asher's old school projects, photos, and the line where our lives joined showed like a seam that hadn't been pressed yet. I didn't mind. I'd been a contractor most of my adult life, building out other people's dreams while I told myself I wasn't the sort who needed a big, noisy house to feel like I was going somewhere. But the first evening we ate on the porch, passing salad tongs back and forth while the streetlights blinked awake, I let myself imagine future versions of us. Asher, a little taller. Marin, laughing at a joke I'd tell badly. Me, learning not just where the light switches were, but which ones stuck and needed a nudge. It wasn't a grand vision, just the kind of everyday hope you tuck into your pocket for later. The problem with hope is that it makes a quiet sound when it drops. The second hint of the ground shifting came at a parent-teacher conference. One of those evenings when the hallways at the middle school smell like pencil shavings and permanent marker, and the desks look too small for the people sitting in them. Marin and I sat side by side while Asher's social studies teacher, Ms. Hale, no relation, talked about group projects and deadlines like a coach reviewing formations. Mid-sentence, she said, "I emailed both of you last week about the missing assignment," and Marin turned to me, eyebrows raised. My email was blank. I checked it twice. Ms. Hale scrolled, frowning, then brightened as if she'd discovered the culprit. "Oh, sorry, I must have sent it to Asher's dad." There was nothing wrong with that sentence. It was correct. It just skipped over the space I was trying to stand in. Afterward, in the parking lot, I told Marin it was fine. I wasn't keeping score. I just wanted to be looped in. She squeezed my hand and said, "Of course, Cole." But when we got home and gently asked Asher to add me to his school portal, he said, "Why would I do that? You're not family. Not cruel. Not heated. Just geometry. This belongs here. That belongs over there. And there are rules about how shapes fit. If you tally every small non-invitation, you'll run out of ink." The weekend his grandpa visited and took them both to breakfast without asking if I wanted to come. The day the neighbor kid rang the bell and asked if Asher's mom could drive them to practice because the other guy didn't know the shortcuts. The night Marin's sister called with news, and the speakerphone stayed angled away from me, so I could hear but not be heard. I told myself it wasn't personal, even when it felt personal. I told myself families are like rivers, and sometimes you're just a rock the water figures out how to go around. And yet, every time I made a detour for Asher, buying the better sports socks because his feet blistered, showing him how to replace a bike chain, coaching him on what to say when the teacher you think doesn't like you calls on you anyway, I could see in his eyes that he accepted the help and rejected the helper. There's a special kind of quiet that lives in a boy who has already decided to leave first, so he can't be left. It's the quiet that says, I know what these stories do. I know how they end. It didn't help that Marin wanted peace so badly, she sometimes made a shrine of it. She would build a soft fence around difficult conversations, and when I'd ease my hand over the picket to ask, softly, whether she saw what I saw, Asher's crisp refusals, the way he referred to me as he instead of Cole, when he told stories, she'd go still. He's at an age, she'd say, as if adolescence were a storm we'd all agreed to wait out. I don't want to push him. I didn't either. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if nobody drew a map, he'd treat our home like a wilderness where rules don't apply and whoever yells first wins. I had promised myself I would not become the stereotype, the man who arrives with new rules just to hear himself obeyed. So I did what I've always done when a job gets delicate. I slowed down. I listened. I tried to learn the house's language, the squeak on the third stair, the way the back door needed to be lifted a fraction before it would latch, the difference between Asher's okay and his okay. I remember a Sunday afternoon in November, the day so cold it made the sun look dishonest. Asher had a science project due, a model of a bridge built to scale. He'd put it off and now had that particular teenage frustration that's part panic, part certainty that if the world were fair, deadlines would bend to moods. I offered to help him calculate the load distribution, something I'd actually done on real projects. He shot me a sideways glance, eyes half upon, half shuttered. I'll just ask Mr. Jenkins tomorrow, he said. When I told him it was due tomorrow, he frowned like he'd been tricked. Whatever. Mom says I can turn it in a day late. Marin, folding laundry 2 rooms away, called out. I did not say that, gentle but firm. I gave Asher the tape measure and watched him flip it out and back, brass lips snapping. We can build it together, I said, still trying to tuck the offer in a way that made it easy to accept. He put the tape measure down like he'd set aside an argument, not a tool. I don't need you, he said, not cruel, not heated, just a boy writing the correct label on a box. You're not my dad. It would be convenient to say that was the moment something changed, but it wasn't a thunderclap. People like to tell stories about big breaks. Real life does its damage in drafts. Later that week, I picked him up from practice because Marin worked late. He got in the truck, wrung his hands in his hoodie pocket, and turned the radio dial to a station that sounded like 2 robots arguing in a cave. Halfway home, he cleared his throat and asked, in a tone that tried and failed to be casual, if I could drop him off 2 blocks from the house, because Zach's brother might be outside and he talks a lot. I pulled over 2 blocks early. He opened the door, hesitated, and said, it's just easier. I wanted to say, easier for whom? I wanted to say, do you realize I've memorized which shoes you kick under the bench by the front door, that I know the way your voice loosens when you talk about music, that I have learned your joke timing and left space for the laugh you give when you surprise yourself? I did not say any of that. I said, got it. And he shut the door so gently it felt like a thank you only I could hear. 2 days later, I overheard him on a voice chat telling someone, no, that wasn't my dad. That was my mom's husband. Let me be clear. I never wanted to fight a teenager for territory in his own life. If anything, I wanted to build more of it, add a wing where he could put his hobbies, a quiet loft where he could climb when everything felt loud. But territory has rules whether you write them down or not. And the rule we kept bumping into said that if I stepped toward Asher, someone would whisper that I was stepping over him. Marin's ex started texting more around then. Pictures of a dog he'd adopted, a video of the snow in his new city, a promise to visit soon. Each chime of Marin's phone sounded like a test I hadn't studied for. She tried to be transparent, held the phone where I could see, rolled her eyes when the promises grew grand and improbable. "He's still not great at follow-through," she'd say, and I would nod like a man agreeing that the rain was, in fact, wet. But inside, I could feel a gear clicking forward, Asher's dad floating back into orbit, a bright object he could point to and say, "There, that is where belonging lives." Don't confuse me by offering a different address. When the holidays arrived, the house got merry with effort. I wrestled the tree into the stand and let Asher hang the good ornaments while I took the ones nobody likes and filled in the backs. Marin played a playlist of old favorites and newer songs that try to sound like old favorites. For a few hours, peace felt possible, like something you can set out on a platter and slice for everyone. Then, as we were packing up the ornament boxes, Asher asked if we could skip the weird morning thing on Christmas, our tradition from scratch of cinnamon rolls, coffee, and taking turns reading the little notes we'd tucked into each other's stockings. "It just feels forced," he said, and I could tell by the way he didn't look at me that forced meant me. Marin, caught between us with the tinsel, tried to negotiate. We could make it shorter, we could move it to afternoon, we could do just the notes. Asher shrugged. "I just don't want to pretend we're something we're not." He left it there, and I stood in the living room with my hand on a cardboard box, staring at our reflection in the dark window. A man, a woman, a boy, three shapes that should have made a family in the glass. The glass didn't lie. It just didn't offer captions. What slid the knife in deeper was how courteous Asher could be to me in public. At the grocery store, he'd step aside so I could push the cart. At the rec center, he'd say, "Thanks for the ride," loud enough for his friends to hear. I understood that politeness can be a mask and sometimes a gift. Still, in those moments, I felt like a substitute teacher with a good classroom voice, respected at arm's length, trusted to keep the pencils sharpened. One night, after a game, the boys crowded around, slapping each other on the shoulders, voices cracking in gleeful bursts. "Your dad's truck is nice," one of them told Asher. He didn't even blink. "That's not my dad," he said. I'd heard it before. But this time, the boy looked at me, saw me seeing me, and fumbled. "Oh, sorry, man." I smiled and pretended to be amused. When Asher climbed in, I said, carefully, "You don't have to correct kids like that. It just gets awkward." He didn't look up from his phone. "It would be awkward to lie," he said. The screen lit his face from below, making him look like someone I was still getting to know. Then came the evening that would turn from hint to pattern, from pattern to problem. A Wednesday with the kind of frayed energy that midweek brings. Marin was at a late meeting. I made spaghetti because it felt like the most neutral food on earth, something you can offer without implying a philosophy. I set 2 plates on the table and texted Asher to let him know dinner was ready. 5 minutes. 10. 15. When I knocked on his bedroom door, I heard laughter burst and cut off. "Can we talk for a second?" I asked through the door, and the door opened, slow. He was on a video call with 2 friends, screen propped against a water bottle, everyone's faces little moons in a rectangle sky. "I made dinner," I said. "You can eat later," he said, not unkindly, like we were discussing the weather again. "It'll be cold," I said. "Microwave exists." One of the little moons chirped, and they all laughed, not cruel, but not with me. I felt something wobble inside, the way a table does when you discover one leg is shorter than you thought. "I'd like us to eat together," I said. He tightened his jaw, glanced at the screen, and then said, distinctly, "My mom said I could eat in my room." I didn't know whether that was true. Maybe she had, once. Maybe he was generalizing permission. Maybe he was testing boundaries the way you tap a fence to hear if the chain link rattles. I stepped back, tried again. "It matters to me that we sit down sometimes," I said. "It's not about control. It's about being in the same room." He held my gaze long enough to let me know this wasn't a misunderstanding. Then he said the line that would echo later in the quietest corners of my head. "Why do you care so much? You're not my dad." The friends on the screen went quiet. Their faces tilted, curious. I swallowed. For a heartbeat, rage wasn't even in the catalog. Only the old ache of someone watching a door slide shut. "I care because I live here," I said, more softly than I felt. "I care because I care about your mother. I care because I like you." He nodded like a judge handing down a sentence. "You don't have to," he said. Then he picked up his phone and put his headphones on, which is the modern version of turning your back. I ate at the table alone, the spaghetti going gummy as it cooled. The house hummed, fridge cycling on, heater exhaling, pipes clinking as someone used water upstairs. I tried to picture my way out of the moment. Tomorrow I would apologize for knocking at the wrong time. Tomorrow I would tell him the story of how my own stepfather won me with quiet persistence and the correct wrench size. Tomorrow I would draw a line that wasn't a threat, just a shape for us to fill in. But tomorrow sits on a shelf above tonight, and you can't reach it when your arms are full of the present. When Marin got home, I told her what happened. She put her hands on my shoulders and asked if I was okay in a voice that said she knew the question was insufficient. I said I was, because the truth would require a longer conversation than either of us had energy for. She went upstairs to say goodnight to Asher. I sat there long enough for the streetlights to switch off. That was the first time I caught myself wondering whether I was building a house where I would never be allowed to live. It wasn't a decision, not then. It was a thought I pretended was a stranger that had wandered in and would wander out again. The next morning, the house smelled like toast and shampoo. Asher came downstairs with his backpack half-zipped, Marin with her hair up and her keys in her mouth. "Ride?" I asked, holding up the keys. "We're good," Asher said, and he and Marin traded a look I couldn't read. On the way out, he paused, looked at me like he was measuring something. Distance, maybe, and said, not mean, not sharp, only perfectly precise. "You don't have to try so hard." The door closed. The house sighed. The quiet that followed felt different than other quiets, and I sat in it, listening to what it had to say. The weeks that followed felt like watching a slow leak in a ceiling. Not a sudden flood, but a steady drip that you can't quite patch without tearing half the house apart. Marin kept trying to be the diplomat, smoothing over sharp edges before they could scrape anyone too deep. But diplomacy, when applied too often, starts to look like favoritism to the person who is always asked to give ground. And in this case, that was me. It showed up in the little negotiations that never seemed to go both ways. If Asher wanted to skip dinner, Marin would sigh and let him. If I asked if we could all sit together once or twice a week, the request was labeled pressure. When Asher wanted the newer phone upgrade before his contract was up, Marin said, "We'll make it work, just this once." When I suggested we wait, she smiled at me like I was the one being unreasonable. The message was clear. My job was to adapt. His job was to be accommodated. I told myself this was just temporary, that teens test boundaries, but there was something sharper underneath. It wasn't just boundary testing. It was Asher learning that if he framed me as not real family, he could tilt every scale in his favor. Thanksgiving was the first time the favoritism felt like a performance. Marin's parents came over. The table creaked with turkey and sides, and everyone traded polite laughter while I carved. Asher, phone under the table, barely engaged until his grandfather asked him how school was going. Suddenly, he was animated, telling stories, even making jokes. When Marin's dad glanced at me and said, "Sounds like you're doing a good job, Cole," I smiled. But before I could thank him, Asher cut in smoothly. "That's Mom. She's the one who does everything." The room chuckled, Marin's cheeks flushed, and she reached across to squeeze Asher's hand like he'd just delivered a toast. I sat there with the carving knife still in my hand, realizing I had just been edited out of my own home in front of an audience. December only deepened the rift. Marin had promised we'd plan the holiday together, but every decision seemed to land without me. Asher didn't want me in their matching pajamas photo. He said it would look weird to his friends on Instagram. Marin laughed it off and told me not to take it personally, then posed with him on the couch, their flannel pants matching while I held the camera. Later, when I suggested we could do a separate photo, she said gently, "Maybe next year, when things feel easier." The word "next" was meant to soothe, but it echoed like a postponement of belonging. The manipulation became clearer in January, when Asher started using me as leverage. If he wanted something, he'd angle it through me, knowing Marin would take his side if I pushed back. One evening, he asked if he could stay overnight at a friend's house. I said fine, but reminded him about his unfinished assignments. He rolled his eyes, muttered, "You're not my real dad," and stomped upstairs. 10 minutes later, Marin came down with her phone. "Asher feels like you're being too strict," she said softly. "Maybe just let him go this time." When I asked her if she realized he was triangulating us, she frowned and said, "He's just a kid. Don't make it bigger than it is." But I could see it. He had figured out the formula. Push against me, watch her bend. The pattern grew sharper with every week. Asher's requests grew bolder, Marin's defenses of him more reflexive, and my presence more optional. He started making plans without telling me, knowing his mom would back him. He would sit at the dinner table, tell a story, and leave me out of it entirely, as if narrating a version of his life where I didn't exist. And every time I tried to gently insert myself, to remind him I was here, invested, present, he would find a way to turn it into overstepping. I began to wonder if he wasn't just resisting me, but actively working to erase me. The worst came one Saturday afternoon, when Marin was at work and I drove Asher to basketball practice. He had left his shoes in the back, and as he laced them up in the gym parking lot, he muttered into his phone, "Yeah, my mom's husband drove me." "No, not my dad. I don't have one." He said it casually, but with a precision that made it sting deeper than any outburst could have. I froze, gripping the steering wheel, realizing that for him, I wasn't even a failed father figure. I was simply nothing. That silence, the one he'd left hanging in the car, followed me home. And it was in that silence that I began to wonder, if I was invisible in my own family, what was I holding on to? It was a Thursday evening when the crack in the floorboards finally widened enough to swallow me whole. Marin was working late again, and I'd just gotten home from a job site with dust still clinging to my jeans. The house smelled faintly of garlic and tomato sauce. Asher had heated up leftovers. I dropped my tool bag by the door, called out a hello, and got only the muffled thud of footsteps upstairs in return. I told myself it was fine, normal, just a teenager retreating into his world. But when I went into the kitchen to grab a drink, I noticed something odd. The recycling bin was full of takeout containers, pizza boxes, burger wrappers, 2 milkshake cups with straws still sticky around the rim. All from restaurants Asher liked, none of which I had been invited to. I stood there, trying to piece it together. Marin hadn't mentioned going out. She'd been in meetings until late, which meant Asher had been out with someone else. I checked my phone out of habit, wondering if I had missed a text. Nothing. But the thought stuck. Who had taken him? And then the front door clicked open, and Marin walked in holding a paper bag from the same burger place I'd just seen evidence of. She looked tired but cheerful, kissed me on the cheek, and set the bag on the counter. "Grabbed you something," she said, pulling out a single wrapped sandwich. My stomach tightened. "You already ate?" I asked, even though I knew the answer. She hesitated. "Yeah, we got hungry. Figured I'd bring you one back." "We." "Not I. We." I pressed. "You and Asher went out?" Without telling me. She froze mid-unwrapping, eyes flicking up to mine. "It wasn't a big deal, Cole. He wanted to celebrate finishing his project." You didn't think I'd want to be there," I finished for her. The air in the kitchen felt heavier than it should have. Marin's expression shifted from guilty to defensive. "It wasn't about you. He just wanted time with me. Alone." The words stung more than I expected. Not because I thought I needed every dinner, but because the choice had been made behind my back. Like the family moments were currency, and I wasn't invited to the exchange. I sat at the table, the untouched sandwich in front of me, and tried to swallow the knot forming in my throat. Before I could find the right words, Asher came downstairs, earbuds still dangling from his ears. He glanced at me, then at the bag on the counter, and smirked. "Oh, you got him one?" he asked Marin. She nodded. He shrugged. That's nice. The way he said it wasn't gratitude. It was dismissal, as if I were some neighbor who had been tossed leftovers out of courtesy. I felt something shift inside me, an awareness that this wasn't just about being excluded. It was about being deliberately pushed to the margins. The real betrayal, though, came a week later. It was a Sunday, gray and damp, the kind of day that made the walls of the house feel closer. I went to grab my laptop from the den, and when I sat down at the desk, the screen lit up with a browser window that hadn't been closed. It was Asher's school portal. He must have used my laptop without logging out. I wasn't looking for anything, but my eyes caught on the recent messages tab. And there it was, a thread between Asher and Marin. "Don't tell Cole, okay? He'll make it weird," Asher had written. The message was about their dinner, but it didn't stop there. Scrolling further, I saw other instances. "Let's just do it ourselves. He doesn't need to come. Can it just be you and me this time?" And the worst part, Marin agreeing. Not always eagerly, but consistently. "Sure, just us. Don't worry, I won't say anything." It was like being erased in real time. My wife, the person I thought was my partner, was colluding, even if she thought it was harmless. I sat there staring at the screen until my hands started to shake. It wasn't just a teenager's rebellion anymore. It was sanctioned, encouraged. That night, when I tried to talk to Marin, her first response wasn't apology. It was explanation. Cole, you don't understand. He needs me. He doesn't trust easily. If forcing you into every moment makes him resentful, what good does that do? Her words felt like a verdict. Not about my worth, but about my place. I wasn't to be part of the inner circle. I was to wait at the edges, patient, grateful for scraps, while the real family carried on without me. And in that moment, with her defending secrecy and him smirking in the background, I realized something terrifying. I wasn't fighting for inclusion anymore. I was fighting against deliberate exclusion. They weren't just leaving me out. They were closing the door and locking it behind them. That was the night I stopped wondering whether I was being paranoid. The betrayal wasn't subtle anymore. It was undeniable. And it set the stage for a decision I could feel building in me, like a storm waiting for the right crack of thunder to finally break. The weeks after that discovery felt like walking through a house that wasn't mine, even though my name was on the mortgage. Every creak of the floorboards, every photograph on the mantle, every coffee mug in the cabinet reminded me that I was living in someone else's story. The betrayal had lodged itself in me like a splinter, impossible to ignore, and yet I said nothing. I couldn't, not without turning the fragile peace into open war. So instead, I shrank. I pulled back. And in the pulling back, I began to see just how invisible I had already become. Dinner became the first casualty. I stopped insisting on us eating together, and soon enough, Marin and Asher started making plans without even mentioning it. Some nights, I'd come home to find them on the couch with takeout containers between them, watching a show they both liked, their laughter bubbling through the living room. My footsteps in the doorway felt like an intrusion. Marin would look up, startled, and say, "Oh, you're home. Want some?" Always after the fact. Always an afterthought. I'd smile, shake my head, and retreat to the kitchen, where the fridge light became my dinner companion. The second casualty was the little traditions I tried to build. Sunday mornings, I used to make pancakes, a ritual born from my childhood, something I thought could be ours. After that night in October, when Asher dismissed me over orange juice, I tried to keep it alive anyway. But by December, neither of them came down for breakfast. The last Sunday I bothered, I sat at the table alone with a plate stacked high, the butter melting into golden circles, and listened to muffled laughter drifting from upstairs. The pancakes grew cold, then hard, and eventually, so did something in me. It wasn't just about meals, though. It was the silence. Marin and Asher had their own rhythm, their own inside jokes, their own shorthand glances. And when I tried to join, the beat always skipped. One night, I walked into the living room to find them scrolling through old photos on Marin's laptop, vacations, birthdays, moments from before me. They looked so absorbed, so content, that I lingered in the doorway for a full minute before Marin noticed. She closed the laptop gently, as if tucking away a secret, and said, "We were just looking at old times." The message was clear. This was their past, their bond, and I had no place in it. I began spending more time at work, volunteering for longer hours, taking on extra projects. It was easier to lose myself in drywall and blueprints than to sit in a house that hummed with life, but left me out of its current. Colleagues started joking that I was married to the job, and I laughed along, because in a way, they were right. At least there, I knew my value. At least there, my presence mattered. At home, my value was eroding quietly. Asher no longer looked at me when he spoke, if he spoke at all. Marin, caught between us, chose the path of least resistance every time, which meant choosing him. I stopped trying to correct it. I stopped asking to be included. Instead, I became a ghost in my own house, present, but silent, moving around them without disturbing the air. But ghosts see things. And what I saw, more and more clearly, was the truth. I had already been written out. My suffering wasn't loud. It was quiet, the kind of ache that comes from absence rather than blows. But in that silence, a thought began to take shape, fragile at first, then sharper with every passing day. If I couldn't belong here, then maybe I shouldn't stay here. I didn't say it out loud. I didn't even admit it fully to myself. But I started moving differently, leaving tools at the job site instead of bringing them home, letting the laundry pile up in my corner of the closet, as if I wouldn't be needing it for long. checking my savings account more often, calculating silently how far it would carry me if I walked away. At night, lying beside Marin, I listened to her breathing and wondered if she noticed the space growing between us. Some nights, I caught her hand twitch toward her phone on the nightstand, as if she was waiting for a text, even in her sleep. I never asked who she hoped it might be. Rock bottom wasn't one single moment. It was the accumulation of all the small ones, the untouched dinners, the unshared jokes, the invitations that never reached me. It was realizing that the house was warm, but I was cold, that the laughter was real, but not for me. And in that quiet, where the suffering settled heavy on my chest, I began to plan. Not out of spite, not even out of anger, but out of the desperate clarity that sometimes the only way to be seen is to disappear. When I finally started pulling away, it wasn't with slammed doors or shouted words. It was quiet, deliberate, like easing a boat from a dock in the middle of the night. I'd already learned silence was my only weapon in that house, but now I began wielding it differently, not as surrender, but as a boundary. Instead of waiting for an invitation, I built a life outside those walls. And for the first time in months, maybe years, I felt myself breathing without asking permission. It started at work. I've been a contractor most of my life, but I'd always stayed in the safe lane, steady projects, enough to pay the bills, never enough to change the game. With more time on my hands and less energy wasted trying to wedge myself into a family that wouldn't hold me, I said yes to bigger jobs. I took a renovation project downtown that other contractors had turned down because of its scope, a crumbling old warehouse meant to be turned into loft apartments. It was a mess, mold, outdated wiring, structural issues, but I threw myself into it. My crew noticed. My clients noticed. And soon, so did people I hadn't even met. Word of mouth is currency in my line of work, and my name started circulating in rooms I'd never been invited into before. An architect I respected reached out about partnering on future builds. A property developer asked me to bid on projects I wouldn't have dared to touch a year earlier. For the first time in a long time, I felt powerful, not because anyone handed me respect, but because I had earned it on my own terms. Every blueprint signed, every beam raised was a reminder that I had worth, even if my own family refused to see it. The money followed, not in a flashy way at first, but in steady, undeniable increments. The kind of money that changes possibilities. I upgraded my truck, not to show off, but because I needed something that could handle the workload. I invested in better tools for my crew, and their loyalty deepened in return. One of them, a younger guy named Matteo, told me one day, "Boss, you've got a reputation now. People know you finish strong." That sentence stayed with me longer than it should have, maybe because it was exactly the kind of acknowledgement I never got at home. Outside of work, I began filling my evenings differently. Instead of sitting in the kitchen listening to muffled laughter upstairs, I started going to the gym again. I reconnected with an old friend from college, David, who had just moved back to town. We met up for coffee, then dinner, and before long, we were laughing like we hadn't lost a decade. He asked me how things were at home, and though I didn't spill everything, I admitted I felt displaced. He didn't pity me. He just listened, then said, "Maybe it's time you stopped waiting for a seat at a table that isn't set for you." That line became a kind of mantra. I stopped waiting. I started traveling on weekends when I didn't have projects. Small trips at first, driving upstate to hike trails I hadn't seen in years, renting a cabin for a night just to sit by a fire without hearing the constant low hum of rejection in the background. Every time I came back, the house felt a little less like a cage. I could feel myself loosening, as if some invisible rope had been tugging at my chest for too long, and I was finally letting it unwind. Marin noticed, of course. She'd ask where I'd been, why I didn't wait for them before making plans. I'd answer calmly, no edge in my voice. "I figured you had your own thing going." She'd frown, like she couldn't quite place the new rhythm. Asher, for his part, barely looked up. If anything, my absence seemed to confirm what he'd been trying to prove all along, that I didn't belong. But what he didn't see was how that very absence was giving me strength. Because while they tightened their circle, I expanded mine. Clients respected me. Friends valued me. Strangers paid me for my skill and left me with gratitude. Each day, I carried a little less of their rejection and a little more of my own worth. My name, my work, my presence, They were being recognized in ways that no teenager's cutting remark could erase. And deep down, though I never said it aloud, I began to see the power in my silence. They thought I was fading, irrelevant. But what they didn't realize was that I was building. I was laying foundations elsewhere, stronger ones. Ones that didn't crumble under the weight of dismissal. It was in that quiet growth, financial, personal, emotional, that the first seeds of a different kind of plan began to take root. Not just leaving, not just escaping, but leaving in a way that they would feel the absence, taste it, choke on it. A silence so heavy it would force them to hear what they had been refusing to listen to all along. The turning point didn't arrive with fireworks or confrontation. It came the way most life-altering moments do, quietly, slipping into place while no one else was paying attention. By the time I realized what I had in my hands, the setup for revenge had already begun. It started with the warehouse project. The developer, a sharp but fair guy named Lyle, asked me to stay on after completion as his go-to contractor for future builds. He didn't just want my labor, he wanted my judgment. He'd seen how I solved problems under pressure, how I turned chaos into something livable, and he trusted me. For a man who'd been treated like an afterthought in his own house, that trust was a kind of oxygen. Soon, I was sitting in meetings I never thought I'd be invited to, rooms with architects, investors, and city planners. At first, I sat quietly, learning the rhythm, but little by little, I realized my voice carried weight. When I made a suggestion, people took notes. When I laid out a plan, they followed it. I wasn't just a contractor anymore. I was becoming a partner. The money shifted again, more quickly this time. With each project, I carved out a bigger stake. My accounts grew in a way that almost embarrassed me. I didn't talk about it at home. Maren never asked, and Asher certainly didn't care, but I knew. I knew I was building something far bigger than a paycheck. Power, influence, independence. All the things that couldn't be taken from me by a teenager's sneer or a spouse's silence. But what made it interesting, what turned it from personal growth into potential revenge, was how much of my life outside the house remained invisible to them. Maren and Asher still treated me like the quiet extra in their family story, assuming I was fading into irrelevance. They had no idea that while they closed ranks, I was building an empire under their noses. The contrast was almost surreal. In one world, I was dismissed, ignored, erased. In the other, I was respected, valued, and even sought after. And the two worlds were on a collision course. The setup deepened in unexpected ways. David, my old college friend, turned out to have contacts in finance. Over a long dinner one night, I told him about the contracts I was signing and the money flowing in. He leaned back in his chair, whistled low, and said, "Cole, you don't realize it yet, but you're sitting on a foundation most people would kill for. You don't need anyone's permission anymore. You can choose who gets to stand beside you." His words hit me like a hammer. For so long, I had been trying to win permission, to belong in a family that didn't want me. But out here, in the world I was building, I didn't need permission. I only needed clarity. And clarity came one evening when I returned home earlier than usual. Maren and Asher were in the living room, laughing over something on his phone. I set down my keys quietly, and before they noticed me, I heard him say, "See? I told you he doesn't matter. He's barely even around anymore." Maren didn't correct him. She didn't defend me. She just sighed, a soft sound, almost indulgent, and said, "Let's not talk about it right now." That silence, her silence, spoke louder than words. They thought my absence was weakness. They thought I was shrinking. What they didn't know was that I was preparing. That night, I lay awake, the decision forming in me with sharp edges. I wasn't going to explode, to scream, to demand they see me. That would only prove their point. No, I would let them have exactly what they said they wanted. A house without me. A life where I didn't matter. And I would leave it in such a way that they would feel every square inch of the silence I left behind. Because here's the truth I had finally learned. Sometimes revenge isn't about words or confrontation. Sometimes it's about stepping out so completely, so suddenly, that the echo of your absence fills the room louder than your presence ever could. And thanks to the power I'd built outside those walls, I finally had the means to do it. Not just walk away, but walk away clean, strong, untouchable. All I needed was the right moment. And I could feel it coming, like a storm pressing down on the horizon, waiting for the first crack of thunder. The moment came sooner than I expected. It was a Saturday in late spring, one of those deceptively warm days where the air hums with the promise of summer. Marin had suggested a family dinner, a phrase that by then felt hollow, though I went along anyway. She made reservations at a nice place downtown, one I knew Asher liked because his friends hung out there after games. I wore a collared shirt, washed the dust from my hands, and told myself this was just another performance. What I didn't tell them was that I had already made my decision, and that night was going to be my stage. We sat down at a corner booth, menus open, and for the first 10 minutes, everything was polite. Marin asked Asher about school. He gave short answers, more interested in scrolling through his phone. When the waiter came, Marin ordered for both of them without even glancing at me, like it was second nature. I placed my orders separately, quietly. The food came, conversation drifted, and just as the plates were cleared, Asher leaned back, crossed his arms, and delivered the line that would seal it. "You don't have to keep coming to these things," he said, not cruelly, not even angrily. Just factually, the way someone points out that the sky is blue. "It's not like you're really family. Mom and I can do it ourselves." Marin didn't flinch. She didn't correct him. She just gave me that tired look she'd given 100 times before, the one that begged me not to make a scene. And in that silence, hers, his, the restaurant's hum all around us, I knew it was time. I reached into my jacket pocket and set 2 envelopes on the table. One with Marin's name on it, one with Asher's. "You're right," I said, my voice calm, steady. "I don't have to keep coming. And after tonight, I won't." They both stared, confused. Marin reached for her envelope, opened it, and froze. Inside was a check, large enough to cover the remaining mortgage payments on the house. Paid in full. Beside it, a typed letter, my formal notice that I was walking away, signed and dated. Asher opened his envelope next. Inside was nothing but silence on paper. A blank page, folded neatly, with a single line at the bottom in my handwriting. "You got exactly what you wanted." The color drained from his face, though he tried to mask it with a smirk. Marin, meanwhile, looked up at me, her lips parting as if to speak, but no words came. For once, their silence was heavier than mine. I stood, slid my chair back carefully so it didn't scrape, and said, "Enjoy your dinner." Then I left. No shouting, no dramatics, just absence. When I stepped outside into the warm night air, I didn't feel relief right away. What I felt was weight, the kind that comes after carrying something for too long. But beneath it, there was something sharper. Power. Because for years I had been invisible in that house. And now, in walking away, I had made myself unforgettable. The revenge wasn't in the check or the letter. It was in the silence that would follow me out the door, the silence that would settle into their house like a ghost. Every dinner without me. Every holiday missing my chair. Every laugh interrupted by the question neither of them would say aloud. What have we done? And I knew, deep down, that silence would be louder than anything I could have shouted. The fallout didn't erupt in a single explosion. It spread like cracks through glass, slow and unstoppable. By the time Marin realized I was truly gone, it was already too late. I moved out the following week, quietly, efficiently. My things were packed in boxes before she could muster an argument, my name scrubbed from the bills, my presence erased from the routines of their home. Except, of course, it wasn't erased at all. It lingered. I could feel it in the way Marin's voice trembled when she called me a month later, asking why the house felt so unbearably quiet. At first, she tried to cover it with casual words. "It's strange not having you here," she said over the phone, her tone too light, like she was auditioning for indifference. But by the end of the call, her voice cracked. "I didn't think you meant it. I thought you were just angry." I didn't respond with anger or forgiveness. I simply said, "I told you I wouldn't fight." And then I ended the call. The silence after that was her answer. For Asher, the consequences came slower, but sharper. Without me in the picture, his world shrank. Marin had always stretched herself thin trying to be both parents, but with no one to share the load, the cracks in her patience began to show. She couldn't drive him to every practice, attend every event, or smooth over every rough edge. His biological father made a few promises, but as always, they dissolved before they materialized. And Asher, who once smirked and said I wasn't his real dad, started to feel the emptiness where my presence had been. One evening months later, I heard from a mutual acquaintance that Asher had been dropped off late to a game. He'd walked into the gym alone, No one in the bleachers for him. Someone asked if his parents were coming. He'd shrugged and said, "It's just me tonight." I imagined the echo of his own words, the ones he had thrown at me so casually. "You're not my dad." I wondered if he realized now what he had really asked for. As for me, my life only widened. The projects flourished, my reputation grew, and the independence I had built became not just survival, but triumph. The silence that once suffocated me became fuel. I spent weekends traveling, investing, living without apology. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel invisible. I felt unshakable. The last time I saw them was almost a year after I left. I was downtown, walking into a restaurant to meet David. Through the glass, I spotted Marin and Asher at a table near the window. They weren't laughing. They weren't animated. They were eating in silence, both staring at their plates. For a moment, neither of them noticed me. And in that moment, I saw it, the consequence they could never outrun. They had gotten exactly what they wanted, a family without me. And it looked nothing like what they thought it would. Asher glanced up, saw me through the glass, and froze. His fork paused midair, eyes wide, his face pale in the reflection. Marin followed his gaze, her hand tightening around her glass until her knuckles whitened. I met their eyes for a single, unbroken second. Then I turned and walked inside, not toward them, but past them, into a different life entirely. And as I sat down at my own table, laughter already bubbling from the friends waiting for me, I realized the final truth. Sometimes the loudest revenge isn't in what you say or do. It's in what you leave behind. The silence they mocked had become my weapon, and it was the one thing they could never escape. I was 27 when this whole mess started, and I thought I had my life more or less figured out. My name's Caleb, and at the time I was living in a small but cozy apartment downtown, working a job that I actually liked, rare enough in itself, and dating a woman I thought I could see a future with. Her name was Rachel. She was smart, charming, the kind of person who could walk into any room and have everyone's attention without even trying. I loved that about her, or at least I thought I did. Things started off great between us, but over the past few months, something had shifted. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Late-night texts she wouldn't let me see, girls' nights that suddenly included guys she swore were just friends, and a general air of defensiveness anytime I asked where she'd been. I wasn't jealous by nature, but my gut was telling me something wasn't right. The moment it all really clicked was on a random Thursday night. She'd come home late, smelling like expensive cologne that definitely wasn't mine, and instead of offering any explanation, she laughed when I asked who she was with. "You worry too much, Caleb," she said, kicking off her shoes like she didn't have a care in the world. "If you can't handle me partying with my ex, maybe we should break up." I just stood there, staring at her, stunned into silence. My chest felt tight, not from anger, at least not yet, but from that deep kind of disappointment that knocks the air out of you. I'd bent over backwards to make this relationship work, supported her through her job changes, even helped her pay off part of her student debt when she was in a rough patch. And here she was, looking me in the eye like it was no big deal to spend her weekends with the guy she used to date. I smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. "Good idea," I said quietly, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of surprise on her face. She clearly hadn't expected me to call her bluff. That night, I barely slept. My mind was racing, not just about Rachel, but about everything. My job, my future, the quiet feeling that I'd been holding myself back. There had been an open promotion at work for months now, one that would require me to relocate across the country. I'd been hesitating because Rachel said she wasn't ready to leave her family, her friends, her whole life here. I'd said no because I thought we had a future together. But by sunrise, my decision was made. The next day, I walked into my boss's office and accepted the promotion on the spot. My boss was thrilled. Apparently, they'd been hoping I'd take it. I signed the paperwork, set a move date for 2 weeks out, and by the end of the day, I was packing boxes in my apartment while Rachel sent me passive-aggressive texts about how dramatic I was being. It felt surreal, like I was watching someone else's life play out. But underneath the numbness, there was a growing sense of freedom. I wasn't just leaving Rachel behind. I was leaving behind the version of myself that kept settling for less than I deserved. A few days later, Rachel finally seemed to realize I wasn't bluffing. She texted me, "Can we talk?" I didn't respond right away. Instead, I waited until I was standing in my brand new apartment, miles away from everything that had been tying me down. The place was empty except for a single box in my suitcase, but I'd never felt lighter. I snapped a photo of the apartment keys on the counter, the city skyline visible through the window, and sent it to her with a simple message. Talk about what? Her reply came almost instantly, a flood of texts I didn't bother to read right away. And that's when everything with my family started to spiral. See, Rachel wasn't just my girlfriend. She was close with my sister, and apparently, she'd been filling my family's ears with her side of the story. When I called my mom to tell her about the move, she didn't congratulate me. Instead, she asked if I was really leaving just because Rachel went out with a few friends. It hit me like a slap. This wasn't just about Rachel anymore. Suddenly, I was the bad guy in my own family, the one who was running away instead of working things out. My dad made a comment about how I was being immature, and my sister accused me of abandoning everyone. I tried to explain, calmly at first, that this was about more than just one night out, that I'd been feeling disrespected for months. But no one seemed to want to hear my side. And that's when I realized something ugly. Maybe it wasn't just Rachel who had been treating me like my feelings didn't matter. Maybe my whole family had gotten a little too comfortable with me being the one who kept everything together, who stayed close by, who never rocked the boat. It was a sobering thought, and for the first time, I started to wonder if this move might be about more than just a job. It might be my first real shot at living life on my own terms. But the more I pulled away, the more pressure they put on me. Calls, texts, even my sister showing up unannounced one night, demanding I sit down and just talk to Rachel before I made such a big mistake. That was the night I snapped. I told her I wasn't making a mistake. I was finally making a choice. And I wasn't going to let anyone guilt me out of it. But as I watched her storm out of my apartment, I had a sinking feeling this was only the beginning. My family had never handled being told no very well, and something told me they weren't done trying to drag me back into the mess I'd just escaped. And I was right. When my sister stormed out that night, I thought maybe she just needed time to cool off. Maybe she'd call me in a day or two with an apology, or at least be willing to listen. That was wishful thinking. The very next morning, my phone lit up with a barrage of texts, not from her, but from my mom. Your sister is very upset, Mom wrote. You owe her an apology. I just stared at the screen for a moment, dumbfounded. I owed her an apology? For what? For saying no to being pressured back into a relationship I didn't want? For refusing to sit in the same room as a woman who treated my boundaries like they were optional? I took a deep breath and typed back. Mom, I'm not apologizing. I'm moving. My decision is final. Her reply came just a minute later. This isn't just about you, Caleb. We are a family. You can't just run away whenever things get hard. Something about that word, run, hit me hard. They were acting like I was a child throwing a tantrum, not an adult making a considered choice about his own life. I set the phone down, feeling that old familiar heaviness creep back into my chest. The truth is, I had always been the easy kid. My brother, Mason, was the golden child, the loud, charming one who could do no wrong. Growing up, Mason was the one who got into trouble, came home past curfew, flunked classes, but he always managed to charm his way out of real consequences. Meanwhile, I did everything right. Good grades, part-time jobs, saved money, stayed out of trouble. And yet, somehow, I was always the one told to compromise for the sake of keeping the peace. This was just another repeat of that same old pattern. Mason had already texted me once since the breakup with a simple, bro, just chill. She's hot. Don't be dumb. That was his idea of brotherly advice. Stay with a girl who openly disrespects you because she's attractive. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I got. My move wasn't just about Rachel anymore. It was about finally stepping out of the shadow of my family's expectations. But they weren't going to let me go without a fight. That weekend, I went to drop off some of my old stuff at my parents' garage, things I didn't want to bring across the country, but didn't want to throw away either. When I pulled into the driveway, my stomach sank. Rachel's car was parked out front. I almost turned around right then, but I told myself maybe she was just here to pick up her own things. Maybe this would be a quick, quiet exchange. The moment I walked into the house, I knew I was wrong. My entire family was sitting in the living room. Mom, Dad, Mason, and Rachel, like some kind of intervention. Caleb, my mom said, her voice tight but oddly rehearsed. We all think you're making a huge mistake. I looked at her, then at Rachel, who had the audacity to look offended, like I was the one who had betrayed her. "I didn't come here to have a family meeting," I said carefully. "I came to drop off some boxes." My dad stood up, crossing his arms. "You can't just throw away a good relationship over something so small." That's when something in me finally snapped. "Small?" I repeated, my voice rising. "You think me being lied to for months is small? You think my girlfriend spending every weekend with her ex is small? You think me being laughed at when I try to talk about it is small?" The room went quiet for a moment, and for a brief second, I thought maybe they'd finally understood. But then Mason laughed. "Man, you're so dramatic," he said, shaking his head. "It's not like she cheated. You just can't handle a little competition." I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. It was like every childhood memory of being brushed aside, every time Mason got away with something while I was told to be the bigger person, came flooding back all at once. I put the boxes down on the floor and said, "I'm done. I'm not discussing this anymore." But as I turned to leave, Rachel spoke up for the first time. "You're just proving everyone right, Caleb. You always run when things get hard. You'll never have a real relationship if you can't learn to forgive." That one stung. Not because I thought she was right, but because I could see my parents nodding along, silently agreeing with her. I left without another word, got into my car, and just sat there gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. I should have felt relieved to finally say my piece, but instead I felt hollow. I'd never been the kind of person to yell, to walk out on my family, but that's exactly what I'd just done. That night, I didn't pack a single box. I just sat in my apartment and stared at the wall, wondering if maybe they were right, if maybe I was overreacting. But then my phone buzzed again. It was Mason, and this time he wasn't even pretending to be helpful. "You know Mom's crying right now because of you? She says she doesn't even know who you are anymore. Hope you're happy." Something about that text snapped me out of my spiral. I realized they weren't trying to understand me. They were trying to manipulate me. They wanted me to feel guilty enough to undo the decision I'd made, to keep playing my old role as the peacemaker. And for the first time, I decided I wasn't going to play it. Over the next few days, I doubled down on my preparations for the move. I called the movers, signed my new lease, and started clearing out my apartment. But the pushback only got worse. My mom started calling every night, leaving voicemails about how family should come first. Mason posted a photo of him, Rachel, and my parents having dinner together with the caption, "Family night," heart emoji. It felt like they were all teaming up just to show me how replaceable I was. By the end of the week, I was done feeling guilty. In fact, I was starting to feel something new, determination. If they wanted me to be the villain for choosing myself for once, fine. I'd play the part. And then came the phone call that changed everything. The one that pushed me from quietly leaving to actively planning how I was going to reclaim my life on my own terms. It was from my dad. And what he said made me realize just how far they were willing to go to keep me under control. When my dad called that Friday evening, I almost didn't answer. I'd been ignoring most of their calls that week, but something about seeing Dad on the screen made me pause. Part of me still wanted to believe he'd finally hear me out, that he'd say something like, "Son, I get it. Do what's best for you." So I swiped to answer. "Caleb," he said immediately, skipping the pleasantries. "We need to talk. Face to face." My stomach sank. "About what?" "About this nonsense with Rachel," he said. "Your mother and I have been talking, and we think you're making a huge mistake throwing away a good thing." I rubbed my forehead, already feeling the tension building. "Dad, I told you, this isn't up for debate. I'm not staying in a relationship that doesn't respect me." He sighed, long and heavy, the way he always did when he thought I was being difficult. "Caleb, you're not thinking clearly. You've always been too emotional. That's why we did what we did." I froze. "What do you mean, what you did?" There was a long pause before he answered. "Rachel called us crying the night you broke things off. She didn't know what to do. So we told her to come stay here for a while until you came to your senses." It took me a second to process what he was saying. "You what?" "She needed support, Caleb," he said, like this was the most obvious thing in the world. "She's family too." I felt like someone had punched me in the chest. "She's not family," I said quietly. "She was my girlfriend." "Was? And you invited her to live with you?" "For now," Dad said. "We just don't want you to make a rash decision. If you could just sit down with her, talk like adults." "Like adults?" I cut him off, my voice sharper than I intended. "Dad," she humiliated me. She laughed in my face and told me I should be fine with her partying with her ex every weekend. And your solution is to let her move in with you. She's going through a lot, he said, completely unfazed by my anger. She needs stability right now. We all do. And you blowing up your life like this isn't helping anyone. That was it. That was the moment the last thread of trust one had snapped. Dad, I said, my voice shaking now, not from fear but from pure rage. You chose her over me. You didn't even bother to ask for my side of the story before you gave my girlfriend, my ex, a room in your house. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? There was silence on the line, and then he said, You're overreacting. I hung up. For a long time, I just sat there on my couch, phone still in my hand, staring at nothing. My mind was buzzing, but at the same time, everything felt strangely quiet, like a switch had flipped. This wasn't just about Rachel anymore. It hadn't been for a while, but now it was clear. My own parents had sided with the person who hurt me the most, without hesitation, without even bothering to ask me how I felt. They'd crossed a line, one I couldn't pretend away. The next day, I drove to my parents' house. I didn't text ahead, didn't call. I just showed up, parked in the driveway, and walked up to the front door. I could see Rachel's car parked at the curb, and for a moment, I almost turned back. But I didn't. My mom answered the door, and her face lit up, like she thought this meant I was coming around. Caleb, she said, stepping aside to let me in. We're so glad you came. I didn't smile. Where's Dad? In the kitchen, she said, hesitating. And Rachel's here too. We were just having lunch. Of course she was. I walked into the kitchen, and there they were. Dad at the head of the table, Mason scrolling on his phone, and Rachel sitting comfortably like she'd been there for weeks. When she saw me, her face shifted into what I can only describe as a smug smile. Caleb, she said softly, like she was the injured party here. I'm so glad you came. We really need to talk. I ignored her and looked at my dad. I want my stuff, I said flatly. Anything I left here, I'm taking it today. Dad frowned. Caleb, sit down. You're being childish. We just want to help you work through this. I turned to leave, but then I heard Mason snicker under his breath. Guess Mom was right, he muttered. You really can't handle a woman with a past. That was the final straw. I spun back around, my voice sharper than I'd ever heard it. This isn't about her past, Mason. This is about respect. Something none of you seem to understand. Rachel started to say something, but I cut her off. And you? I said, my voice low. I don't ever want to see you again. Not here, not at my parents' house, not anywhere. You lost that right the night you told me I should be okay with you running back to your ex. The room went silent. No one moved. I grabbed the boxes of my things from the garage, loaded them into my car, and drove off without saying another word. By the time I got back to my apartment, my phone was blowing up with missed calls and texts. Mom begging me to please come back so we can talk this out. Dad accusing me of tearing this family apart. Mason sending me memes mocking me for being dramatic. But the message that hit the hardest was from Rachel. You're not just losing me, Caleb. You're losing your family. Think about that before it's too late. I sat there staring at the screen for a long time, feeling this strange mix of heartbreak and clarity. They were trying to corner me, to make me choose between myself and them. And for the first time in my life, I was ready to choose myself, no matter what it cost me. But if they thought I was just going to quietly disappear while they played happy family with my ex, they were about to learn just how wrong they were. Because that night, as I packed another box, I made a decision. I wasn't just going to leave. I was going to make sure they understood exactly what they'd thrown away, and I was going to do it in a way they'd never forget. That night was the first time I really felt what it meant to be alone. I sat on the floor of my half-empty apartment, surrounded by open boxes, and listened to the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind of silence you get on a quiet morning. It was heavy, pressing down on me, making the space feel smaller with every minute that passed. Up until that point, I had always assumed that no matter what happened, no matter how bad things got, my family would at least be in my corner. Sure, we had our disagreements. Sure, Mason got most of the praise growing up while I got told to be the bigger person. But at the end of the day, I believed they cared about me, about my happiness. But that night, staring at the walls that felt closer than ever, I realized they didn't care about what was best for me. They cared about what was easiest for them, what kept their version of family harmony intact. And that version apparently included my ex-girlfriend having a seat at their table and me being expected to swallow my pride so no one had to feel uncomfortable. The weight of that hit me all at once. I didn't cry. I thought I might, but no tears came. Instead, I felt this dull ache in my chest, like someone had scooped out everything inside and left nothing but a hollow echo. The next morning, I woke up on the floor, my back sore from falling asleep there, and for a few moments, I forgot where I was. Then my phone buzzed and reality came rushing back. It was another voicemail from my mom. "Caleb, please just come over. We can fix this. Rachel is still here, and she wants to talk to you. This is your chance to make things right." Make things right. The phrase made my stomach turn, as if the responsibility was mine, as if I was the one who had broken something. I didn't call her back. Instead, I dragged myself into the kitchen, made coffee, and sat at the counter staring at my phone. I thought about deleting every number in my contacts that had caused me pain this week. My parents, Mason, even Rachel's. I thought about blocking them all, cutting the cord completely. But something in me hesitated. Maybe it was habit, maybe it was fear, but I couldn't quite bring myself to press block. It felt too final, too much like admitting defeat. So I left the phone face down on the counter and forced myself to get through the day. I went to work. I smiled when my coworkers asked how the move was going, and I pretended everything was fine. But when I got home that night, the loneliness was waiting for me. The thing about betrayal is that it doesn't just hurt because of what someone did, it hurts because of who they are. My dad's voice kept replaying in my head, calm and authoritative, as if his decision to let Rachel move in was logical and justified. My mom's pleas kept echoing, not asking how I was feeling, but begging me to make things right so she wouldn't have to deal with the tension. And then there was Mason, laughing at me like I was the punchline to one of his jokes. I sat in the dark for a long time that night, phone buzzing occasionally with messages I didn't check, until a thought crept into my head that made me sit up straighter. I didn't have to fight them head on. I didn't have to yell, or argue, or prove anything to them. I could simply move on, but do it so fully, so completely, that they would feel the absence of me in a way they couldn't ignore. The thought was both terrifying and liberating. I started making lists, actual lists, written on paper, of everything I needed to do before the move. Close out the lease. Set up utilities in the new apartment. Schedule the movers. Sell or donate furniture I didn't need. It was almost mechanical, the way I threw myself into it. Every time the ache in my chest got too heavy, I would check off another item on the list. It was a small victory, but it reminded me that my life was still moving forward, even if my family didn't approve. I also started going through old photos and letters, deciding what to keep and what to throw away. That was harder than I expected, seeing snapshots of birthdays and holidays, smiling faces around a dinner table where I no longer felt welcome. There was one photo in particular that stopped me cold. A Christmas picture from 2 years ago, me and Rachel sitting on the couch while my parents stood behind us, all of us smiling like we belonged together. I held it in my hands for a long time before quietly slipping it into the trash bag. By the end of that week, my apartment looked emptier than ever, but my head felt clearer. The loneliness was still there, but it was quieter now, replaced by something harder, sharper, resolve. I started thinking about what life would look like once I moved. New city, new job, no ties holding me back. No guilt trips. No unexpected interventions with my ex sitting in my parents' kitchen. The thought was intoxicating. And yet, every time I felt that little spark of excitement, I'd get another text from my mom reminding me that they hadn't given up on me fixing things with Rachel. One night, she even sent me a photo of Rachel cooking dinner in their kitchen, as if that would convince me to come over. That was when I realized my quiet walking away wasn't going to be enough. If I just left without saying anything, they'd tell themselves whatever story made them feel better, that I was being dramatic, that I'd come crawling back eventually, that they had done nothing wrong. No, I needed them to understand. I needed them to see, really see, that their choices had consequences. And so, late one night, I pulled out my notebook again. This time, I didn't write a to-do list. This time, I started mapping out a plan, not just for leaving, but for making sure my family finally took me seriously. I wasn't sure what that plan would look like yet, but I knew one thing. I was done letting them control the narrative. By the time I put the pen down, it was well past midnight. But for the first time in weeks, I slept through the night. Because now, it wasn't just about surviving the betrayal. It was about what came next. Something shifted in me after that night. I woke up with more energy than I'd felt in weeks, like the act of putting my plan on paper had cleared a fog I didn't realize I'd been living under. I poured myself coffee, sat down with my notebook again, and began refining the plan. It wasn't revenge, not yet, but it was clarity. A roadmap. The first step was simple: detach completely. I muted the family group chat, unfollowed Rachel on every social platform, and blocked Mason's number after he sent me another mocking meme. I didn't announce it. I didn't warn anyone. I just disappeared from their digital world. At first, the silence was unsettling. No texts buzzing, no calls, no notifications from the group chat lighting up my screen. But then I realized it was peaceful. The extra headspace did something to me. At work, I found myself more focused than ever. Instead of checking my phone every hour or replaying family drama in my head, I threw myself into projects. My boss noticed almost immediately. "Whatever you're doing," he said with a grin during our weekly meeting, "keep it up. You're on fire lately." That comment stuck with me all day. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't Caleb the peacemaker or Caleb the good son. I was just Caleb, a man doing his job well, living his own life. With the promotion officially in motion, HR started walking me through relocation benefits, and I was stunned at how generous they were. They were covering the movers, part of my first month's rent, and even giving me a stipend to furnish my new place. It felt like everything was lining up, like the universe was quietly nudging me forward. In the evenings, I started jogging through the park near my apartment. It wasn't something I'd ever had the habit of doing, but there was something therapeutic about putting on headphones, feeling the cool night air, and just running until my chest burned. Every step felt like I was shedding the weight of the past few months, leaving it behind on the pavement. After a week of that routine, I noticed I was sleeping better, eating better, even smiling more at strangers. But the real turning point came one Saturday morning when I was packing a box of books and found an old leather journal I hadn't opened in years. It was full of notes, ideas, and sketches from when I was fresh out of college. All the dreams I had about starting my own business one day, or writing a book, or traveling the country. I sat there on the floor flipping through those pages and realized something. For the past few years, I'd been living small, playing it safe, saying no to opportunities because they might inconvenience someone else. And here I was, finally saying yes to myself. That afternoon, I drove across town to visit my new apartment for the first time since signing the lease. It was still empty, but standing in that space, imagining where everything would go, I felt a rush of excitement I hadn't felt since I was a kid. I snapped a few photos: the big windows, the view of the city, the balcony where I could picture myself having coffee on quiet mornings, and saved them to my phone. I didn't send them to anyone, not yet, but just having them felt like holding on to a secret victory. Meanwhile, the silence from my family was starting to break. My mom left another voicemail, this time her voice sounding tighter, more worried. "Caleb, honey, we haven't heard from you in days. I wish you'd just talk to us. Rachel's still here. She says she's sorry and just wants to explain. Can't you give her 5 minutes?" But the thing was, for the first time, I didn't want to give them 5 minutes. Every day I kept my distance. I could feel my resolve hardening, my spine straightening. The following week, my boss sent me to the new city for 2 days to meet my future team. It was supposed to be a simple orientation trip, but it ended up being exactly what I needed. The new office was bright, full of energy, and everyone seemed genuinely excited to have me join them. We went out for lunch as a team, laughed over stories, and I couldn't help but notice how refreshing it felt to be around people who only knew me as the new guy with great ideas, not as someone's son or brother or boyfriend. That night, I checked into the hotel, sat on the edge of the bed, and realized I was smiling for no reason. It hit me then. I wasn't just running away from my old life. I was running towards something better. When I flew back home, I hit the ground running, literally and figuratively. I scheduled the movers, finalized my paperwork, and started selling off furniture I didn't need. My evenings were no longer spent scrolling through texts that made my blood boil. Instead, I found myself researching restaurants near my new apartment, parks, bookstores, even local coffee shops I wanted to try out. Every box I packed felt like one more step out of the past. Then something interesting started happening. My absence started to get noticed. One night, I got a text from Mason, not a meme this time, but a short, clipped message: "Mom's worried sick. Call her. I didn't. The next day, my mom left another voicemail. This one sounded different. Less pleading, more frantic. Caleb, your dad is upset. He says he doesn't understand why you're shutting everyone out. Please, just come to dinner Sunday night so we can talk like a family. I listened to the message twice, then set the phone down and smiled to myself. They were starting to feel it, the space I had created. And instead of rushing in to fill that space like I used to, I let it sit there. Let them sit with it. The following weekend, I went back to the new city on my own dime. No work obligations this time, just to get more familiar with the area. I spent 2 days exploring, finding a little diner that served the best pancakes I'd ever had, and even stumbling upon a used bookstore with a reading nook that felt like it had been waiting for me. I posted a photo of the city skyline on my social media. Nothing dramatic, no caption explaining where I was. And within an hour, Mason texted me. Where are you? Mom's freaking out. I didn't reply. It felt good, in a strange way. Not cruel, just freeing. By the end of that trip, I felt like a different person. Stronger, lighter, ready. I went home and circled my move date on the calendar with a red marker. 2 weeks left. And for the first time, I wasn't counting down in dread. I was counting down like it was the best holiday of the year. Because soon, I wouldn't just be walking away. I'd be stepping into something entirely new. And they were going to see just how much better I was without the weight they'd been putting on my shoulders. But just as everything seemed to be falling into place, something happened that forced me to rethink my quiet exit. Because the very next week, I found out just how far my dad was willing to go to fix this situation. And it wasn't just a phone call or a guilt trip this time. It was something much bigger and much harder to forgive. The next week started out like any other. I was in the middle of labeling boxes when my phone buzzed with a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, thinking it was a telemarketer, but something in me said to pick up. Hi, is this Caleb Turner? A polite female voice asked. Yes, I said cautiously. This is Karen from Westview Credit Union. I'm calling to confirm an address change request we received for your account ending in 0724. I froze. I didn't bank with Westview. My accounts were with a completely different bank. I think you have the wrong person, I said. There was a pause. This is the number we have on file, she said. The request was submitted yesterday afternoon, and it lists your parents' address as your primary residence. We just need verbal confirmation before we process it. My stomach dropped. I thanked her, asked her to put a hold on the change, and hung up. My dad. He tried to change my mailing address back to their house, probably thinking he could intercept my bank statements, or worse, meddle with my finances in some way to keep tabs on me. The realization hit me like a bucket of cold water. This wasn't just guilt trips and emotional manipulation anymore. They were actively trying to insert themselves into my personal life without my consent. I felt a chill run through me, but underneath it, something else stirred. Not fear, resolve. I spent the rest of the day on the phone, first with the credit union to make sure nothing had been changed, then with my actual bank to put extra security on my accounts, including a password that only I knew. I even froze my credit temporarily to make sure no one could open anything in my name. By the time I was done, my hands were still shaking, but not just from anger, from a strange kind of excitement. Because now, I had proof. Proof that they had crossed a line so blatantly that even if they tried to spin it later, I could show exactly what happened. That night, I sat down with my notebook and added a new section, leverage. I wrote down everything, the date, the time, the credit union's name, the representative's direct line. If my dad ever tried to claim he was just looking out for me, I could point to this and say, no, you were trying to control me. But as I wrote, another idea began to take shape. For weeks, my family had been pushing me to come to them, to have one last talk, to sit down and smooth things over on their terms. What if I flipped the script? What if, instead of quietly leaving and letting them rewrite the story, I made sure they knew exactly why I was leaving, and did it in a way that made it impossible for them to twist my words? The thought electrified me. I wasn't talking about yelling or some dramatic confrontation where everyone screamed at each other. That would just give them the chance to call me emotional again and dismiss what I said. No, I was thinking of something colder, smarter, something they couldn't argue with because it wouldn't be a fight, it would be a statement. Over the next few days, I put my plan into motion. Step 1 was writing a letter. Not a rant, not an angry outburst, but a carefully crafted explanation of everything. why I broke up with Rachel, why I accepted the promotion, and how their decision to side with her and to let her live in their house had shattered my trust. I detailed the address change attempt, too, and how deeply it violated my privacy. I wrote and rewrote that letter until it was perfect, calm, measured, but with no room for misinterpretation. Every sentence was like a brick being laid in a wall, solid and immovable. Step 2 was timing. I decided I wouldn't send it until the day before the movers came. That way, by the time they received it, I'd already be gone. But there was one last step that I couldn't resist. I rented a small storage unit in the new city, not for my stuff. The movers would take care of that, but for something else. A box of mementos from my childhood. Old photos, school awards, letters my mom had written me when I was a kid. Things I'd kept because they reminded me of better times. I wasn't throwing them away, not yet, but I was leaving them behind, literally and figuratively. They didn't get to hold that part of me hostage anymore. Meanwhile, I started noticing subtle shifts from my family. Mason sent me another text, but this time it wasn't mocking. "You're really not coming to dinner Sunday," he wrote. "Mom's been crying all week. Dad's acting like you joined a cult or something." I stared at the message for a long time before typing a short reply. "No, I told you I'm moving." He didn't respond. 2 days later, I got a message from Rachel herself. "Caleb, I'm moving out of your parents' house," it read. "This whole thing has gotten way too tense. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you." For a moment, I almost felt a pang of sympathy. Almost. But then I remembered the smirk on her face when I came to get my stuff. The way she told me I'd never have a real relationship if I couldn't learn to forgive. I didn't reply. Instead, I added one last paragraph to my letter. "By the time you read this, I will be gone. I love you, but I will no longer be the one holding this family together at the cost of my own self-respect. If you want to have a relationship with me in the future, it will be on the basis of mutual respect, not guilt, not control, and not manipulation." I sealed it in an envelope and placed it on my counter, ready to be mailed on moving day. And then, as if the universe wanted to test my resolve one last time, my dad called again. I almost let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. "Caleb," he said, sounding strangely calm, "I heard you're moving next week. If you walk out that door, don't expect us to be waiting when you come back." For a split second, the old me, the people pleaser, wanted to panic, to beg, to try to fix things. But instead, I felt something else. A strange, quiet power. Because this time, I had the upper hand. And I wasn't about to waste it. Moving day arrived sooner than I expected, but by then, I was ready. Not just logistically, but emotionally. The movers came early in the morning, and I supervised while they carried out the last of my furniture. Every piece that left the apartment felt like a burden being lifted. By noon, the space was completely empty, and all that remained was the echo of my own footsteps. I stood in the middle of the room for a moment, taking it all in. This was where I'd spent late nights wondering if I was making a mistake, where I'd first gotten the call from my dad, where I'd sat on the floor with a hollow chest feeling like I'd lost everything. But I wasn't that person anymore. I grabbed the envelope with my letter, the one I had spent days perfecting, and tucked it into my jacket pocket. Then I got in my car and drove, not to the post office like I originally planned, but to my parents' house. If this was going to be my last act before leaving, I wanted to do it face to face. The driveway was crowded when I arrived. My parents' cars, Mason's truck. Of course, it was Sunday. The whole family was here. My stomach tightened, but instead of fear, I felt a kind of calm clarity. When I rang the doorbell, my mom answered. Her expression went from surprise to relief in an instant. "Caleb," she said, reaching for my arm, "I'm so glad you." "I'm not staying," I said gently, stepping past her. The living room was just like I remembered it. Neat, comfortable, filled with the smell of my mom's cooking. Dad was sitting in his recliner, Mason on the couch, both looking up as I entered. "Caleb," Dad said, his tone already edged with disapproval. "You finally decided to come to your senses?" I didn't answer. Instead, I pulled the envelope from my jacket and placed it on the coffee table. "What's this?" Mason asked, frowning. "A letter," I said. "Everything I have to say is in there." Dad leaned forward, scowling. "If you have something to say it to our faces. Don't be a coward." I looked at him, really looked at him, and felt a strange sense of detachment. This was the man I had spent years trying to please, bending over backward to earn his approval. And right then, I realized I didn't need it anymore. I already did, I said quietly. You just didn't listen. Mom looked stricken. Caleb, please. I'm moving today, I continued, keeping my voice steady. Across the country. I won't be back for a long time. Maybe ever. You can read the letter after I'm gone, and then you can decide how you want to move forward. Mason scoffed. This is so dramatic, dude. You're running away over a girl. I turned to him, calm as ever. This isn't about Rachel anymore. This is about the fact that my feelings have never been taken seriously in this family. This is about you all inviting my ex into your house without a second thought, siding with her over me, and even trying to change my bank address so you could keep tabs on me. That made Dad shift uncomfortably. Good. He hadn't expected me to know about that. You have no idea what you're talking about, he said, but his voice was just a little too defensive. I do, I replied evenly. The credit union called me. I have their report with the date and time of the request. You crossed a line, Dad. And that's why I'm done. The room was dead silent. For a moment, no one spoke. My mom's eyes were shiny with tears, Mason's jaw was tight, and my dad looked like he'd just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't shout. I just stood there, perfectly calm, and let them sit in the weight of it. Then I turned toward the door. Caleb, wait, Mom said, stepping forward. Please, if you go now. I am going, I said softly, but with finality. You can call me when you're ready to treat me like someone whose voice matters. Until then, I have nothing more to say. I walked out without another word. Outside, the air felt crisp and cool, like a reset button had just been pressed. I got into my car, drove to the nearest mailbox, and dropped a second copy of the letter inside just to make sure they couldn't ignore it later. And then I drove away, not just from their house, but from the entire city. It was a long drive to the new place, hours of open road ahead of me, but for the first time in months, I felt completely at peace. I wasn't running anymore. I was free. When I arrived at my new apartment late that night, I set my phone on the counter and left it there without checking it. Whatever voicemails or texts were waiting could stay there until morning. Instead, I opened the blinds, stepped out onto the balcony, and just stood there looking out over the city lights. And I smiled, not because everything was perfect, but because I had finally chosen myself. The real revenge wasn't yelling or slamming doors or proving them wrong. It was standing in that quiet apartment, hundreds of miles away, living a life that was entirely mine, and knowing that they were going to have to sit with the knowledge that they pushed me to this point. And something told me they weren't going to like that feeling one bit. Because the next morning, when I finally checked my phone, I saw exactly what I expected. Missed calls, dozens of them, and one message from my dad, short and clipped. We need to talk. I put the phone down and smiled to myself. They were feeling it now, the space, the silence, the consequence of their choices. And I wasn't done yet, because I had one more step planned, one final, undeniable way to make sure they never forgot what happened here. The morning after the move felt different, almost unnervingly quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after a storm, when everything has been torn apart but the air is finally clear. I brewed coffee in my new kitchen, still half full of unpacked boxes, and opened my phone. The notifications were endless, calls, texts, even voicemails. For a moment, I considered deleting them all and starting fresh. But then I pressed play on the first voicemail. It was my mom. Her voice was shaky. Caleb, we read your letter. I didn't realize how hurt you were. I thought we were helping. I just wanted to keep the family together, but maybe I made things worse. Please call me. The next voicemail was from Dad, and it sounded nothing like the man who had lectured me over the phone just a week ago. His voice was lower, slower. I didn't mean to violate your trust, son. I thought I was protecting you, but I can see now that I overstepped. I should have let you handle things your own way. If you ever want to talk, my door's open. There was one from Mason, too, though his was more blunt. Okay, fine. You win. Mom's been crying for days and Dad's been in a mood. You got what you wanted. Hope you're happy. I wasn't happy, not exactly, but I wasn't sad either. I listened to the rest of the voicemails, most of them variations of apologies, attempts to justify their actions, and awkward admissions that they'd made mistakes. And as I sat there sipping coffee, I realized something important. This was the first time in my life that my family wasn't brushing my feelings aside. They weren't telling me to calm down. They weren't telling me to compromise. They were finally sitting with the fact that I wasn't coming back, not unless they learned how to respect me. Later that week, I got a package in the mail with no return address. Inside was a stack of old family photos, neatly bundled together with a note on top in my mom's handwriting. "We thought you'd want these for your new place." I sat there holding the bundle, staring at the familiar faces smiling back at me. This time, though, the photos didn't sting the way they had before. Instead, they felt like a choice, something I could keep, not something I was chained to. I put them in a small box and slid it onto a shelf. Not front and center, but not hidden either. Just there. 2 weeks later, my mom called again, this time not to beg, but just to ask how I was doing. The conversation was short, polite, almost cautious. It felt like a new chapter, one where we might actually build something healthy instead of replaying the same old pattern. But the most surprising moment came a month later, when Mason called me out of the blue. "Hey," he said, his tone more serious than usual. "I've been thinking about what you said. About respect. Maybe I haven't been the best brother." I leaned back in my chair, stunned. Mason had never apologized for anything in his life, at least not to me. "I appreciate that," I said quietly. He hesitated, then said, "Mom and Dad are different lately. Less, I don't know, controlling. I think you scared them straight." I chuckled softly. I didn't scare them. I just finally told them where the line was. We didn't talk long, but when I hung up, I felt a weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying lift off my shoulders. The family dinners I used to dread eventually started up again, just without Rachel at the table. She had apparently moved out of state herself, and whatever story she told about what happened between us didn't matter anymore. Because I had my own story now. And it ended here, on a cool evening a few months later, when I stood on the balcony of my new apartment, watching the sun sink behind the city skyline. The world felt wide open, full of possibilities. I took a deep breath, pulled out my phone, and sent one final message to the family group chat, the first I'd sent in months. "Dinner's on me next time I'm in town. My treat. We can catch up, if you're ready." A minute later, my mom sent a heart emoji. I smiled, set the phone down, and leaned on the balcony railing, feeling the warm wind on my face. This wasn't the ending where everything was magically fixed. This was better because it was real. I had walked away, I had set my boundaries, and I had proven to myself, and to them, that I could build a life that was mine. And as I stood there watching the city lights flicker to life, I said it out loud, just for myself. I'm finally free. And for the first time in a long time, I truly believed it. My name's Ryan. I'm 31 years old, and up until a few weeks ago, I thought I was doing the right thing by helping my family. I'm not rich, but I've done okay for myself. Stable job in tech, decent savings, and not many expenses since I don't have a partner or kids. So when my little sister, Kayla, announced she was pregnant, I didn't even hesitate. I wanted to be there for her, especially since her boyfriend bailed the moment he found out. Classic deadbeat move. She moved back in with our parents, and I stepped in to help with doctor's visits, maternity clothes, anything she needed. It was never about being thanked. I just didn't want her to go through it alone. Kayla and I have always been close. She's 5 years younger than me, and I practically raised her during those years when our parents were too busy fighting or not speaking. Our dad has a sharp tongue, and our mom is the kind of person who says things like, "You should be grateful I fed you," after heating up a microwave dinner. So yeah, I did what I could for Kayla, and maybe somewhere deep down, I thought helping her now would be like fixing all the things we didn't get when we were younger. The baby shower was coming up, and Mom took over the planning like it was her wedding. At first, it seemed like a good idea. She wanted everything to be perfect for her first grandchild, and I figured the more she took on, the easier it would be for Kayla. But then the invoices started trickling in. $400 for custom centerpieces, $1,250 for a catering deposit, $600 for the venue. Every time something new came up, Mom would say, "Just this one last thing," and somehow it would end up on my credit card. I didn't complain. I told myself, this is for Kayla. She's stressed enough already. I assumed they'd reimburse me later or at least acknowledge it during the event. That was my mistake, assuming. The day of the shower, I showed up 10 minutes early with a bag of decorations I'd picked up that morning. I had taken the day off work, skipped breakfast, and even paid for Uber to make sure I got there on time. The venue was beautiful, floral arrangements on every table, pink and gold balloons, a cupcake tower shaped like a stroller. It looked like something out of a Pinterest board, and for a second, I felt proud. Like, okay, maybe this was worth it. Then I tried to check in with the event coordinator. Name? She asked politely. Ryan Morris. She skimmed the list, then looked up, puzzled. I'm sorry, you're not on the guest list. Are you with the staff? I blinked. No, I'm the brother. I helped pay for all this. She gave me that customer service smile that doesn't reach the eyes. I'll check with the host. 5 minutes later, my mom appeared from inside the main hall, looking radiant in a dress I didn't recognize, probably new. Her lipstick matched the roses on the tables. There you are, she said, voice brisk. Why are you just standing here? They don't have me on the guest list. She waved her hand like I was being dramatic. It's a minor oversight. Don't make a scene. I just want to sit down, I said. I've been up since 7 handling deliveries. Ryan, she said, lowering her voice and narrowing her eyes. You should be grateful we let you help at all. This is Kayla's day, not yours. Don't make it about you. I should have walked away then. But I stood there, frozen, while she turned her back and disappeared inside. I was left standing next to a stack of gift bags and a water cooler, while strangers filed in past me, greeting each other like old friends. I peeked inside. Everyone was seated already. The tables were full. Name cards printed in cursive font. I didn't see one for me. I didn't argue. I didn't shout. I just turned around, walked outside, and sat on the curb in front of the venue. I stared at the pavement while the laughter and clinking of glasses drifted through the windows. Then I pulled out my phone, opened my banking app, and tapped the dispute button next to every transaction tied to the shower. Venue, catering, flowers, rentals, gone. Then I called the bank and told them the charges were unauthorized. My card was used without my consent, I said, and technically, it wasn't a lie. Not a single receipt had my signature. They froze the card immediately. That night, I turned off my phone and went to bed early. No calls, no messages, just silence. The next morning, my phone had blown up. 15 missed calls from Mom, 2 from Kayla, a string of texts from my aunt saying things like, "You could have handled this privately, and how could you do this to your own sister?" I didn't respond. Then, around 11 a.m., I got a voice memo from Kayla. Her voice was shaky, full of that breathless kind of crying where you can barely get the words out. Ryan, I didn't know. I didn't know they didn't invite you properly, or that they used your card. I swear, I didn't want this. They're blaming you for everything now. Mom's saying you ruined the shower. Aunt Jen said the venue's threatening legal action. I don't know what to do. Attached below the voice memo was a screenshot from the family group chat, one I'd been removed from months ago. It was a series of angry messages, all from my mom, my aunt, even my dad who hadn't said a word to me in weeks. He deliberately sabotaged the most important day of Kayla's life. All that money he flaunts, and now he wants to pretend he's the victim? Typical Ryan, always making it about himself. We never should have let him be involved in the first place. And then one from my mom that made my blood run cold. He's always been a burden. Now he's finally shown his true colors. I stared at that last message for a long time. Something in me shifted. This wasn't just about the baby shower. It was everything. Every quiet comment. Every time they'd treated my support as obligation. Every sacrifice I'd made that had been brushed off as expected. And now, when I'd drawn a single boundary, they were ready to paint me as the villain. I felt numb. Not angry. Not hurt. Just hollow. I didn't reply to Kayla right away. I didn't even know what to say. She didn't deserve the fallout. Not all of it, anyway. But I also wasn't about to be the family scapegoat anymore. That afternoon, I logged into a few other accounts, ones my mom didn't know I had access to. I'd set up the original baby shower website, the RSVP system, even the photo booth account. All under my email. All paid for with my card. I opened a blank note and started making a list. Every login. Every invoice. Every message. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do yet, but I knew this. I wasn't going to let them rewrite the story. They wanted to pretend I never existed? Fine. But they'd remember the day I stopped being their silent wallet. And it wasn't over. Not yet. The next few days were a haze of silence. Or, at least, on my end. The group chat I'd been kicked out of was clearly alive and flaming. Kayla kept forwarding me snippets, and I could tell she was torn. She never outright defended me, but her messages to me were soft, hesitant, laced with guilt. Maybe if you just explained what happened. I don't think they meant to exclude you. They're just stressed right now. Stress. That word again. Like it was some magic excuse for cruelty. I didn't respond, not because I was trying to be cold, but because I had nothing left to explain. I'd spent years cushioning the sharp edges of this family with my silence, paying bills without asking for payback, swallowing comments that would have made any friend walk away. And for what? By Friday, the venue had filed a chargeback dispute through the bank. I wasn't surprised. I knew how this worked. They'd probably be reimbursed, but the point wasn't the money. The point was the power shift. Suddenly, everyone was scrambling to clean up the mess I had quietly, efficiently created by simply removing myself. It was amazing how quickly things unraveled once I stopped holding everything together. That evening, I got another voice memo from Kayla. This one was shorter. They're asking me to cut you off. Mom said if I keep talking to you, she won't help with the baby anymore. I don't know what to do, Ryan. She was crying again. I sat with the message playing on repeat, each listen cutting deeper. It wasn't her fault, not completely. But part of me wanted her to finally stand up, not for me, but for herself. She had no idea how much I had protected her, buffered her from our parents' worst tendencies, quietly taken the brunt of their moods, their bitterness, their endless disappointment. They always said I was too serious, too distant, too self-righteous. The truth was, I had learned to go quiet before things escalated. I'd learned to disappear emotionally, to become useful instead of seen. I had spent years performing the role of the responsible one, the reliable son, the one who picks up the slack. But now, the curtain had dropped. And for the first time, I could see it. They never saw me as family. Not really. They saw me as a convenience. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I just opened the file I had started, a Google Doc titled Receipts and Records, and kept typing. I listed every expense related to the shower, complete with screenshots. Every message from my mom or aunt that mentioned the budget. Every automated email confirming payment. Every photo that proved I was involved. I even included the deleted calendar invites where my name had been originally listed as co-host. Because yes, I saw those. Just like I saw when they vanished. I didn't plan to send it to the family, not yet. But having it was like armor. Proof that I hadn't imagined any of this. Saturday morning, I got a knock on my door. That was unusual. No one in my family ever showed up unannounced. I peeked through the peephole and immediately felt my jaw tighten. It was my father. He stood there with his arms crossed, posture stiff, mouth set in a line like he was preparing for court. I hadn't seen him in person since Christmas. Back then, he had made a joke during dinner about how I was basically a bachelor with a savings account, and then chuckled like it was the funniest thing in the world. I hadn't laughed. I opened the door partway, hand still on the knob. Can I help you? He gave me a tight smile. I just want to talk. Man to man. I almost closed the door right then, but something made me leave it open. He stepped inside without asking. The air changed immediately, like a storm cloud had followed him in. He didn't sit, just hovered, glancing around my apartment like he expected it to be either filthy or depressing. It was neither. Neat, quiet, clean. Look, he said finally. I don't know what all this drama is, but your mother's in tears. Your sister's a wreck. You've made your point. Now undo whatever it is you did with the money. I blinked. Excuse me. Don't play dumb. The venue called. The catering service is furious. The florist is threatening small claims court. Is that really how you want your niece to come into the world, surrounded by lawsuits? It was such a wild leap in logic I almost laughed. I didn't do anything illegal, I said. I disputed charges made without permission. You know, fraud. He scowled. Fraud. You paid for it. No, I said evenly. I was told to pay for it. I wasn't consulted. I wasn't invited. I wasn't even acknowledged. I was used. There was a pause. Then he said, "This is because you didn't get a name tag?" It was the same tone he used when I was 16 and caught him yelling at my mom, and he told me I was too sensitive. The same voice that brushed off my feelings like lint from his jacket. No, I said. It's because I finally realized I'm not part of this family. I'm a wallet, a workhorse. And the second I stopped pulling the cart, I'm the villain. He didn't reply. I waited. He looked like he wanted to yell, or maybe apologize, but couldn't choose which would make him feel more in control. You think Kayla needs this stress? He finally said. You think she's not going through enough? That did it. You let this happen to her, I said, my voice calm but shaking with how much I was holding back. You let mom run wild. You stood by while she weaponized guilt and control like it was a second language. And now that it's blowing up, you come here to tell me I'm the problem? He didn't move. He just looked at me like he didn't recognize who I was anymore. Maybe he didn't. Maybe I was done being the son he could ignore until it was convenient. After a long silence, I opened the door and stepped aside. You can go now. He didn't say another word. Just walked out, stiff-backed and seething. The second the door shut behind him, I locked it and sat down on the floor. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe longer. Then my phone buzzed. It was another screenshot from Kayla. This one wasn't from the family group chat. It was a text directly from Mom to Kayla. You better get him under control. If he ruins the baby's arrival too, he's out of all our lives for good. Below that, Kayla had written, Ryan, I'm scared. They're talking about cutting you off, but they're acting like you're the one tearing this family apart. I stared at the screen, my heart thudding in my chest, the weight of years pressing down on my shoulders. And that's when I realized something. They weren't scared of losing me. They were scared of losing their hold on me. And I had just started pulling the thread that held everything together. I hadn't decided what to do yet, but they were about to learn something very important. I don't go quiet anymore. Not this time. The next morning, I woke up to a flood of missed calls again. 24 in total, plus 5 voicemails from my aunt, 2 from my mom, and 1 from an unfamiliar number I didn't recognize until I heard the voice on the recording. Hi Ryan, this is Candace from Willow and Pine Events. We're still trying to sort out the situation regarding the payment dispute for last weekend's baby shower. I know tensions are high, but we'd love to resolve this amicably. Please call me back when you get the chance. Thank you. I didn't call back. Not yet. I wasn't ready to talk to anyone, especially not while I was still figuring out where this was all headed. But the voicemail made something click. I realized I wasn't the only one whose silence held weight. Now that I had withdrawn, financially, emotionally, logistically, the web of unpaid invoices, bad credit, and angry vendors had landed squarely in their laps. For once, the chaos wasn't mine to manage. That feeling? It was strangely liberating. I made coffee, opened my laptop, and stared at the folder labeled The Shower. It held everything. Scans of every receipt, timestamped texts, email chains where my mom begged for last-minute upgrades, saying things like, Ryan's covering it, just do it. Like I was some faceless bank. There was even a note from the florist thanking me for my generous payment and hoping I'd return for future events. I had enough documentation to make a courtroom wince, and I wasn't planning on suing. I wasn't interested in scorched earth. Not yet, but I wasn't going to roll over either. I knew my family. The louder they got, the more desperate they were to cover their own shame. I'd seen it before. Growing up, every fight ended with me being told to just let it go or be the bigger person, which in our household meant say nothing and clean up the mess. But something about that text from Mom, you better get him under control, had flipped a switch. She wasn't just angry. She was afraid. Not of what I'd done, but of what I could still do. I called Kayla. She picked up on the first ring. Ryan, she said, breathless, like she wasn't sure if I'd yell or hang up. Thank you for calling back. Are you okay? There was a long pause. No, I don't think I am. It wasn't what I expected to hear. And the way she said it, quiet, raw, hit me harder than I'd prepared for. They're trying to spin everything, she whispered. They told the family you stormed out because you were jealous, that you wanted to steal my moment. Uncle Rick said he always knew you were difficult. And Mom, she told Grandma that you faked the charges just to embarrass us. I didn't speak. I didn't trust my voice. I didn't even know half that stuff was on your card, she said, her voice trembling. She told me you offered, that you wanted to make it special. I closed my eyes. She lied to both of us. I know. Those 2 words landed like a stone in my chest. I sat on the edge of the couch, gripping the phone tighter. Kayla, you don't owe me anything, but you have to decide where you stand. If you keep letting her speak for you, this is only going to get worse. I know, she said again. And I think I've let them speak for me my whole life. That caught me off guard. She continued, I always saw you as the strong one, the one who didn't need anything. So when Mom said you were just helping, I believed her. I didn't think you'd be hurt by any of it. I wasn't hurt, I said quietly. I was erased. The line went silent. Then she asked something I didn't expect. What are you going to do? I didn't have a full answer, but I gave her the truth I did have. I'm going to tell the story they're trying to bury. Later that afternoon, I drafted a message. Not a public post. Not a long-winded family email. Just a simple, factual statement addressed to the people who had started texting me, demanding explanations or apologizing vaguely if they misunderstood. Hi everyone. Just wanted to clear up some confusion. I didn't storm out of Kayla's shower. I left after realizing I wasn't listed on the guest list for an event I financed almost entirely. My credit card was used for over $5,300 in charges, which I disputed after being excluded from both the planning and the actual celebration. I have receipts, emails, and screenshots to support all of this. Please don't take my silence as guilt. I've just been deciding whether the people who claim to care about me actually want the truth. That's all for now. I didn't send it. Not yet. Instead, I saved it to my drafts and called Candace, the event coordinator. When she picked up, her tone was hesitant. Hi, Ryan. Thanks for calling back. No problem. I heard you got caught in the middle. She exhaled like she'd been holding it in for days. It's been stressful. Your mother's been telling everyone it was a misunderstanding. But none of our staff saw you there that day, and once the payments got flagged, we had to start looking at legal next steps. I'm not trying to cause trouble, I told her. But I was never given a formal agreement, never signed anything, and was excluded from the event I supposedly co-hosted. I have everything documented if your company needs it for internal review. There was a pause, then a softer tone. Honestly, I believe you, and you're not the first person I've seen this happen to. It made me feel something I hadn't felt all week, vindicated. Not victorious, not righteous, just believed. When I hung up, I sat back in my chair and stared at my phone. One new text. From Mom. You've done enough damage. Don't make this worse. No, please. No apology. Just control, reasserted in 8 words. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened the Receipts and Records folder again, added a new subfolder titled Legal Options, and began organizing everything, just in case. Not because I wanted a fight, but because they'd already started one. I was just preparing to finish it. But just as I was about to shut down for the night, a new email pinged in. It was from someone unexpected. Subject line, your sister's registry, update needed. I opened it. Inside was a notification saying my payment for the registry delivery had been declined, and that the account was now frozen due to suspected fraud. I never even signed up for the registry, but I knew who did. And that was the moment I realized. They were still using my name, still using my card, still pretending I was part of their plan, even after cutting me out of their lives. And this time, they went too far, because I had just found something that could unravel everything. And I wasn't letting it go. Not this time. I didn't sleep that night. The email about the registry played on repeat in my mind, not just what it meant, but what it confirmed. Even after everything, they were still dragging me into their chaos, still using my name like it was public property, still assuming I'd never fight back. They thought they could spend my money and silence my voice in the same breath. But this time, I had something they didn't. I had proof. By morning, I had compiled every piece of it. The invoice trails, the registry logins, the unauthorized charges, even the updated shipping information that revealed everything from diapers to nursery furniture was set to be delivered under my name to their house. And I knew why. Because they thought I'd cave, that I'd get scared when lawyers got involved, that I'd rush to clean up the mess like I always had. But they didn't know the version of me who'd spent the last week realizing how little my sacrifices ever meant to them. They didn't know the version of me who was done apologizing for taking up space. Around noon, I drafted an email. Not dramatic, not emotional, just clear, direct, cold. To Mom, Dad, Aunt Jen, Uncle Rick, event vendors, bank fraud department. Subject, final statement regarding baby shower and unauthorized activity. Hello. This email serves as an official record of my position in regard to the recent baby shower for Kayla Morris and the use of my financial and personal information without consent. On the date of the event, I was not included on the guest list, nor acknowledged as a contributor, despite having covered over $5,300 in expenses across multiple vendors. This includes the venue, catering, floral arrangements, and decor. These charges were placed on my card without formal approval or written agreement, and as such, were disputed according to my bank's fraud policy. I have attached the following documentation for clarity. Receipts of charges made to my account. Screenshots of text/email messages implying my consent without direct communication. Screenshots confirming I was not included in planning nor attendance. Registry creation logs and updated shipping information tied to my credentials. This constitutes identity misuse and unauthorized financial activity. If further charges are attempted using my information, legal steps will follow immediately. I am officially withdrawing from all further financial and logistical responsibilities regarding the shower, the registry, and any related events. Do not use my name, card, or contact details for anything moving forward. I am not interested in reconciliation or mediation. This is not an invitation to discuss. It is closure. Regards, Ryan Morris. I hit send. Then I sat back and waited. It didn't take long. 30 minutes later, my phone rang. Mom. I didn't answer. Then came the text. How dare you email the vendors? Do you know what you've done? I didn't respond. 5 minutes later, a new email came in from the event venue, thanking me for the documentation and confirming they had escalated internal review. Translation: someone was about to get sued, and it wasn't me. Then came a long, rambling voicemail from my aunt, crying about how I was tearing the family apart. I recognized the tactic. They weren't sorry for what they did. They were sorry I stopped letting them get away with it. But the worst was yet to come. That evening, Kayla showed up at my door. No warning. No text. Just a soft knock, followed by a hesitant, "Ryan? It's me." When I opened the door, she was holding a manila envelope. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and her hands were shaking. "I didn't know where else to go," she said. I let her in. She walked past me, sat down on the couch, and placed the envelope on the table like it was radioactive. "What is that?" I asked. She looked up at me, and I saw the exhaustion in her eyes. "Not from the pregnancy. From them. It's everything," she whispered. "Bank statements. Screenshots. Mom's texts. She told me to create the registry under your name because you'd cover it anyway. She said it was your duty." I didn't move. She told me if I didn't go along with it, she'd pull the nursery support. Said I was ungrateful for everything she was doing. Said I was acting just like you. The words hit me like a slow punch. She turned me against you, Ryan. And I let her. We sat in silence for a long time. Finally, I said, "You didn't turn against me. You were trapped in the same loop I was." She sniffled. I thought if I just went along with it, things would be easier. But now I'm getting letters from the registry. The vendors are demanding payments. And Mom's saying it's all my fault. She paused. "I need to get out." That's when I realized this wasn't just about me anymore. She was still their target. And now she was carrying a child who'd grow up in the middle of that dysfunction, unless someone broke the cycle. I reached for the envelope, leafed through the contents, and nodded. "We'll sort this out. Together." That week, Kayla moved in with me. It was cramped. My one-bedroom apartment wasn't designed for 2 adults and a baby on the way, but it was peaceful. No shouting. No guilt-tripping. No strings attached. And as for my parents, they spiraled. The vendors turned on them. The venue threatened small claims court. The florist demanded public reimbursement or a written apology. Aunt Jen tried to pay off some of the debt using one of her husband's accounts, which triggered a fraud alert of its own. I never said a word publicly. Never aired the dirty laundry. I didn't need to. They did that to themselves. Word got around the extended family. My cousin emailed me, saying, "I had no idea it was that bad. I'm so sorry." Even my grandmother, who had always sided with my mom, wrote me a letter. "I don't know what they were thinking. You've always been the steady one. I hope you know I'm proud of you. And Kayla too." It wasn't much, but it was enough. 2 months later, Kayla gave birth to a healthy baby girl. She named her Emily, after a book we used to read as kids. Her middle name? Hope. That first night in the hospital, while she slept and the baby curled against her chest, I sat beside them in the chair and watched the city lights flicker beyond the glass. For the first time in years, I felt something like peace. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't bitter. I was free. They tried to erase me from the story, but I took the pen back, and I wrote the ending myself. I'm 34 years old. Name's Jordan. I live just outside of Denver, work remotely as a UX consultant, and honestly, I've built a pretty peaceful life for myself. I've got a little girl named Lily. She just turned 7. Brightest thing in my world. Her laugh has this way of cutting through every ounce of stress I carry. I split from her mother years ago. No drama there. Just 2 people who grew in different directions. Since then, It's been me and Lily against the world. And we're doing just fine. My family, though, that's where things get complicated. You'd think with all the blood is thicker than water lectures I've heard growing up, things would have been tighter. But nope. My parents have always had this gravitational pull around my younger sister, Alyssa, the golden child, the miracle baby, the one who, no matter what mess she creates, gets gently handed a clean slate. Alyssa is 29. She's what my dad calls a go-getter. But if you ask me, she's more of a get other people to go for her type. Entitled in that way where she genuinely believes the universe is rigged to revolve around her. I can't count how many times she's maxed out credit cards, bounced between jobs, relationships, even apartments, only to land softly on the couch at our parents' place, again and again. They always welcome her back like she's some war hero. Meanwhile, if I miss a call or forget a birthday card, it's a lecture about being cold and distant. I've learned to manage it, keep my distance emotionally, do the family dinners, smile when needed, nod through their stories. But lately, it's been harder. They've started dragging Lily into it. Last month, we were at Mom's for her birthday. Just a casual get-together. I brought a gift. Lily made a card with a paper flower taped on it, and we were both in good spirits. Alyssa arrived late, of course, carrying a massive bouquet she clearly didn't buy herself, still had the price tag tucked under the wrapping paper. She made a whole scene about it, complete with fake surprise that Mom actually liked it. Then she turned to me and asked in front of everyone, "So, are you still doing that computer stuff? Or are you finally working a real job?" I chuckled, more to keep things light than because it was funny. "Still doing the computer stuff," I said. "Pays the bills." "What bills?" she snorted. "You live in a shoebox." Now, my place isn't huge, but it's a cozy 2-bedroom condo in a quiet area with a great school down the road. Lily has her own room, and I've done my best to make it a real home. But Alyssa's words stung. Not because they were true, but because she said them in front of Lily, loud enough for her to hear, and with that smug, sideways smile she always wears when she's poking me. My mom giggled, but in that nervous way she does when Alyssa's being a bit much. My dad just cleared his throat and started fiddling with the TV remote like he always does when conflict might rear its head. I didn't engage. I smiled, took Lily's hand, and asked if she wanted to help me bring in dessert from the car. She nodded, and as we stepped outside, she asked, "Daddy, what's a shoebox house?" I knelt beside her, brushing her hair behind her ear. "It's just something silly Aunt Alyssa said," I told her. "She doesn't know anything about our place. You like our home, right?" She grinned and nodded. "I love our home." That should have been it. I was ready to let it roll off my back like I always do. But then the wedding invitation arrived. Well, invitation is a strong word. It was more like an announcement. Alyssa had gotten engaged to this guy named Blake, who I'd met exactly once. Seemed decent, if not slightly robotic. The kind of man who could sit through a house fire and still look bored. The message I got wasn't even from her. It came from my mother. "We're so thrilled. Save the date. Alyssa's wedding is going to be at Rockvale Gardens next spring. Black tie, child-free, for obvious reasons. Can't wait to see you there." I reread that message 3 times. Child-free, for obvious reasons, hit me like a slap. Obvious reasons? What reasons? Lily had never misbehaved at any family event. She was quiet, kind, polite to a fault. This wasn't some wild toddler prone to screaming or knocking over wine glasses. This was a 7-year-old who brought coloring books to keep herself busy at adult dinners and said, "Thank you," even when she didn't get a slice of cake. So I called my mom. "Hey," I said as calmly as I could. "Just saw your message about the wedding. Can you explain that obvious reasons part?" She hesitated for half a beat. "Oh, honey, don't take it personally. You know how Alyssa is. She wants everything to be perfect. No distractions. Lily's not a distraction." "No, of course not. But, well, she does get shy sometimes, and Alyssa's worried she'll look out of place in the photos. It's just one day, Jordan." I didn't say anything for a second. My brain was doing somersaults trying to figure out how to respond in a way that didn't end in a shouting match. "She's 7, I said finally. She was looking forward to this. You realize how cruel that is, right? Don't be dramatic." I almost laughed. Right? Because child-free, for obvious reasons, isn't dramatic at all. We can find a sitter for her, can't we? It'll be good for you to have a night out. That line, that condescending, passive-aggressive, they always used. The one that assumed I needed help navigating my own life. That assumed I was the difficult one, the sensitive one, the one who needed to learn to forgive and let go. I ended the call politely. Then I texted Alyssa directly. Just to be clear, Lily isn't invited to your wedding? She replied instantly. No offense, but I don't want a sulking kid in my photos. Sorry. Nothing personal. Nothing personal. I stared at the screen for a while. Then I typed back. Good luck with your perfect wedding. I was ready to leave it there. Really, I was. But then, the real kicker came 2 days later when I got another message, this time from Alyssa herself. Hey, it began. Never a good sign. So random, but I need a huge favor. Blake's parents are dragging their feet on the venue deposit, and it's due next week. We're $80,000 short, but it's all refundable after the wedding once the family gifts come through. Can you co-sign a small loan so we don't lose the booking? You know I'd do it for you. I blinked. This woman had just uninvited my daughter, her niece, from her wedding because she might ruin the photos. And now she wanted me to co-sign a loan for $80,000? I didn't reply right away. I let it sit. Then I showed the message to Lily. Not to guilt her, but because I needed to remind myself what I was protecting. She read it, frowned, and said, That's a lot of money. Yup, I said. She doesn't like me. I paused. It's not that, sweetheart. She's just confused. Sometimes people make bad choices because they're too focused on themselves. Lily nodded slowly, then said something I'll never forget. Then don't help her. Let her learn. That's when the idea first started to form. A quiet ember of something I hadn't felt in a long time, righteous anger. But not the explosive kind. The kind that simmers, that waits, that watches, that plans. And that ember started to grow when I saw Alyssa's next Instagram post. A photo of her, arms wrapped around Blake, with the caption, Venue locked in. Countdown begins. Couldn't have done it without family. Family. That word. I stared at the screen for a long time. And then I smiled. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I didn't answer Alyssa's message. Not right away. I just let it sit there, like a slow leak from a broken pipe. Something she'd eventually trip over. She was the kind of person who couldn't handle silence, especially not from someone she expected loyalty from. 2 days later, she followed up with a cheery, Hey, just checking in. Did you see my message? And when I didn't bite, she sent another one that night, a little sharper. You said family was important to you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. That's the thing about Alyssa. She doesn't ask for help. She demands it in pastel fonts and smiley faces, then wraps it in guilt like tinfoil over leftovers. My silence was the closest thing to a no she'd heard from me in years, and it rattled her. Still, I didn't reply. I didn't need to. Because that same week, my parents called me. First my mom, then my dad. She's really counting on you, my mom said, voice tight with a mix of disappointment and pleading. It's just paperwork. You won't even be paying anything. She's your sister, my dad added during his call. She's always looked up to you. I nearly laughed at that one. Looked up to me? Alyssa wouldn't climb a ladder if I were at the top waving a check. But what really stuck with me was what my mom said right before hanging up. She's had a harder life than you, Jordan. You know that. Harder. That word echoed in my head for days. This woman who had everything handed to her, who failed upward in ways I couldn't even dream of, had it harder? I remembered all the times I babysat her while our parents worked overtime or went to their church groups or just didn't feel like dealing with her tantrums. I remembered staying home during college breaks while my friends traveled because Alyssa needed a big brother around to keep her steady. I remembered paying off her first car's repair bill because she called me crying in the middle of the night about being stranded, even though she'd crashed it because she was texting and driving. She didn't pay me back, never even offered. But I remembered most clearly the day I brought Lily home from the hospital. It had been a rough birth. Complications. Emergency C-section. I hadn't slept in 40 hours, but I drove straight from the hospital to my parents' place to introduce them to their granddaughter. Alyssa was already there. She barely looked up from her phone. When I handed Lily to Mom, Alyssa actually sighed and said, Ugh, babies smell weird. That was her welcome. She held Lily once, awkwardly, and then set her down like she was made of cardboard. From that moment on, she treated my daughter like a side character in her life. Like Lily was just some accessory I insisted on dragging around to every family function. So when my parents said she had it harder, I snapped. I work full-time, solo parent a child, and manage my life without bailing anyone out for $80,000, I told my dad. She's almost 30 and still living like a TikTok trend. I'm not helping her. End of story. He went quiet. Then, with that low, disappointed sigh only dads can pull off, he muttered, "You've changed." "Yeah," I said. "I grew up." Click. I thought that would be it for a while. That maybe they'd back off and let the whole thing blow over. But no. Instead, they invited me and Lily over for dinner the following weekend. "We miss you," Mom said. "It's been a while since the family's all been together." Against my better judgment, I said yes. Maybe out of nostalgia. Maybe because Lily was excited to see her cousins. Or maybe because some small, stupid part of me still wanted to believe that we could all just sit down and be normal. We arrived right on time. Lily was in her favorite dress, the blue one with stars. She'd even braided her own hair and brought a card she made for Alyssa that said, "Congrats on your wedding," in crayon. As soon as we walked in, though, I knew something was off. The living room was filled with pink balloons and rose gold banners. A long table was set with champagne flutes and name cards. Alyssa stood near the fireplace in a white dress that was clearly meant to be bridal adjacent. Blake hovered beside her like a shadow. And in the corner, there was a chalkboard sign that read, "Bridal Loan Brunch, sponsored by family." I froze. Lily tugged on my sleeve. "Daddy, what's a bridal loan?" Alyssa saw us then and walked over, arms open. "You made it," she squealed, kissing the air near my cheek. "So glad you're here, big bro." I blinked. "What is this?" "Oh, just a little gathering. Everyone's pitching in for the big day." She pointed to a glitter-covered box on the coffee table labeled "Down Payment Donations." "You're joking," I said. She wasn't. One by one, relatives began dropping checks into the box like it was a church offering plate. My parents beamed like proud auctioneers. Aunt Carol even handed Alyssa a card and winked. "Put me down for $5,000, she said. "We're so excited for you." I turned to leave. "Wait." Alyssa called after me. "Jordan, don't be rude. We put you and Lily on the list for a contribution." I stopped. "Excuse me." She held up a clipboard. "Yeah, Dad said you'd be good for 10. I stared at her. $10. 1,000, she said like duh. That was it. That was the moment something snapped inside me. Not when they uninvited my daughter. Not when they begged for money. But when they expected me to give it, like it was some kind of tax for daring to have a spine. I didn't yell. I didn't make a scene. I knelt beside Lily, took the card she'd made, and gently placed it on the gift table. "Let's go, sweetheart." "But we just got here." "I know. We're leaving." I could feel my parents' eyes on me. My mother hissed, "Jordan, don't you dare embarrass her." I looked over my shoulder. "You've done enough of that already." We walked out. I thought it would end there. I honestly did. I thought maybe that would be the final fracture, that we could all retreat into silence and live our separate lives. But then the next morning, I woke up to a message from my mom. It was a group text. She had sent it to me, Blake, Alyssa, my dad, and a few other family members. "Jordan has decided not to support Alyssa's wedding. We're heartbroken, but respecting his choice. Unfortunately, that means he and Lily won't be attending. Family is about showing up, even when it's hard." No mention of them uninviting Lily first. No mention of the money. Just a public, passive-aggressive crucifixion. I didn't reply. But then Lily came into my office that afternoon holding her iPad. "Daddy," she said, "why did Aunt Alyssa post a picture of me with a sad face on it?" I took the tablet. There it was. A photo of Lily from that brunch, taken when we first arrived, before she realized what was happening. The caption? "When you realize your dad doesn't believe in happy endings." I stared at it for a long time. My hands started shaking. Not from rage, but from that quiet, cold fury that sits in your stomach like a stone. That photo had been taken without our knowledge. And now my daughter was being used as emotional leverage in some warped family narrative. That was the moment I stopped playing defense. Because I'd had enough. I was done being the bigger person. Done turning the other cheek. Done swallowing disappointment like medicine. I opened my laptop. And I started planning. Not for payback. Not out of pettiness. But for justice. And when I was done, no one was going to forget what happened next. I didn't speak to my family for weeks after the brunch ambush. Not a text, not a call, not a single breadcrumb of acknowledgement. It was like hitting mute on a toxic group chat that had been running for years, and for the first time in a long while, the silence felt like oxygen. But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Truth is, it wrecked me. I'd been through breakups, job losses, sleepless nights with a newborn in my arms, and a divorce that left me financially gutted. But there's something uniquely brutal about family betrayal, especially when your own child becomes collateral damage in their little power games. It seeps under your skin. It makes you question everything you ever tolerated for the sake of keeping the peace. I spent the first few days in a fog. I still went through the motions, made Lily's lunches, did client calls, answered emails, but something in me felt unplugged. Hollow, like I was going through life with a dead battery and a fake smile. Lily noticed, of course. Kids always do. "Daddy," she asked one morning as we brushed our teeth side by side, "are you mad at me?" I froze. "What? No, never. Why would you think that?" She shrugged, spitting toothpaste into the sink. "Because you're quiet. And you keep looking at your phone like it's going to say something mean." That hit me harder than anything Alyssa ever said. I knelt down to her level, toothbrush still in hand, and said, "I'm not mad at you, sweetheart. I'm just tired. Grown-ups get tired sometimes. But I promise you, you didn't do anything wrong." She gave a small nod, but I could see the worry hadn't left her eyes. And that's when I realized something I should have known all along. If I didn't start healing, she'd carry the weight of it with me. Even if I never said a word. Even if I kept pretending I was okay. So I made a decision. Not about revenge. Not yet. I decided to rebuild. Quietly. On my terms. Away from their noise. The first thing I did was unfollow almost every single relative on social media. Blocked a few. Muted the rest. Alyssa's posts about wedding prep with my besties and family isn't blood, it's who shows up for you, weren't helping my mental health. Every caption was a passive-aggressive landmine, and I was done tiptoeing around them. Next, I took 2 days off work. Just me and Lily. We went to the mountains. I rented a tiny cabin outside Estes Park. Nothing fancy, just one of those rustic spots with creaky floors and no cell service. We packed board games, marshmallows, coloring books, and a beat-up telescope I hadn't touched since college. For 48 hours, we hiked, built fires, made s'mores, and talked about everything that wasn't the wedding. I watched Lily chase chipmunks through the trees, her giggles echoing through the pine-scented air, and for the first time in weeks, I felt something thaw in my chest. One night, she looked up at the stars and asked, "Do people still love you even if you don't give them money?" I blinked back the sting in my eyes. "Real people do," I told her. "The right ones." She nodded and pointed at a cluster of stars. "That one's you. The bright one." I hugged her so tight she squeaked. When we got back to the city, I dove into work. Not just because of the distraction, though it helped, but because I realized how much I'd let my boundaries dissolve trying to please people who only noticed me when they wanted something. I had taken on clients out of obligation, undercharged out of guilt, over-delivered just to prove I was good enough. No more. I restructured my pricing. Fired 2 clients who were draining the life out of me. Put up a proper booking system instead of letting people just email whenever. And guess what? Business got better. Because when you respect your own time, people start respecting it too. By the end of the month, I landed a contract with a tech startup looking to redesign their onboarding experience. It was the biggest project I'd ever taken on. 6 months, full creative control, and more than enough money to finally start saving for a real house. A house with a yard. Somewhere Lily could plant the lemon tree she'd been talking about since last summer. I celebrated with a pancake night. Just the 2 of us, in pajamas, syrup everywhere. "This is better than the wedding," Lily said between bites. "Yeah." I asked. "Why?" She tilted her head, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Because we're happy." And just like that, I realized I didn't miss them. Not the comments. Not the guilt. Not the fake hugs and forced smiles. My life, our life, wasn't missing anything. It had been cluttered with things we never needed. And now that the noise was gone, I could hear myself think again. But that peace was short-lived. Because 2 weeks later, Alyssa texted me. It was a photo, a picture of a check, made out to her, from our parents. $80,000. The caption? "Guess family came through after all." I didn't reply, but I felt the fury boil back up like it had never left. They bailed her out. Again, not because they had it, because I knew they didn't. My dad's pension wasn't that strong, and my mom had been talking about downsizing for over a year. They dipped into their retirement, or remortgaged the house, or took out some kind of desperate loan, all to fund a wedding that excluded their granddaughter. and then flaunted it like it was some kind of moral victory. That night, I stayed up late staring at the ceiling. Not in anger, not in sadness, but in clarity. Because while they were busy mortgaging their futures for an Instagrammable wedding, I'd been investing in something far more stable. Myself. I started networking. Not with my family, real networking. I attended a virtual UX conference, joined a Discord group of design consultants, even started mentoring a junior designer who reminded me of a younger version of myself, eager, curious, and perpetually underpaid. Sharing what I'd learned gave me something my family never had, a sense of legacy that wasn't tied to blood or guilt. I also began therapy. Best decision I ever made. My therapist helped me unpack the guilt I didn't even know I was carrying. Helped me understand that setting boundaries wasn't cruelty, it was care. Not just for me, but for Lily. Every time I let someone walk over me, I was teaching her that love meant swallowing pain. I wasn't going to pass that lesson down another generation. In our fourth session, my therapist asked me what I needed most from my family. I thought for a long time. Then I said, accountability. She nodded. Do you think they're capable of giving that? I laughed. Absolutely not. Then what do you do with that truth? That question haunted me. Because once you know someone will never change, you only have two choices: accept it or act accordingly. So I started acting. Quietly. Strategically. I looked into the wedding venue's policies. Found out who the event coordinator was. Did a little research into what vendors they were using. Not for revenge. Not yet. Just information. Because sometimes, power doesn't come from speaking louder. It comes from knowing exactly where to press. And the more I learned, the more I realized just how fragile their perfect little wedding really was. How one missed payment, one reversed deposit, one phone call could shatter the illusion. But I wasn't there yet. Not quite. Because before I did anything, before I made any move, I wanted to be sure that when I struck, it wouldn't be out of bitterness. It would be out of balance. So I waited, watched, listened, and then one night, as Lily and I decorated her birthday cake with way too many sprinkles, she said, "Do you think Aunt Alyssa will send me a card?" I paused. "I don't think so, honey." She frowned. "That's okay. I didn't send her one either." We both laughed. And in that laugh, I felt something shift. The fall was over. I was rising now. Stronger, sharper, smarter. And they had no idea what was coming. The change wasn't loud. It didn't come with trumpets or fiery declarations or cinematic montages. It came slowly, like a sunrise slipping through drawn curtains. Quiet, but inevitable. By the time spring bloomed, I was a different man. Not just stronger, I was focused, centered, free of the weight that had clung to me since childhood. I had clarity. And clarity, I've learned, is the deadliest weapon you can wield when you've spent a lifetime being disarmed by guilt. And while my family prepped for the event of the decade, as Alyssa called it, I was prepping too. For something else entirely. It began innocently enough. A Google search, then a few phone calls, then a visit to Rockvale Gardens, the wedding venue Alyssa wouldn't stop bragging about. The place that had apparently required an $80,000 non-refundable deposit. Exclusive, she called it. Elite. What she didn't mention was that it was still on a payment plan. I learned this from Elaine. Elaine, the venue coordinator, was a professional in every sense. Poised, polite, crisp. I showed up under the pretense of researching wedding venues for a friend. I even brought a notebook with random scribbles and a fake guest list. She walked me through the ballroom, the rose garden, the carriage house, the outdoor terrace that overlooked the lake. "This one's booked up solid through the summer," she said proudly. Though, the Donnelly Gray wedding in mid-June is a little shaky. They've only put down 50% so far. We've extended the payment deadline twice. I tilted my head. What happens if they don't finish paying? Oh, we cancel the event and open the date back up. No exceptions. I smiled. Good to know. Elaine offered me a brochure and her card. I thanked her, promised to circle back, and walked out feeling like I'd just unlocked a secret door in a game I'd been playing blindfolded. But that was just the beginning. Back home, I started building a file. Not just on the venue, but the entire wedding operation. See, when someone is as image-obsessed as Alyssa, they leave a trail. Instagram posts, vendor tags, public planning boards, wedding registries, hashtags, TikToks, Pinterest vision boards. She'd turned her wedding into a personal brand launch, and every step of the process was broadcast online. And she tagged everyone: the florist, the caterer, the dress boutique, the photographer, the videographer, the wedding planner, which meant all I had to do was follow the links. And I did. I built a spreadsheet: vendor names, payment deadlines, refund policies, contact info, notes on each one. A couple of them, like the cake designer and lighting crew, had strict cancellation fees. Others offered first come, first served slots that could easily be swiped if a previous client didn't finalize contracts in time. That gave me an idea. I created a fake Gmail account, lauren.fields.events@gmail.com. Then I made a wedding inquiry website. Simple, clean, professional. Lauren Fields Events, elegant celebrations with a sharp eye for detail. I bought a domain for $12. Linked a calendar. Created an auto-reply email. It didn't need to be real for long, just real enough to look like competition. Then I started emailing her vendors. Nothing aggressive, just curiosity. Hi, I'm reaching out on behalf of a high-profile client seeking a venue for a June wedding. Do you happen to have availability around the 15th? We're finalizing a few options this week. Please let me know. Several replied within hours. One florist wrote, "We actually have an opening on the 14th if another client doesn't submit their final payment by next Friday." Check. Another said, "The Donnelly Gray wedding has a soft hold right now. If that falls through, we'll reach out." Double check. Each message gave me more than I needed. Alyssa had pieced together a house of glass and assumed everyone would just admire how it sparkled. But all I saw were pressure points. It wasn't sabotage yet. It was mapping. And the more I mapped, the clearer my strategy became. I didn't want to ruin her wedding. I wanted her to ruin it herself. But to do that, I needed more than vendor knowledge. I needed timing. So I waited. I bided my time while Lily turned 8 and built a solar system model for science class. While I signed the final contract for the startup gig and watched my savings account finally grow fat. While my therapist gently reminded me to pursue accountability, not obsession. But I wasn't obsessed. I was patient. And patience, like I said before, is its own kind of power. Then, the opening arrived. Mid-April. I got a call from my cousin Matt. Matt's not close to the rest of the family. He's the black sheep, like me, except with tattoos and a motorcycle and a slightly higher tolerance for tequila. But we'd always had a quiet bond. He knew about the brunch, knew about the photo of Lily, and he hated what they did to us. So when he called and said, "Dude, you're gonna want to hear this," I listened. Alyssa was bragging at Grandma's house. Said she got the photographer to give her a discount because she promised him massive exposure. Then she laughed and said she hasn't signed the final contract yet and might just ghost him and go with someone cheaper. I paused. She said that in front of Grandma? Yeah, but you know how it is. They all laugh like she's some genius. Like screwing people over is a personality trait. I thanked him and hung up. Then I found the photographer. His name was Nolan Crane. Young guy, small business, amazing work, and very, very aware of his value. I emailed him through Lauren Fields. "I'm reaching out on behalf of a client interested in full-day wedding coverage on June 15th. I've seen your work on Instagram and am very impressed. Are you booked, or is there a chance you'll have availability?" He replied the next day, "I'm technically booked that weekend, but haven't received final confirmation or deposit from that couple yet. If that changes, I'll let you know." There it was, a thread, and all I had to do was wait for Alyssa to pull it herself. But the final piece, the one that would shift the entire board, came not from planning or scheming, but from Lily. We were at the grocery store one evening. She was holding the list, checking off items with a pink gel pen, when she asked, "Will Grandma and Grandpa ever come visit us again?" I hesitated. "Why do you ask?" She shrugged. "They always used to. Before the wedding stuff. I just wondered if they forgot." I wanted to lie. I wanted to tell her they were busy, that they'd call soon, that adults were complicated. But she deserved better than lies. So I said, "I think they made some choices that hurt people, and now they don't know how to fix it." She nodded thoughtfully, then grabbed a box of cereal and tossed it in the cart. Then I feel bad for them, 'cause we're really fun. That moment, that's when I knew this wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about making space for something better. But before I could fully let go, I had one last move to make, and it was time to set the board. I called the venue, not from Lauren's email, not from a fake number, from my own phone. I asked for Elaine. "Hi," I said calmly. "I believe there's an event scheduled under the name Donnelly Gray in June. I have reason to believe the financial situation is unstable, and I thought it might be worth checking in with your client before finalizing plans. She was polite, confused, asked who I was. I'm someone with first-hand experience being used by that family, I said. And I have emails, screenshots, and public posts that might interest your fraud department, particularly if you're worried about payment issues. I'm not asking you to cancel anything. Just double-check your paperwork. A long pause. Then a quiet, "Thank you for your call." I hung up. That was it. No fireworks. No grand reveal. Just a nudge. A whisper. A carefully aimed breeze against a fragile house of cards. And now? Now I wait. Not with anger. With intention. Because storms don't announce themselves. They just roll in. And when they hit, they change everything. It happened 3 weeks before the wedding. I was sipping my morning coffee while Lily decorated her lunchbox with glow-in-the-dark stickers when my phone buzzed with a notification. I wasn't expecting anything unusual, maybe a Slack ping or one of those limited-time deal emails that pile up like wet leaves. But when I saw the subject line, I nearly spilled my coffee on the kitchen counter. Rockvale Gardens, wedding event update, Donnelly Gray. I tapped the screen, heart still steady, but curious. Inside was a short, professional message. Dear Jordan, you are receiving this message because you are listed as an emergency contact on file for the Donnelly Gray wedding scheduled for June 15th at Rockvale Gardens. We regret to inform you that due to non-payment and multiple missed deadlines, the event has been officially canceled. Please direct any questions to our accounts team. There was no fanfare, no dramatic preamble, just a blunt, final statement. Event canceled. I smiled, not out of spite, but out of something deeper. Relief. Closure. The kind you get not from burning bridges, but from watching someone finally run out of rope. I didn't rush to tell anyone. Didn't post anything. Didn't even text Matt. I just tucked the phone back in my pocket and said to Lily, "Hey, want to get ice cream after school?" Before dinner? Before dinner. She beamed. We didn't talk about the wedding. Not yet. I figured the news would travel on its own. And it did. By lunchtime, my cousin Matt sent me a blurry screenshot of Alyssa's Instagram story. It was just a black background with the words, "Some people live to sabotage others. I hope you're proud. We'll see who's laughing soon." That was followed by a flurry of stories over the next 24 hours. A video of her crying in the passenger seat of her car. A blurry photo of a receipt with $74,983 scratched out. A quote post about fake family. She didn't mention me directly. She didn't have to. A few hours later, the group chat I'd long since muted lit up like a Christmas tree. My mother. "Jordan, what did you do?" My father, moments later. "You're being cruel. This is your sister's wedding, not a prank." Alyssa finally chimed in. "I hope Lily grows up and does this to you. Then maybe you'll understand what it's like to be abandoned by family." I stared at that one for a long time. Then I typed back, for the first time in months. Lily will grow up knowing what boundaries look like. She'll know what self-respect feels like. And she'll never once have to wonder if she's second place to someone else's ego. I didn't cancel your wedding. You did. The moment you made it about everyone but yourself. Good luck, Alyssa. Then I left the group. For good. A few days passed in quiet fallout. I didn't respond to the voicemails. I didn't open the texts. And then, like a dying storm, the noise faded. But what came next? That was unexpected. It was a Sunday. Lily was building a Lego spaceship in the living room when the doorbell rang. I opened it to find my dad standing on the porch, hands in his coat pockets, looking older than I remembered. His face was tight, unsure. "I thought you weren't speaking to me," I said. "I wasn't," he replied. "I guess I was wrong." He looked tired, like whatever illusion he'd been clinging to had finally cracked. He glanced past me into the living room where Lily sat humming to herself, oblivious. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry." I raised an eyebrow. "For what exactly?" He shifted. "For all of it. For letting her treat you like that. For standing by while your daughter was cut out. For making you feel like you had to clean up after everyone else's mess. I guess we were so used to Alyssa being the one who needed help. We forgot how strong you had to be to never ask for any. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't enough to erase decades of favoritism. But it was something. I'm not doing this for forgiveness," I said. "I'm doing it so she learns a lesson." Finally, he nodded. "I think she might." Then he handed me something. A card. On the front, "Happy Father's Day." I opened it. Inside was a handwritten note. "You're a good dad. I should have told you that years ago. Mom. I didn't cry. I didn't crumble. But I felt something loosen in my chest. He left without asking to come inside. He knew better. Later that night, I sat with Lily as she painted planets on construction paper. Her fingers were stained with purple and silver glitter, and she looked up suddenly and asked, "Is the wedding still happening?" I shook my head. "No, baby. It's not." She frowned. "That's sad." "Maybe. But sometimes sad things make room for better things." She thought about that for a second, then nodded. "Like when I broke my doll, but then we made a spaceship out of her legs." I laughed. "Exactly like that." Summer rolled in quietly after that. I got word from Matt that Alyssa tried to reschedule the wedding at a cheaper venue, but the vendors had already rebooked, and the money was long gone. The new date was TBD, which I took to mean never. Blake, it turned out, wasn't thrilled about sinking tens of thousands into a vaporized event and started pulling away. Fast. By July, Alyssa was single. By August, she was living with my parents again. And by September, she'd unfollowed me completely. There was no apology, no olive branch, no sudden epiphany, just distance. And for once, I was okay with that. Because here's the truth. Revenge isn't about destroying someone. It's about reminding them you're not someone to be destroyed. It's the quiet reclaiming of dignity. The kind that doesn't need witnesses or applause. Just the simple, unshakable knowledge that you didn't let them win. And I didn't. Not this time. Lily and I spent the rest of the year building the life we deserved. One free of apology, one full of choice. On her birthday, she asked if we could go back to the cabin in the mountains. Of course, I said. Even if it's just us. I smiled. Especially if it's just us. We drove up that weekend. Made s'mores. Stargazed. Laughed. And somewhere, as the fire crackled and the wind rustled through the trees, I realized I didn't think about Alyssa anymore. Not with anger. Not even with pity. Just nothing. And in that nothing, I found everything I'd been looking for. Peace. Power. And finally, closure. My name's Caleb, I'm 29, and for most of my adult life, I've been the dependable one in the family. Not the loudest, not the favorite, just dependable. I'm the one who remembers birthdays, offers rides to the airport, and bails people out when the rent's late or the car breaks down. I've always tried to be generous, sometimes to a fault. I was raised to believe that family sticks together, that we support each other through thick and thin. I held on to that belief way longer than I probably should have. And to be honest, I think they knew it. They counted on it. I come from a big, messy, opinionated family. 3 sisters, 2 brothers, 2 divorces, and 1 matriarch, my mom, who still tries to play peacekeeper despite being the root of a lot of the chaos herself. Our group chats are always active, filled with the usual stuff. Someone's new job, someone else's new baby, petty arguments about who forgot to call who back. I usually stay out of the drama unless it directly affects me. That changed recently. And when it did, it wasn't loud at first. It was subtle. A sentence. A tone. A pause on the phone that lasted a beat too long. You know those moments where you don't realize until later that something shifted? Yeah, this story starts with one of those. It began in mid-May. My fiancée, Leah, and I had been together for 4 years. We got engaged last fall. Just us, no big announcement, no dramatic photo shoot, just a walk through a park and a quiet yes. We were planning a small wedding for the following spring, but honestly, the whole planning part had taken a back seat to life lately. Work was intense for both of us. I'm in logistics, she's in early childhood education, and we'd both been counting the days until our upcoming family vacation. A whole week off the grid at a rented beach house on the North Carolina coast. 7 days of sunshine, sand, and supposedly, no stress. I say supposedly, because things unraveled long before we even packed our bags. The trip had been my idea originally. I floated it in the family chat back in February, half expecting it to fizzle out like most of our big group plans. But surprisingly, everyone was in. My mom was thrilled, my siblings were all excited, and within a week, I'd volunteered to coordinate the logistics. That meant finding the house, managing the booking, and, because I had the highest credit limit, paying the initial deposit. No one asked me to. I just did it, because again, I'm the dependable one. I picked a gorgeous house, beachfront, 5 bedrooms, big kitchen, outdoor grill, the works. And I made it very clear from the start that Leah would be coming with me. Now, here's where it starts to get weird. Leah's been to several family events, holidays, birthdays, even my niece's kindergarten graduation. She's always been polite, helpful, and frankly better at navigating my family's chaos than I am. But not everyone warmed up to her. My older sister, Paige, was especially standoffish. She's the type who talks sweet to your face and then rolls her eyes the second you leave the room. Paige never had a real reason not to like Leah. She just didn't. I chalked it up to jealousy, or maybe just Paige being Paige. But over time, her coolness started to spread. It was small things at first. Passive-aggressive digs. Leah being left off a group text about dinner plans. My brother Jordan once made a joke about how fast some women get their claws into the family, while Leah was literally sitting across from him. I called him out, and he brushed it off with that classic, smug, "I was just kidding" tone. Leah never made a fuss. She always handled it with grace, but I could see it wearing on her. Still, we were looking forward to the trip. Despite everything, we needed the break, and I figured being together for a whole week would give everyone a chance to reconnect. I kept telling myself this vacation would be the reset button we all needed. That was until 3 days before we were set to leave. I was in the middle of a meeting when my phone started buzzing like crazy. Missed calls, texts from my sister Paige, my mom, even Jordan. At first, I thought something had happened. I excused myself and checked my messages. The first one from Paige read, "Hey, quick thing about the trip. Can you give me a call?" Then another. "So we were talking, and we think it'd be better if Leah didn't come. Nothing personal, but this trip should really just be blood family." I stared at it for a minute, thinking I'd misread. But the rest of the text confirmed it. My family had apparently decided, on their own, without me, that my fiancé wasn't really family yet. My mom's message tried to soften the blow. "Caleb, honey, you know we love Leah, but with so many people, it just feels like we should keep it simple. No plus ones. We want this to be about family bonding." I called Paige first. She answered on the first ring, all fake cheer. "Hey, so glad you called. Did you see our messages?" "Yeah," I said slowly. "I saw them. What exactly is going on?" She launched into this bizarre explanation about how they all talked it through and felt it would be less chaotic if only immediate family came. No kids, no fiancés, no girlfriends, just the core family. "But Leah is immediate," I said. "We're engaged. She's going to be my wife." There was a pause. Then Paige said, "Yeah, but she's not technically yet. You know what I mean. It's not personal." That phrase again. Not personal. Except of course it was. I hung up shortly after, not trusting myself to keep the anger out of my voice. Leah was sitting on the couch when I came out of the room. She looked up at me, already knowing something was wrong. "They don't want me there," she said quietly. I nodded. "They said they wanted to be just blood family." She didn't say anything for a long moment. Then she smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Okay, I won't go." I sat beside her, heart pounding, stomach sinking. I hated how calm she was, how quickly she accepted it. That was the part that hurt the most, how used to this kind of thing she was. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept going over everything in my head. The months of planning, the money I'd already put down, the fact that not once, had anyone brought this up before now. They waited until the last second, and they assumed I'd just roll with it, that I'd go along with their decision, like always. But they'd miscalculated, because what they didn't realize was that the beach house was booked in my name. The deposit? Paid with my card. The balance? Not due until check-in. They thought they could cut Leah out and still enjoy the vacation I made possible. And that, more than anything, lit a fire in me. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to argue. I was going to pull the rug out from under them in the calmest, most surgical way possible. And it started with one simple message the next morning. Just 2 sentences, sent to the family group chat. "Understood about Leah. No problem. I'll respect your wishes. But I won't be bringing my wallet either." Then I turned off my phone and waited. I woke up the next morning to 27 missed messages. I didn't check them right away. Instead, I made breakfast with Leah like it was any other weekend. She was unusually quiet, but not distant, just thoughtful, maybe trying to read my mood before asking anything. She knew I wasn't the type to act impulsively. She also knew that when I said I wasn't bringing my wallet, I wasn't bluffing. We sat down with our coffee, eggs, and toast, and I finally unlocked my phone. My notifications lit up like a Christmas tree. It was a progression. At first, the messages were full of confusion. Wait, what do you mean? Caleb? What wallet? Then it quickly spiraled into a digital meltdown. Are you seriously canceling on us because of this? Don't be dramatic. We're literally asking for one thing. We've already packed. And from Jordan, dude, you can't screw us over like this. Paige, as expected, leaned fully into martyr mode. I was just trying to keep the trip simple and stress-free. I didn't mean for any of this to get blown out of proportion. If Leah staying behind is that big of a deal, just say so. I thought we were on the same page. Right. Because nothing says on the same page, like blindsiding me 3 days before the trip with a thinly veiled, your fiancé doesn't count message. But the one that hit me hardest came from my mom. I love you, Caleb, but you're being unfair. We didn't exclude Leah because we don't love her. We just wanted this vacation to be about us. You've always been so level-headed. Don't let her create a wedge between you and your family. Leah, who had been sipping her coffee beside me in silence, noticed my expression tighten. Let me guess, she said softly. I'm the problem now. I handed her the phone without a word. She scrolled through the messages. I watched her face. She didn't cry, didn't say anything, just nodded to herself like she'd finally received confirmation of something she already suspected. I don't want you to cancel your trip, she said. It's not worth the drama. I reached for her hand across the table. Leah, they don't get to treat you like this. Not anymore. Not while expecting me to foot the bill. She stared down at her plate. It just sucks. I thought things were getting better. Yeah, so did I. But the messages kept coming, and they weren't getting any kinder. The tone shifted fast. First it was confusion, then guilt-tripping, then anger. You're being manipulative. You always act like you're better than the rest of us. You think money gives you power, but it doesn't buy you family, Caleb. That last one was from Jordan. I had to laugh at that. Jordan, who still owed me close to $4,000 from a loan 3 years ago that he'd conveniently forgotten, was lecturing me about what money could and couldn't buy. I didn't reply, not to any of them. Instead, I called the rental agency. The woman who answered was polite and sympathetic. I explained I needed to cancel the reservation. She informed me that I'd lose the deposit, which I already expected, but the remaining balance wouldn't be charged since we were still within the cancellation window. Do you want to reschedule or just cancel outright? She asked. I paused. Then I looked over at Leah, still sitting quietly in her robe, pretending to read her book. Actually, I said, I'd like to reschedule for 2 people. I booked the same house, just 1 week later. Same beachfront view. Same 7 days. Same perfect getaway. Only this time, it would be just me and Leah. No group texts. No whispered judgments. No Paige rolling her eyes. No Jordan asking if I could cover the groceries and he'd Venmo me later. No one leaving Leah out of dinner plans or mocking her job or pretending her chair wasn't empty at the table. Just us. I waited a full day before telling the family. I did it with 1 screenshot. The new reservation confirmation. Date changed. Occupancy changed. Names changed. The group chat went dead for 4 hours. Then Paige broke the silence. So we're not going? Did you really cancel the whole thing because of Leah? You could have just talked to us. This was childish. I didn't respond. Not yet. Instead, I forwarded them the cancellation notice. No message. No explanation. Just the cold, impersonal confirmation email that spelled out, in bold black letters, reservation has been canceled per guest request. It was a few minutes later that my mom called. I ignored it. She tried again. Then she left a voicemail. Caleb, sweetheart, I know you're upset. I just wish you'd come to me first before doing something so final. This trip was supposed to be for all of us. Can't we just fix this? I saved the voicemail. I don't know why. Maybe because I could hear it, the subtle shift in her voice. The realization. The fear behind the softness. They knew now. Knew that this wasn't just about Leah. It was about every single time they took me for granted and assumed I'd just go along. Smile through it. Pay for it. Swallow it. But this wasn't the end of it. 2 days before the original trip date, I got an email from my brother Jordan with the subject line, "Can you just listen?" I opened it, half expecting more guilt tripping. But it wasn't that. It was worse. Jordan had gone behind my back, contacted the rental agency himself, tried to convince them that he was the organizer and that there had been a mix-up with the reservation, claimed the deposit was accidentally put on my card and that the booking should be transferred to him. He even offered to pay again in full just to secure the dates. But the agency declined. Politely, but firmly. They informed him that unless his name was on the reservation, it wasn't, or he had written permission from the cardholder, he didn't. They couldn't legally transfer anything. He attached the agency's reply to his email, then added this. Come on, man. Don't let your pride ruin this. We already told everyone we were going. People booked time off. Kids are excited. Don't punish everyone over a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. That's what they were calling it now. After telling my fiancée she wasn't welcome. After telling me she wasn't really family. After waiting until the last possible moment. Assuming I'd be too spineless to say no. Leah and I were watching a movie when I read that email. She leaned her head on my shoulder, unaware of what I was reading. I didn't say anything about it. Not yet. The next day, my phone rang again. It was Paige. I answered. She didn't say hello. Just launched into it. I don't understand what you're trying to prove. Excuse me. I said. All of this. Canceling the trip. Ignoring everyone. Acting like you're some kind of victim. It's exhausting. I let the silence hang in the air. She continued. I'm just saying. If Leah is that sensitive, maybe it's a sign. I nearly dropped the phone. Say that again, I said. You heard me. Paige snapped. We didn't say she couldn't ever come. We just thought this trip would be better if it was just us. That's not some horrible crime. You told my fiancée she wasn't family. 3 days before the trip. After I paid for everything. Well, maybe next time you should make it clear that everything's contingent on bringing your +1, she said, her voice cold. Otherwise, don't be surprised when people start acting like it's still our family vacation. Something inside me snapped. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just a quiet, internal crack. The kind that happens when years of small slights and forced tolerance finally hit their limit. Don't worry, I said, my voice low. There won't be a next time. Then I hung up. I sat there for a long time, staring at the wall, thinking about every birthday where I'd overpaid so no one else had to. Every group dinner where I picked up the check because no one else reached for their wallet. Every phone call where I played therapist while they vented about their latest drama, then hung up without asking about my life. And Leah? Always the outsider. Always walking on eggshells. No more. And just when I thought the silence would hold, just when I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd back off and let it go, I got another message. From Jordan. But this time, it wasn't just a message. It was a photo of my mom, Paige, Jordan, and the rest of them, on a beach, smiling, with the caption, changed plans. Found our own spot. Looks like we didn't need you after all. They had rebooked. Somewhere else. At the last minute. Without telling me. Without apologizing. And that was the moment. The betrayal wasn't the message itself. It was the look on their faces. The smugness. The finality. The way they made sure I'd see it. And that's when I knew. This wasn't over. Not even close. When I saw the picture Jordan sent, something inside me went quiet. Not angry. Not heartbroken. Just still. It was like staring down a long hallway of memories and realizing, all at once, that the door had already closed behind you, and you hadn't even noticed. My family, sprawled across folding chairs on a different beach, drinks in hand, sunglasses on, smiles stretched wide across their faces like nothing happened. Like I didn't exist. Like Leah had never been mentioned. They'd found a way to move forward without me. Or at least, they wanted to show me they could. I locked my phone, set it face down. Then I just sat there. Leah came in a few minutes later, humming quietly to herself with a towel over her shoulder and wet hair from her shower. She paused when she saw my face. What happened? She asked. I didn't want to show her the picture. I didn't want her to think this was about her, because it wasn't. Not really. It was about me finally understanding my place in a family I'd spent years putting first. I stood up, took her hand, and said, "Come with me." We got in the car. No bags. No cooler. No packed beach supplies. Just the two of us. I drove an hour and a half north, to the kind of quiet stretch of coast no one in my family would think to look. I didn't speak the whole drive. Leah didn't press. That was one of the things I loved most about her. She knew when to ask, and when to just be there. We parked and walked down to the sand barefoot. There were no crowds, no volleyball nets, no kids shrieking with water guns. Just waves, wind, and that late afternoon golden light you only get in early summer. We sat in silence for a long time. And then, finally, I told her everything. Showed her the picture, the caption, the messages. She stared at it for a few seconds, then shook her head, smiling without humor. "I'm not surprised," she said. "That stung more than I expected." She looked at me. I mean, I hoped things would get better. I wanted to believe they could. But Caleb, your family's been like this since day one. I know, I said quietly. Do you? She asked. Because every time they pushed, you gave. Every time they tested your boundaries, you moved the line. I didn't argue. Because she was right. She brushed sand from her ankle. You're always so afraid of being the bad guy. So afraid of disappointing them. Because they made me believe I owed them everything. I said, surprising even myself. Like I was supposed to carry the weight because I could. Leah didn't say anything. Just took my hand and held it. We stayed until the sun started to dip. And in that moment, something shifted, not in the world, but in me. I wasn't going to beg them to see my side. I wasn't going to send long messages trying to explain myself. I was done being the default yes man. That night, when we got home, I opened the group chat one last time. Not to argue. Not to fight. I typed, glad you found a new place. Hope you all enjoy it. Then I left the chat. Just like that. I half expected someone to add me back. No one did. Over the next few days, the silence stretched. No calls. No updates. No questions about where I was. It was like I'd never existed. Like I'd been edited out of the family timeline. And I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt. Because it did. Leah tried her best to keep things light. She made pancakes in funny shapes. She suggested movie marathons. We played cards late into the night, and she let me win even when I knew she had the better hand. But I still caught myself scrolling through old photos when she wasn't looking. Christmas mornings. Thanksgiving dinners. Backyard cookouts. All those moments where I smiled for the camera, unaware that something darker was brewing just outside the frame. I didn't realize how much of my identity was tied up in being part of the family until I was suddenly not. The fall wasn't dramatic. No emotional breakdowns. No shouting. Just a slow, hollow unraveling. Like realizing the house you've been living in has cracks in the foundation and all your furniture is already sitting crooked. For a week, I did the bare minimum at work. I answered emails. Took calls. But my heart wasn't in it. I kept thinking about that beach house, how perfect it was. How excited I'd been to share it with the people I thought mattered most. How fast they made me feel disposable. Then, on a Thursday morning, something changed. Leah left a note on the counter before work. Nothing poetic. Just a line, scribbled on the back of a receipt. Let them go. You've got better things to build. I stared at those words for a long time. Better things to build. I sat down at my computer and pulled up the beach house reservation again. Our new reservation. The one for just the two of us. And I started making plans. We weren't just going to salvage a trip. We were going to make it ours. Fully. Authentically. Without compromise. I sent in a request to upgrade the package, added a private chef night, a beachside couples massage, and even booked a local photographer for a session at sunset. I bought Leah a new beach dress she'd once admired in a store window, but never splurged on. I ordered champagne, her favorite brand, to be chilled and waiting in the fridge when we arrived. It wasn't about money. It was about choice. I was choosing her. Fully. And choosing us. Without needing anyone's permission. Leah teared up when she saw everything I'd planned, though she tried to hide it behind a sarcastic comment about how I was going to make it hard to top this for our honeymoon. But I could tell what it really meant to her. That for once, she didn't feel like an afterthought. She felt prioritized. The week of the trip came fast. We packed light, left our phones on silent, and drove with the windows down, music up, wind in our hair. Every mile that passed felt like a layer peeling away, like shedding old skin. The house was even better than I remembered. Warm wood floors, big glass windows facing the ocean, a kitchen that begged to be cooked in. Leah danced barefoot across the living room, spinning like a little kid, laughing louder than I'd heard in weeks. That first night, we sat on the back deck with wine and watched the tide roll in. No expectations, no obligations, just peace. And maybe it sounds silly, but I felt something settle inside me. Like for the first time in my adult life, I didn't need my family's approval to feel whole. We spent the week building our own traditions. Morning coffee walks on the beach, making seafood pasta from scratch, late-night games, and old movie marathons. On the night we'd scheduled the photographer, Leah wore the dress I bought her, and we took pictures barefoot in the surf. I looked at her and thought, this is the family I want to build. And slowly, the bitterness started to fade. I stopped checking for messages. I stopped replaying the betrayal in my head. Instead, I started thinking about what came next. Because if there's one thing being excluded taught me, it's how much time I'd spent living in their shadow, letting their opinions shape my self-worth, letting their needs override mine. Not anymore. I came home from that trip lighter. Not just emotionally, but mentally. I started going to the gym again, eating better. I even dusted off a side business idea I'd abandoned a year ago and started sketching it out in earnest. Leah noticed the change. "You're different," she said one morning over breakfast. "How so?" "You stand straighter. You laugh more. You don't flinch every time your phone buzzes." I smiled. "That's because I turned off notifications." But I knew what she meant. I wasn't waiting for approval anymore. I wasn't chasing peace from people who never wanted me to have it. I was creating it on my own. A few weeks later, I bumped into an old friend of mine from high school, Ben. We grabbed lunch, caught up, and talked business. He mentioned he was expanding his operations and looking for a partner who knew logistics. The kind of offer I might have turned down 6 months ago because I didn't want to rock the boat or take on too much. But now, I said yes. We shook hands. And just like that, something new began. Not in spite of what happened, but because of it. And while the wounds were still there, quiet, healing, I could finally look ahead without bitterness. But just as I started to truly move forward, to rebuild my sense of self without them, they came back. Not all at once. Not with apologies. But with something else entirely. A request. And with it, a threat. It started with a knock. Not a metaphorical one. A real, physical knock at our door. Sharp. Rapid. The kind that's too purposeful to be friendly. Leah and I were in the middle of hanging new shelves in the living room. I'd just gotten off a late afternoon Zoom call with Ben about our new logistics platform. Business was picking up faster than I anticipated. We'd secured 2 new contracts that week alone, and Leah was already looking at office spaces I could eventually lease. The house smelled like fresh wood and takeout. The mood was light. Until that knock. I wiped my hands on a towel and opened the door. My mother stood on the porch, wearing a long beige cardigan like it was armor, clutching her purse with both hands like it might float away. Her eyes darted behind me, clearly checking if Leah was visible. "Hi," she said. All breezy and breathless like this was a surprise encounter instead of an ambush. I didn't step aside. "Hi." She smiled, that tight, rehearsed kind of smile that never quite reaches the eyes. "Can I come in?" I hesitated for a second, not because I was unsure, but because I wanted her to feel that hesitation. Then I stepped aside without a word. Leah looked up from the shelf she was adjusting, froze, then quietly excused herself to the kitchen. I appreciated that. She trusted me to handle it. Mom and I sat. There was a silence, so heavy it felt like it had physical weight. She cleared her throat. "You look good. Healthy. I saw that photo of you two on the beach." "You saw that?" I interrupted. She nodded. "Jordan forwarded it." I nodded slowly. "Of course he did." Another silence. "I'm not here to rehash everything," she said. "But something came up, and I thought you should hear it from me." I waited. She reached into her bag and pulled out a crisp folder. Not dramatic, not a thick stack, just a few printed documents. "The house," she said. "Grandma's beach house." I blinked. "What about it?" "She passed last month." I stared at her. "She passed, and no one told me?" "She didn't want a funeral," Mom said quickly. "You know how she was. She wanted it quiet. No fuss. We respected her wishes." The word hit wrong. Like I was already excluded from the list. I didn't speak. I just waited for her to continue. "She left the house to the family. There's no official will. We think she never updated it, but the paperwork's a bit messy. The deed's still in her name. But we found a letter. Written a few years ago." I raised an eyebrow. "A letter?" She nodded. "Addressed to you." I reached for it, but she held it back. "There's a lot riding on how this plays out," she said, and suddenly the rehearsed calm started to crack. "The property taxes are overdue. It needs work. The rest of us have been talking, and we think the best move is to sell it. And we need your help." There it was. The turn. The reason she was on my doorstep. "We need someone to file a petition to transfer the deed. Since Grandma mentioned you in the letter, you'd have a claim. You're good with paperwork. Good with, logistics." I leaned back in my chair. Let the words wash over me. She didn't say we're sorry. She didn't say you deserved better. She said we need your help. "Who else has seen the letter?" I asked. She hesitated. "Just Paige. And Jordan." "Of course. And this letter," I said slowly. "Does it say the house is mine?" Her silence was all the answer I needed. She placed the envelope on the coffee table like it was radioactive and slowly pushed it toward me. I opened it. Inside was a handwritten note from Grandma, dated 2 years ago. Caleb, I know your mother won't like this, but you're the only one I trust. The beach house should go to someone who'll actually appreciate it. Someone who doesn't see it as a quick sale and a paycheck. I wanted you to have it. If I forget to make it official, I hope this is enough. Love you always. Grandma. I read it twice. 3 times. The paper was yellowing, the ink slightly faded, but it was her handwriting. No doubt about it. When I looked up, my mom was watching me carefully, gauging. So let me get this straight, I said. You want me to use this letter to transfer the deed, so you all can sell the house? She nodded. We'd split it, of course. Equally. Even though she left it to me. She was old, she said. She probably didn't realize what she was saying. I almost laughed. She called the rest of you out by name in the letter. Mom flinched at that. She didn't mean. She did, I cut in. And you know it. I sat back and took a deep breath. And in that moment, something clicked. This was the leverage I didn't know I needed. Because here was the truth. Grandma's beach house wasn't some crumbling shack. It was in a prime location, coastal Carolina, walking distance from high-end developments, with a private dock. I'd helped her maintain it 2 summers ago when she got sick. I knew what it was worth. I also knew what they didn't. Because while they were chasing quick cash, I was sitting on a letter worth 6 figures. Possibly 7. I looked at my mother. I'll think about it, I said. She smiled, relieved. That's all I ask. She stood to leave. I waited until she was at the door. Hey, Mom. She turned. If you wanted me to help, you could have called weeks ago, instead of letting them cut me out. The smile faltered. I didn't know what to say. You didn't have to say anything, I said. You just had to not stay silent. She left, and I locked the door behind her. That night, Leah and I sat at the kitchen table, the letter between us. You're not going to give it to them, right? She asked, voice low. I shook my head. No. She exhaled. Good. But I'm not going to keep it either. Not yet. She looked confused. I'm going to use it. Over the next week, I started laying the groundwork. Quietly. Methodically. I called Ben and told him I needed a few days off. I hired a real estate attorney. Someone local, someone sharp. We met twice in person, once over the phone. I gave him the letter, the history, the family politics. He listened, took notes, and told me something that changed the game. Technically, without a will, it would have gone to her children. But if she left written intent and you're willing to challenge it, there's a strong case. Especially if the rest of the family wasn't involved in upkeep. They weren't. Not once. I'll file the petition, he said. We'll let the court decide. But I wasn't stopping there. I started calling contractors, inspectors, surveyors. Not to sell, to restore. The house was old. Yes, but it had bones. Good ones. A deep foundation. Real potential. And suddenly, I saw something else. A long game. While they squabbled over how to split a fictional sale price, I'd be renovating. While they played tug-of-war over a property they didn't legally own, I'd be building equity. And when the dust settled, I'd hold the keys. And something far more valuable. Legacy. 2 weeks later, Jordan called. I let it go to voicemail. His voice was tense. Hey, so? Mom said you might be helping with the house stuff? That's great, man. Really. Listen, we've been doing some research and the place might be worth more than we thought. Like, a lot more. So if you could, push that paperwork through fast, we'll cut you a bigger slice. I played the message for Leah. She rolled her eyes. A slice. The next day, I got a message from Paige. Caleb, I've been thinking a lot about everything. I just want to say I'm sorry if I was out of line about the vacation stuff. Leah's great. You're great. Let's move forward. It was like watching rats smell smoke before a fire. But I wasn't ready yet. Not until the final piece was in place. I made one more call to the town's zoning board. Asked about short-term rental permits. Turns out, the area had just lifted restrictions. The beach house could legally operate as a vacation rental. The kind that makes a lot more money than a one-time sale. That night, I sat at the kitchen table with a blank sheet of paper and wrote out my plan, step by step. Finalize legal claim to the house. Begin renovation. Update the plumbing, kitchen, and siding. Apply for rental license. Turn the house into a luxury, short-term rental, year-round income. Invite no one. I didn't want to humiliate them. I wanted them to watch. To see what they threw away. To feel the absence. And just when they'd finally convinced themselves I was gone for good, they'd hear my name again. But not as a brother, not as a son, as the owner. It took 5 months. 5 months of paperwork, planning, calls, late-night number crunching, early morning contractor visits, and endless patience. But the beach house, my beach house, came back to life. We started with the bones. Reinforced the deck, fixed the roof, replaced the rotting dock planks. Then the interior. Leah had an eye for design, and I let her run wild. Every room was repainted with warm coastal tones. We knocked down a wall to open the kitchen, added new fixtures, modern appliances, luxury linens, smart locks, cameras, even a welcome basket concept for future guests. We took out the stained carpets and revealed the beautiful original hardwood underneath. I hired a local photographer to capture everything once the renovations were done. The before and after images were so stark it was hard to believe they were of the same property. When the photos went live on the site we listed it on, we booked our first weekend within 48 hours. By month 6, we were booked solid for the next 3. But here's the thing, they still didn't know. The court had ruled in my favor quietly, decisively. The letter had been enough, combined with testimony from Grandma's old neighbors who remembered me as the only one who visited her in those last 2 years. My siblings didn't contest it. They didn't even show up. I'm guessing they assumed I'd cave and split it once it was legally mine. But I didn't. I had my attorney notify them with a single, cold, formal letter. The property now legally belongs to Caleb. All prior claims are null. Do not trespass. They didn't reply. For a while, it was quiet, peaceful. Leah and I visited the house once every few weeks, just to make sure everything was running smoothly. Sometimes we stayed for a night ourselves between bookings. Each time, it felt more like a retreat we had earned, not inherited, but built. We even framed Grandma's original letter and hung it in the hallway. A private tribute. Then, about 3 months after the court ruling, I got a text from Jordan. Hey, quick question. Is there any way we could stay at the house for a weekend in August? Just us and the kids. We'd pay, obviously. Paige and Mom were thinking it'd be nice to go back, like old times. I stared at the message for a full minute. I almost ignored it. Almost. But then, I remembered the picture. Looks like we didn't need you after all. So I opened the calendar, saw that weekend was still open, and replied, of course. You can book it like anyone else. Here's the link, rental listing link. 5 minutes later, I got a reply. Wait, this is you. I didn't answer. Another message followed. You're seriously running it as a rental? And not even a family discount. Then another. So you're profiting off it now? That's what Grandma would have wanted. I finally replied. Yes. She would have wanted someone who cared to take care of it. I did. You didn't. That shut him up for a while. But the next message wasn't from Jordan. It was from Mom. She wrote, I'm disappointed, Caleb. You know your siblings made mistakes, but punishing everyone like this? Over a vacation? Over a misunderstanding? I took a deep breath and typed slowly. It wasn't about a vacation. It was about years of being treated like I didn't matter. Like Leah didn't matter. Like I was only useful when I was paying or fixing things. This house. It's not punishment. It's proof. Proof that I can build something without needing any of you. She left it on read. I thought that would be the end of it. But Paige, being Paige, couldn't resist. 2 weeks later, she booked a weekend using a fake name. I didn't catch it right away. But when the confirmation came through, something felt off. The name was odd, and the payment method was tied to a burner account. Leah and I double-checked and pulled up the phone number linked to the reservation. It was hers. She tried to sneak in. So I canceled the reservation. No refund. Sent her a short message. Next time you try to lie your way into my house, try using a name that isn't tied to your high school email account. She didn't reply. Instead, she posted on Facebook a long, ranting status about greedy relatives who betray the family over property and value money over blood. She didn't name me directly, but the subtext was obvious. I had mutual friends messaging me, asking if I was okay. I said I was better than okay. I was free. Because here's what no one tells you about cutting off toxic family. The peace you gain is worth every ounce of guilt they try to sling at you. And it didn't stop with the beach house. The logistics business I co-founded with Ben, it exploded. We landed a 6-figure contract with a regional distribution network, and I was able to hire a full-time team within 8 months. I gave Leah a ring that made her cry all over again, this time out of joy. We got married at the beach house. Just a small ceremony. 20 guests. No family from my side. Just the people who actually loved us. Who showed up. Who chose us. We said our vows with the ocean behind us. Grandma's letter framed near the altar. Afterward, Leah leaned in and whispered, she'd be proud. I looked at the house, glowing in the sunset, filled with laughter and music and love. She'd be relieved, I said. A month later, Jordan tried one last time. Called me drunk. Said he was in town and thought he'd stop by the house. Just to see it. I told him if he showed up, the cameras would catch him, and the police would be called for trespassing. He hung up. I haven't heard from him since. Haven't heard from any of them, really. Every so often, someone from the extended family reaches out, tries to play mediator, says things like, life's too short, or, you should forgive and forget. And I always answer the same way. I did forgive. I just didn't forget. That's why they're not welcome. The house is booked 6 months out now. We added a small plaque above the entryway that reads, built from ashes, kept with fire. Guests always ask what it means. I just smile and say, it's a long story, but it always ends the same, with a locked door. And me, on the other side of it, smiling, because I am no longer their wallet. I am no longer their fallback plan. I am no longer their brother, or their son, or their scapegoat. I am the owner. And they are just people who used to know me. They tried to take my family from me, so I built one without them, brick by brick, and locked the door behind me. I never thought I'd be the kind of guy to hold a grudge. My name's Nolan. I'm 27 now, but this all started back when I had just turned 25. At the time, I was in that weird transitional phase of life. Not quite where I wanted to be, but definitely not lost either. I had a decent job doing back-end development for a logistics startup. Remote, flexible hours, decent pay. Nothing flashy, but it paid the bills and gave me space to think about my next move. I wasn't posting Instagram stories from Bali or buying overpriced coffee every day, but I was content. And sometimes that's enough. Or at least it should have been. But when you're the quiet one in a loud family, people tend to forget you exist. Or worse, they remember just enough to leave you out. I grew up in a house full of strong personalities. My mom, June, is a relentless organizer, the kind of woman who turns every birthday into a full-blown itinerary and expects RSVP texts for Sunday dinner. My dad, Rob, was always kind of checked out, worked in construction management, old-school dude, believed in providing but not much else. My younger brother, Chase, is the golden child. Always has been. He's the funny one, the loud one, the athletic one, the life of the party. Growing up, he was the one getting standing ovations at school plays, even when his singing made people wince. My job was usually to sit in the third row, clap politely, and make sure Grandma didn't trip on the stairs. Chase and I weren't close, but we weren't enemies either. Just different. He was always moving fast, while I preferred to observe. He made friends in an instant. I made them slowly, and they stuck longer. But the family never really saw that. They saw Chase's trophies, his outgoing charm, his social media influence, and just assumed that I'd be fine on my own. You've always been so independent, Mom would say, like it was a compliment, like it was an excuse to not include me. The cracks had always been there, but I didn't start noticing how deep they ran until the spring before Chase's college graduation. He was finishing up at a big-name university in California. I won't say which one, but let's just say it was the kind of school where the sweatshirts alone cost more than my monthly groceries. The family had been buzzing about it for months. The ceremony, the celebrations, the big Chase is making it moment. Group texts were filled with jokes about what everyone would wear, what hotel they were booking, which Airbnb was closest to the beach. I figured plans were being made. I figured, like always, I'd get the details eventually. I didn't. One day, I opened Instagram and saw a post from my cousin Bella, a photo of boarding passes tucked into her passport. Caption, Chase's big week. I paused. Wait. What? A few more scrolls later, I saw my uncle standing next to his wife at an airport bar, clinking glasses. Then came a story from my Aunt Lisa, showing a pile of matching family t-shirts that said, Team Chase, Graduation 2023. I felt my stomach drop. Was this happening now? I texted my mom. Me. Hey, when are you guys flying out for Chase's graduation? Mom, oh, we're already here. Just got in yesterday. Sorry, I thought you had work or something. Me. I work remotely. Mom. Right. Well, We didn't want to bother you. Figured you'd be too busy anyway. That little emoji did something to me. Not the full breakdown. Not yet. But the kind of slow-building anger that starts in your chest and makes your fingers tingle. I sat there staring at the screen for a while, trying to make it make sense. Was this an oversight? A mistake? Surely someone would have asked if I was coming. Surely there had been a message thread I'd missed, an email I'd accidentally deleted. So I did the thing no one wants to do. I went looking for receipts. Group chat? I was in it. But looking back through the messages, I realized there were side threads, private ones, cousins-only ones, sibling ones. I wasn't in any of them. In the main group, all I could find was a vague, "Can't wait for Chase's big day" post from 3 months earlier, which I had responded to with a simple thumbs up. That was it. No dates, no invites, no hotel links. Nothing. I tried not to overthink it. I really did. I told myself maybe they thought I was too busy. Maybe they just assumed I'd say no. But when I saw the family photo a few days later, all of them on the beach in their matching shirts, holding little banners that spelled out, "We love you, Chase," I felt something sharp and cold settle in my chest. There was my mom, my dad, my brother, my cousins, even my uncle who lived 2 states away. Everyone smiling. Everyone there. Everyone but me. I didn't say anything. I liked the post. I double-tapped it like some stranger who stumbled across a stranger's joy. No comment, no message. Just a silent acknowledgement that I saw it. And that they didn't see me. I didn't answer when Chase called the next day. I let it go to voicemail. He left a short message. "Hey bro, don't know if you're around. But, thanks for the support. Wish you were here. Talk soon." He sounded half awkward, half guilty. Like maybe he'd realized I wasn't coming just a little too late. Later that week, I finally got a text from my mom. "Mom, hope you're not upset." It all came together kind of fast. "Next time, okay?" Next time. Like they'd forgotten to pick up eggs at the store. Like I was some optional side dish at a family barbecue. I didn't respond. I just let the silence hang there. Because what do you even say to that? I started noticing the pattern after that. Birthdays that came and went with generic HBD messages. Group photos from family events I never knew were happening. A new family WhatsApp group I wasn't added to until someone must have realized I was missing and quietly slipped me in. 2 weeks later. It wasn't one moment. It was 1,000 little ones. A slow drip of being excluded, overlooked, deprioritized. And every time I try to rationalize it, they're just busy. Maybe it was a mistake. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. I felt a little more hollow inside. Like maybe I really was just forgettable. Invisible. I didn't bring it up. I didn't start a fight. But something in me shifted that year. I stopped reaching out. Stopped sending check-ins. Stopped offering to help plan birthdays. Stopped reacting to their stories. I backed out of the family Christmas exchange, citing work. I declined the invite to our annual summer cabin trip. Not that I was really expected, anyway. And then one day, I was just gone. No announcement. No drama. Just radio silence. A full year passed like that. Then, something happened that pulled me back into the family orbit, whether I liked it or not. And this time, I wasn't just the quiet one in the corner. This time, I had something they didn't know about. Something they wouldn't see coming. But that's where it really begins. It's funny how silence makes people uncomfortable. At first, when I stopped showing up or replying, nobody really said anything. Maybe they assumed I was just busy again, like they always claimed. Or maybe they thought I was being dramatic, sulking over missing a trip they never invited me to. But as weeks stretched into months, the text slowed. The phone calls stopped. No one checked in, not even on my birthday. I turned 26 that July. No calls. No cards. No happy birthday message from my parents. Not even a recycled Facebook post. The only acknowledgement I got was from my coworker Marin, who messaged me on Slack. "Hey Nolan, hope you're doing something fun today." HBD. That message hit harder than I expected. I just stared at it for a while, then closed my laptop. I took myself out for a late dinner that night. Steak, bourbon, cheesecake, and tipped the waitress 50%. When she smiled and said, "Happy birthday, by the way," I almost teared up. That was the moment it truly sunk in. My family didn't forget me. They just didn't care enough to remember. But I wasn't going to chase after people who couldn't bother to send a 2-word text. So I doubled down. I started drawing boundaries where there were none before. I muted the family group chats. Stopped reacting to their updates. Every time I saw a family brunch or a movie night on my cousin's story, I reminded myself not to care. They didn't miss me when I wasn't there. Why should I miss them? Meanwhile, my life, the part no one cared to ask about, was changing. I'd spent the better part of the year quietly building something. After years of freelancing and bouncing between startup contracts, I finally landed a massive client in the e-commerce space. They loved my work, signed a long-term retainer, and within 6 months, I had more projects than I could handle. So I brought on 2 former colleagues, then a third. Before I knew it, I had a small team, a brand name, and an LLC. I never told anyone in my family, not because I was trying to hide it, but because they never asked. Then came Thanksgiving. It had been over a year since Chase's graduation trip. I hadn't seen anyone in person since before that, hadn't spoken to my mom or dad since spring. I figured I'd be left off the invite list again, which was fine. I was planning to stay in, maybe cook something myself, maybe order in. Quiet, peaceful. But 3 days before the holiday, I got a text from Mom. Mom, hi honey. Hope you're doing well. We'd love to see you at the house for Thanksgiving this year. Everyone's coming. Dinner's at 4. Let me know. I stared at the message for a long time. No apology. No acknowledgement of the silent year. Just a cheerful invite like we'd spoken yesterday. I didn't answer right away. I honestly didn't know how I felt. Part of me wanted to ignore it. Another part, the stubborn one, wanted to show up, to see if anyone would even act like anything had changed. In the end, curiosity won out. I said I'd come. Thanksgiving Day was cloudy, cold, and tense. I pulled up to my parents' house around 3:45 p.m. Same place I grew up in. Pale blue siding, cracked driveway, the same chipped welcome mat with the faded letters. But as I walked in, something immediately felt off. There was no Nolan, or hey, look who's here. Just murmurs from the kitchen and laughter from the living room. My mom spotted me first. She came over with a wine glass in hand and air-kissed my cheek. You made it. I wasn't sure if you would. Her smile was strained. Her eyes flicked over my coat, like she expected me to be holding flowers or wine or something. I said I'd come. I replied flatly. She nodded. Well, we're just about to sit down. Chase is carving the turkey. He's gotten so good at it. Go say hi. I walked toward the dining room, and that's when I saw it. The table was already full. Not, we'll scoot over, kind of full. I mean, every single seat was taken. My uncle, aunt, cousins, grandparents, even Chase's new girlfriend, a girl I'd never met who was sipping Pinot Grigio like she owned the place. And there at the head of the table, in Dad's old chair, sat Chase, beaming like he was hosting the Oscars. He spotted me and waved. Yo, Nolan, you came. Then he turned back to the turkey, mid-slice. I stood there awkwardly for a second before Mom breezed past me, frowning. Oh shoot, I thought we had one more chair. Hold on. She glanced around, then clapped her hands. Can someone grab the folding chair from the garage? No one moved. Finally, my 15-year-old cousin sighed and went to get it. They cleared a spot for me, at the very corner of the table, half in the hallway. No placemat, no silverware. I had to use a paper napkin while everyone else had the nice linen ones. It was humiliating. Dinner passed in a haze. They talked about Chase's new job, some marketing thing at a firm downtown, and how bright his future looked. My dad joked about buying him a condo. My uncle offered him a contact at a venture capital firm. Everyone gushed. No one asked me a single question. Not about work. Not about my life. Not even, how have you been? The final blow came when my mom announced the annual family photo. Let's get one with all the kids and parents. Same spot as always. Everyone shuffled out to the backyard, laughing and adjusting their coats. I hung back, unsure. When they were all lined up, Mom looked at me and said, Nolan, would you mind taking the photo? You've got that nice phone. I stared at her. For a second, I thought she was joking. But no, she was serious. My brother's girlfriend stood right next to him, arms wrapped around his waist like she'd always been part of the family. I wasn't even considered part of the picture. So I took the photo. I held up the phone, clicked the shutter, and watched their smiling faces freeze on the screen. Perfect, happy, complete. Without me. That was the moment. The breaking point. Something inside me snapped, but not in an angry, explosive way. It was quieter than that. Colder. A final confirmation of something I'd been trying not to believe for a long time. I didn't matter to them. Not really. I drove home that night without saying goodbye. No one noticed I'd left. And for a few days, I just existed in that quiet. Let it sink in. let the weight of it settle around me. Then something weird happened. I got a LinkedIn message from a woman named Claire Tanaka. She said she was the director of community partnerships at Chase's company. She wanted to verify some back-end logistics Chase had apparently outsourced, but the name on the vendor list was mine. I blinked at the message, confused. I hadn't done any work for his company. I wrote back politely. Hi Claire, I think there's been a mistake. I haven't contracted with your company before. Maybe you meant a different Nolan. Her reply came fast. She apologized, said it was odd, and that the invoice was linked to a Nolan Devlin LLC with my exact business address. My blood ran cold. I opened the invoice. My brother had submitted a backend module built using a stripped-down version of my framework, something I developed and copyrighted. It wasn't a direct copy, but it was clearly derivative. And the vendor name he used? Devlin Solutions. My company's old test shell, something I deprecated months ago, but never deleted. He didn't just steal my work. He forged a version of my company to do it. That was the betrayal. That was when the fog lifted and everything sharpened. I sat in the dark for a long time that night, reading the code. My comments, my naming conventions. I checked the metadata, time-stamped edits, file structure. It was mine. He'd accessed one of my early GitHub repositories, probably when we shared a laptop years ago. He'd repurposed the skeleton, rebranded it, and built it under a fake LLC using my name. And no one had thought to mention it to me. He hadn't asked, hadn't warned me, hadn't even tried to hide it very well. Just assumed I'd never know. Assumed I'd stay quiet. Assumed, like the rest of the family, that I'd always be on the outside looking in. But I wasn't on the outside anymore. I was watching now. And for the first time, I wasn't just angry. I was ready. The first few days after discovering what Chase had done felt like free-falling through fog. I couldn't focus. I couldn't sleep. I'd open my laptop and just sit there, staring at the screen. Half of me was livid, fists clenched, jaw tight, adrenaline constantly simmering. The other half, numb, not from surprise, but from validation. As twisted as it sounds, part of me had been waiting for a moment like this. Something undeniable, something that finally proved I wasn't being dramatic or paranoid or too sensitive. This was it. Concrete, tangible, theft, and not just theft of something material. This was creative, intellectual, personal. Chase hadn't just stolen my code. He'd stolen my work and wrapped it in a shiny bow, hoping to pass it off as his. Maybe to impress his boss. Maybe to get ahead faster. Maybe just because he thought he could. I kept replaying Thanksgiving in my head. The way he smiled at me across the table, joked about how I finally decided to show up, all while knowing what he'd done. It was bold, brazen, and somehow not even shocking. That was what hurt the most. I wanted to confront him. Badly. My hands itched to text him, to call him out, to drag this into the light and make him squirm. But I didn't. Something in me, maybe instinct, maybe spite, said wait. Don't react. Don't explode. Not yet. You only get one shot at this, so make it count. So I swallowed the fire and started documenting. I took screenshots of the invoice Chase had submitted, saved copies of the code repository metadata, pulled up my old GitHub logs to verify the original source material, timestamps, commit notes, update history. Everything matched. Then I ran a search on the LLC name he'd used, and sure enough, he'd registered in Devlin Solutions as a sole proprietorship 2 months earlier. Same city, similar logo. Even the website he'd set up used a nearly identical layout to one of my early landing pages. I wasn't just angry now. I was insulted. He hadn't even bothered to be original. Around this time, Claire messaged me again. Hey Nolan, I talked to my team, and your name came up again on another invoice. I just want to double check you're not affiliated with Chase's vendor, because we're running a review next quarter. That was when I knew Chase had made this a pattern. And not just with one client. He was trying to build something, a portfolio, a resume, off my name. So I told her the truth. Politely, professionally. I explained that I was not affiliated, that the name was deceptively similar to my real business, and that I was in the process of looking into potential IP violations. She was surprised, thanked me for my honesty, and said she'd escalated internally. And just like that, the spark was lit. But here's the thing no one tells you about moments like these. Revenge, or justice, or whatever you want to call it, doesn't feel satisfying right away. Not when you're still carrying the weight of being forgotten for so long. I still felt hollow. Small. Like part of me was broken in a place I didn't know how to reach. And then came the worst week of that year. My biggest client, the e-commerce one who had basically bankrolled my agency, pulled out. Not because of anything I'd done. They were pivoting, changing platforms, merging with another company. Just business. But the timing gutted me. Suddenly, I was staring at numbers that didn't add up. My team was still on payroll, my expenses were real, and my runway had evaporated overnight. I spent 2 days in bed. Didn't eat much. Just kept checking my inbox, hoping something would come through. A contract, an offer, a lifeline. Nothing did. That Friday, I almost called my mom. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted to hear a familiar voice. But then I remembered the way she'd handed me that paper napkin at Thanksgiving. Like I didn't belong at her table. Like I was the spare part she didn't know what to do with. So I didn't call. Instead, I poured a whiskey, sat in front of my laptop, and opened a blank document. I wrote 3 words at the top. Start from zero. That night, I made a decision. No more waiting. No more hoping someone would throw me a rope. I would build something again. And this time, I'd do it smarter. The next few months were brutal. I cut back expenses. Let 2 contractors go, hardest calls I've ever made. Paused all outbound projects. Stripped my life down to the essentials. Eat, sleep, code. I revamped my service offering. Narrowed it to one niche. API integration and custom backend systems for small businesses. Rebranded everything. New logo, new copy, new value prop. Launched a targeted campaign using the last $800 I had in my marketing budget. And then I waited. The first client came through in mid-January. A local delivery startup who needed help with real-time tracking and order sync. It wasn't huge money, but it was enough to float me another month. Then came another, and another. By March, I had 5 clients on retainer. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't viral. But it was mine. I started waking up excited again. Started eating better. Sleeping better. I even joined a local co-working space just to feel human again. That's where I met Amara, another solo founder working on a mobile app for mental health journaling. We started chatting between coffee breaks, eventually partnered on a small project, and then kept talking after hours. She didn't care that I wasn't the funny one or the loudest guy in the room. She listened, asked questions, remembered things I said. I hadn't realized how much that mattered to me until someone finally did it. And slowly, like actually slowly, not some montage moment, I started to feel like myself again. By summer, I had rebuilt enough to hire back one of my contractors. The business was leaner, more focused, and more profitable than before. And I'd finally trademarked my company name. Properly. No more shells. No more overlooked details. But I hadn't forgotten what Chase did. I hadn't forgotten that while I was rebuilding from nothing, he was still out there, submitting stolen frameworks and fake invoices under a name he had no right to use. And it wasn't just a personal betrayal anymore. It was a legal problem. Because while I'd been rebuilding, I'd also been quietly collecting more evidence. Remember Claire? She followed up again in July. Turns out Chase had submitted yet another backend module to a different department. This one included code I hadn't made public. Code that had only existed in my private dev environment. Which meant he either had copies from years ago, or he had access to something now. That's when I remembered something else. An old Google Drive folder I'd used to back up projects during college. I hadn't touched it in years, but I logged in, and sure enough, there it was. Shared with one other email address. Chase's. The access had been granted back when I was helping him build a portfolio site, something he barely even used. I'd forgotten to revoke access. He hadn't forgotten to exploit it. Now I had him. Emails, access logs, timestamps, client invoices, trademark documentation, source code history. Enough to prove not just plagiarism, but willful deception. But I still didn't reach out. Not yet. Because something had shifted in me during that long, hard year of silence. I wasn't reacting from emotion anymore. I wasn't chasing validation. I didn't need an apology. I wanted something else. Not just justice. A reckoning. One he wouldn't see coming. One that would arrive the same way his betrayal had. Quietly, professionally, and devastatingly effective. So I sat down one night, opened a new document, and began drafting a letter. Not to Chase. To his company. To their legal department. To their compliance officer. And to the board member whose name had appeared on every project Chase submitted. But just before I sent it, I got a notification. A wedding announcement. Chase and his girlfriend were getting married. And guess who didn't get an invite? They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but I think people forget how long it takes to properly freeze. I wasn't the same guy I had been when Chase stole from me. That Nolan, the one who stood in the corner of the Thanksgiving photo, the one who took the picture instead of being in it, the one who quietly left and hoped someone would notice, that version of me was long gone. What replaced him was sharper, patient, focused. So when the wedding announcement hit my inbox, a glossy, over-designed email with a header that read Chase and Madison's forever starts now. I didn't delete it. I read every word. Slowly, carefully. Then I clicked through to the wedding site. It was a spectacle, of course. Custom font. Soft acoustic playlist auto playing on load. A countdown timer to the big day. A curated photo carousel of their love story. Engagement photos on cliffs. Matching sweaters at the pumpkin patch. Silly black and white shots in a photo booth. And then, down at the bottom, the guest list. They'd made it public, probably without realizing the privacy implications. That's when I saw it. Every single cousin, every uncle and aunt, every second-tier family member who hadn't spoken to me in years. Even Claire, yes, that Claire from Chase's company, was listed under the Madison's Friends from Work section. But me? Nowhere. No RSVP. No placeholder. Not even a pending. It was intentional. Deliberate. The same way everything else had been. I didn't get angry. I smiled. Because this wasn't just a party. It was an opportunity. And I had spent the last year preparing for one. The first thing I did was quietly initiate the legal side of things. I wasn't suing, not yet. But I wanted to ensure every piece was airtight if that day came. I contacted an IP attorney, a sharp woman named Priya, who came highly recommended from a colleague in the startup space. She didn't blink when I laid everything out. The stolen code, the reused infrastructure, the forged LLC, the deceptive invoices. She took notes, nodded a lot, and then said something that stuck with me. Your brother didn't just steal your work. He used your identity to build his credibility. This isn't just about copyright. This is about professional impersonation. The way she said it sent a chill through me. Professional impersonation. Not just theft. Not just plagiarism. He had pretended to be me, or, at least, used my name and worked to convince people he was capable of what I had built. That was a different kind of betrayal. A deeper one. Priya advised me to collect everything and wait for a leverage point. If we file now, he'll lawyer up through the company, she said. You'll be in a long, expensive battle. But if you wait for the right moment, something public, something high stakes, you'll have all the power. The wedding was shaping up to be that moment. Not because I wanted to ruin his special day. I couldn't care less about the catered appetizers or the flower arrangements. But because of what came after. You see, Chase wasn't just getting married. He was launching something. I found out a week later, completely by accident. A friend of a friend tagged Chase in a post on LinkedIn. Congrats to Chase Devlin on the upcoming launch of Devlin Sync, the latest evolution in API backend solutions. So excited to see this go live after the wedding. My jaw clenched. Devlin Sync. Even the name was a punch to the gut. Clean. Professional. Suspiciously similar to a sandbox framework I developed and never released publicly. One I'd only shared in beta with 2 clients under NDA. It was still in testing. How did he even? I went digging. Sure enough, Chase had slapped together a new website for Devlin Sync. It was clean, slick, all fluff and buzzwords. Seamless backend integration. Cloud-first architecture. Redefined sync protocols. And the demo? Was mine. He'd used my old framework again. Cleaned it up. Gave it a new paint job. But under the hood, it was still my code. With all the same architecture quirks and internal naming conventions I'd been using for years. Anyone who looked close enough would see it. He was planning to unveil it at his wedding. That was his real celebration. The marriage was just the dress rehearsal. His site even had a press page scheduled to go live the same day, with links to PR blasts and influencer endorsements. That was the leverage point, and I wasn't going to waste it. So I began the setup. First, I called in favors. Remember Marin, my coworker from the old logistics startup? She had since moved on to a fintech accelerator. I asked if she could take a look at Devlin Sync's backend, just from a user-facing demo. She poked around for an hour, then called me, laughing. Nolan, this is your code. Like, your code. I recognized it immediately. This is the puzzle piece model you showed me last year, right? I nodded. He's launching it under his name. She whistled. That's bold. Want me to run it through our internal auditing team? Yes, I said, quietly. Then I reached out to someone I hadn't spoken to in a while, my old mentor, Derek. Derek used to be my boss at my very first dev job. Gruff, brutally honest, but smart. He ran a boutique consulting firm now and still had connections at a few tech publications. I sent him an email with a short summary and asked for a call. We talked for 2 hours. He didn't say much during the first half. Just listened. Asked a few questions. Then, finally, you've got him by the throat. The only question is when you want to squeeze. I asked if he could help amplify the story when the time came. Not maliciously, but publicly. Truthfully. He said he'd handle it. Then I started crafting my message. Not a tweet. Not a post. A statement. A clear, concise breakdown of what had happened. Dates, code comparisons, side-by-side screenshots, file histories. I wanted it to be undeniable. No drama. No name-calling. Just facts. Facts so well documented that anyone reading would come to the conclusion on their own. It took me a week to write it. Another few days to have Priya review it for legal clarity. Then I scheduled it. The morning of the wedding. 7 a.m. sharp. But that wasn't the only part of the plan. I also sent an anonymous tip to the compliance officer at Chase's company. Included the GitHub logs, the website metadata, and a few choice screenshots of Chase's Devlin Sync files referencing my proprietary function names, ones that had never been public. I watched the email go out, heartbeat steady, and then I waited. The night before the wedding, I got one last surprise. My mom called. I almost didn't answer, but something in me, that leftover sliver of sun, of hope, picked up. Hey, Mom. Nolan, she said, her voice unusually stiff. I just wanted to let you know. I'm sorry you didn't get an invite. I blinked. Yeah, me too. It wasn't personal, she added quickly. It was Madison's list. They were trying to keep it small. Just close family and friends. I laughed quietly. So I don't count as close family. She didn't answer that. Instead, she said, I hope you're doing okay. I heard from Aunt Lisa that you're running some kind of tech business now. I closed my eyes. I've been running it for 3 years, Mom. Oh, she said. Well, that's nice. We sat in silence for a few seconds. Then she added, Chase is really nervous about tomorrow. I hope you can be happy for him, even if you're not there. I almost responded. Almost explained everything. But I didn't. Because tomorrow would speak for itself. When she hung up, I sat there for a long time. Thinking. Not about revenge. Not even about justice. Just about how far I'd come. And how much farther I was willing to go. The morning of the wedding arrived quietly, just like I planned. I was already awake before my alarm. No nerves. No hesitation. I brewed my coffee slowly, savoring the calm, then opened my laptop and logged in. 7 a.m. sharp. I hit publish. The post went live on Medium, but I didn't stop there. It was mirrored to LinkedIn, where I had a steadily growing professional network and cross-linked to my company's official blog. The title was simple. When Your Work is Stolen by Family. A cautionary tale about intellectual property and trust. It started with the facts. No emotion. Just timelines, project names, and verifiable data. I laid out how I had built the original backend framework over 2 years. Included screenshots of commit logs, code architecture comparisons, metadata showing timestamps months before Chase had registered his LLC. I linked to GitHub audit trails, my original beta demo, even client emails referencing the project long before Devlin Sync ever existed. Then, delicately, I described how someone, a relative, had copied my work, launched it under their own brand, and submitted it to their employer as original code. I didn't mention Chase's name once. I didn't have to. The code was unmistakably mine. The naming conventions. The exact architecture style. Even the same typo in one of the helper functions. A tiny misspelling in a comment I'd made late at night 1 year ago. He'd copied it so blindly that he hadn't even caught that. It spread faster than I expected. Within 2 hours, my post had been picked up by a developer forum where I'd once been active. They pinned it to their front page. By lunchtime, it was trending on LinkedIn's tech feed under IP theft and startup ethics. I watched the views tick up. 1, 000. 3, 500. 9, 200. Then I started getting messages. The first few were from fellow developers, offering support. Then came a few reporters. Then, around 11:30 a.m., my phone buzzed with a text from Derek, my mentor. Derek, just saw your piece. Poised, professional, lethal. Heads are already turning. At 12:15 p.m., I got a call from an unknown number. It was Claire. She sounded flustered. Nolan, I just read your post. We've had a situation here. Compliance flagged Chase's entire body of work. Legal is pulling everything now. I kept my voice even. That's probably wise. She paused. We had no idea. Honestly, I feel sick. I'm sorry. I appreciate that, I said simply. An hour later, I checked the wedding site. The press page was gone. The launch page for Devlin's Sink. Offline. Chase was still at his own wedding, tuxedo on, posing for photos, beaming in every shot, completely unaware that his empire was crumbling in real time. The ceremony went on as planned. I know because a cousin live-streamed it. I watched for a moment, sipping my second cup of coffee. Watched my family smile and clap and pretend everything was perfect. But it didn't last long. The fallout started before the reception even ended. Someone, probably from Chase's own company, must have forwarded the article to the wedding planner or one of the vendors. I started getting messages from mutuals saying something was happening at the venue. A few cousins who still followed me on Instagram sent vague, wide-eyed DMs like, "Dude, what did you do? Your brother's losing it." They stopped the music during the cocktail hour? I didn't answer. I just watched. By 6 p.m., Chase's company had scrubbed all social mentions of Devlin's Sink. Their head of engineering, a guy named Marco, posted a short, formal statement on LinkedIn. We are currently investigating reports of code duplication and unauthorized use of proprietary frameworks submitted by one of our junior staff members. We take intellectual property violations seriously and have temporarily suspended the launch of Devlin's Sink pending legal review. Not long after that, Chase's name disappeared from their employee directory. Gone. Just like that. But the real blow didn't come until the following Monday. That's when I got an email from the CEO of the company. Not some intern, not a legal bot, but the actual CEO. She apologized profusely, said they were horrified, that they'd had no idea, that they were grateful I had come forward professionally instead of going nuclear. Then she said the words I didn't expect. If you're open to it, we'd like to discuss a consulting relationship with you directly. Our team still needs the functionality that was promised. And from what I understand, it was your work all along. I sat with that email for a long time. And when I responded, I was careful, gracious, calm, professional. We had our first meeting that Friday. Meanwhile, the Devlin family group chat, once so full of memes, emojis, and proud of you, Chase gifs, was a war zone. Someone added me back to the thread, probably out of panic. It was the first time I'd been included in over a year. I watched as the messages rolled in. Mom, can someone explain what's going on? Uncle Ray, is this real? Chase, call me now. Cousin Bella, this is a disaster, OMG. Chase, it's not what it looks like. I'm handling it. Aunt Lisa, handling it? You committed fraud? Dad, we need to talk. Mom, Nolan, please don't do this to your brother. That one stopped me. I stared at it for a full minute. And then I typed exactly one sentence. He did this to himself. Then I left the group. Again. For good this time. The silence that followed was blissful. A few days later, I got a call from my dad. I didn't pick up. He left a message, voice low, tired. I'm sorry, son. I didn't know. I should have paid more attention. I didn't think something like this could happen. I didn't call back. There was nothing left to say, but I did listen to it twice, just to hear the regret in his voice. Word eventually spread to the rest of the extended family. Some tried to stay neutral. A few sent me messages of support, distant cousins, old friends, even my grandma, who said, I never liked the way they treated you. I'm glad you stood up for yourself, sweetheart. I saved that one. As for Chase, he tried to reach out, texted, emailed, called from an unknown number, left a voicemail that started with, look, I know I messed up, and ended with, but you didn't have to ruin my life. I deleted it. Because the truth is, I didn't ruin his life. He built it on a lie. All I did was pull back the curtain. And in the months that followed, my own life began to look different, brighter. The consulting gig with Chase's old company turned into a 6-month contract. That led to 2 more referrals. My agency grew steadily, quietly, on my terms. Marin and I started co-hosting tech meetups. Amara and I started seeing each other more seriously. I moved into a new apartment with more sunlight, more plants, more space to breathe. And for the first time in years, I felt like I wasn't just surviving. I was winning, not out of spite, Not to prove anything, just because I finally believed I could. It's strange how one family photo, one missed invitation, one empty seat at a table can unravel everything you thought you knew. But sometimes, that unraveling is exactly what you need, because what comes after is entirely yours to weave. And mine was strong, steady, unforgiving, and unforgettable. My name's Ryan, I'm 29, and until recently I thought I had a pretty normal marriage. My wife, Claire, is 27, and we've been married for 4 years. We met in college, we clicked right away, and for the most part we've had a good relationship, or at least that's what I thought. But if you've ever dealt with in-laws who believe they run your life, you know how quickly good can turn sour. Claire's parents, especially her mother, have always been a little overbearing. At first I brushed it off as quirky. She was just involved, just a planner. But the longer we were married, the more that involvement turned into control. The first red flag came during our first Thanksgiving as a married couple. Claire's mom, Diane, invited herself and the entire extended family to our small apartment because she wanted to see how we were doing. I spent 2 days cooking and cleaning while everyone else sat around, drank wine, and critiqued the food. When I finally sat down, Diane patted my shoulder and said, "You did okay. Next time, let Claire handle the important dishes." I laughed it off, but something about it stuck with me. It was the first time I realized that in her mind, no matter what I did, I'd never really measure up. Fast forward 3 years, and her visits had turned into full-on operations. Every holiday, every family birthday, every barbecue seemed to happen at our house, whether we wanted it to or not. Diane had a way of announcing things, not asking. "We'll be over Saturday. You'll grill, Claire will make dessert, and we'll bring the wine." It wasn't malicious exactly, but it was constant, and it left me feeling like a guest in my own home. I'd bring it up to Claire, but she'd just sigh and say, "It's easier to let her have her way. She'll just get upset otherwise." Things really escalated earlier this summer. Diane called one night while I was cleaning up after dinner. I could hear her voice through the speaker, brisk and commanding as always. "Ryan, we've decided the end of summer barbecue will be at your place. You'll mow the yard this weekend, make sure the patio furniture is clean, and host everyone. We're expecting at least 30. I almost dropped the dish I was holding. It wasn't a question, it was a list of orders. I glanced at Claire, expecting her to say something, but she just nodded along like this was normal. I tried to be diplomatic. "That's a lot of people, Diane. Maybe we could do it at your place this time." There was a pause on the line, and then she laughed. "Oh, don't be silly. Your house has more space, and besides, you're younger. You can handle the work." And that was that. After the call, I turned to Claire. "Do you ever think maybe we should set some boundaries?" She hesitated, fiddled with her phone, then said, "She just wants things to be nice. Can't you just do this for me?" That was the first time I felt the shift, like it wasn't just Diane I was up against anymore. Claire wasn't just passively agreeing. She was actively siding with her mom. A few days later, Diane sent a text with a full list of assignments. Mow the lawn, power wash the deck, pick up a specific brand of steaks, borrow extra chairs from our neighbor, and even hire a cleaning service to make sure the bathrooms were spotless. I stared at the message for a long time. Something about the casual assumption that I'd drop everything to make her party perfect got under my skin. That weekend, I found myself mowing the yard in 90-degree heat while Diane sat on the porch with a glass of lemonade, supervising. Claire was inside, making desserts, and I kept waiting for her to come out, to see how much work it was and maybe take my side for once. She didn't. Instead, when I came inside drenched in sweat, she handed me another list. "Mom says we should get new citronella candles. Oh, and she wants the grill scrubbed before Saturday." It sounds small, I know, but it felt like death by 1,000 cuts. Every time I tried to push back, I was met with a wall of "just this once, and it's not a big deal." But it was a big deal to me. I was working a full-time job, paying the mortgage, and spending every spare weekend playing host to people who barely said thank you. The tension between Claire and me started to grow. We argued quietly at night after everyone left, me saying I felt used, her saying I was overreacting. Then came the night before the barbecue. Diane called again, this time sounding irritated. "Ryan, make sure you wear something decent tomorrow. No old t-shirts. This is a family event." I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. "Diane," I said slowly, "I've done everything on your list. The lawn is mowed. The chairs are set. The grill is ready. You don't need to worry. She sniffed. I wouldn't have to worry if you took things seriously from the start. I hung up and sat in silence for a long time. Claire looked at me from across the room. What did she say? I told her, and instead of defending me, she sighed. She just wants things to go smoothly. Can't you at least pretend to be on board? For me, that was the moment something in me snapped, quietly, but completely. I smiled and said, of course. I'll make sure everything is perfect. Inside, though, I'd already made my decision. I was done playing the obedient son-in-law, and that's where things really started to get interesting. The next morning, I woke up before dawn with this strange mix of calm and resentment sitting in my chest. The yard was immaculate. The fridge was full of the exact brand of steaks Diane wanted, and the coolers were packed with ice. On paper, everything was ready. But instead of feeling accomplished, I felt like I'd been turned into some kind of unpaid event staff. The more I thought about it, the more it started to gnaw at me. I had spent days preparing for an event that wasn't even mine. Claire woke up around 8, still cheerful, and immediately started fussing over tablecloths and cutlery. Can you run to the store? She asked, handing me a list. Mom said we forgot sparkling water and those little toothpicks for the appetizers. I stared at her. Claire, I was up half the night getting everything ready. Can't we just use regular water and forks? She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. She'll notice. And if she notices, she'll make a scene. Just please. I went, of course. Not because I wanted to, but because the alternative was dealing with Diane's inevitable commentary. While I was out, I stopped at the gas station, sat in the car with the engine running, and just stared at the dashboard for a long time. It wasn't just the barbecue anymore. It was the fact that I had let this pattern go on so long that saying no felt impossible. Every single event revolved around what Diane wanted, and every single time Claire took her side, I felt a little smaller. When I got home, Diane was already there, barking orders like a general. Put the drinks in the cooler. No, not that cooler, the other one. Move those chairs closer to the shade. Ryan, did you check the propane? You did? Check again. She barely looked at me as she gave instructions, as though I was just a pair of hands that happened to be attached to her son-in-law. I noticed Claire hovering near her mother, nodding along, occasionally shooting me apologetic looks, but never actually speaking up. It felt like they had formed this quiet alliance. Diane as the commander, Claire as the loyal lieutenant, and me as the foot soldier. By the time the first guests arrived, I was already exhausted, but I put on a fake smile and started flipping burgers. Then came the comment that really lit the fuse. Diane walked over to me while I was grilling and said, in that patronizing tone she had perfected, I have to admit, Ryan, you're learning. This is almost up to our family's standard. Almost. Not good enough, but almost. I didn't say anything, just nodded, but inside I felt something crack. As the day went on, it only got worse. Diane complained about the plates we bought. Paper plates? Really? You should have gotten the compostable ones. They look nicer. Complained about the music. Too loud. Turn it down. It's not a nightclub. And even complained about how I served the drinks. You should pour them for people, not let them help themselves. I kept catching myself clenching my jaw, counting the hours until everyone would leave. When the party was finally over, instead of thanking us, Diane gave Claire a list of improvements for next time. Bigger shade umbrellas, a new grill cover, and maybe consider repainting the deck before the holidays. As though our house was just another branch of her estate. That night, I sat on the couch staring at nothing while Claire tidied up. You okay? She asked, her tone careful. No, I said honestly. I feel like I'm being treated like a servant in my own home. Claire frowned. You're overreacting. Mom just has high standards. High standards. I repeated, my voice rising despite myself. Claire, she dictated every single thing about today. I wasn't hosting, I was working for her. And you just went along with it. Instead of acknowledging my frustration, she got defensive. What was I supposed to do, Ryan? She's my mom. She just wants everything to be perfect. You know how she is. Yeah, I said, standing up. I do know how she is. And I'm starting to think you care more about keeping her happy than you do about me. That shut her up, but it didn't solve anything. The next morning, Diane texted Claire to thank her for holding everything together, as if I hadn't just spent 2 days breaking my back to make her barbecue happen. No mention of me at all. Not even a thanks for hosting. Over the next few weeks, the pattern kept repeating. Diane decided our house was the perfect spot for Sunday family dinners. Every Sunday, she'd show up with bags of groceries and a list of instructions, then sit back and let me cook them. If I so much as suggested we take a week off, she'd clutch her pearls, figuratively, and say, "But it's tradition now." I started to feel trapped. My own home, which was supposed to be my safe space, had become Diane's personal event hall. Claire seemed blind to it, or maybe she just didn't want to admit how much of our lives we'd ceded to her mother. I started staying late at work just to avoid being home when Diane was there. The tipping point came on a Friday night when Claire came home with a big grin and said, "Mom has a great idea. We're going to host Labor Day at our house," and she invited her church group this time. "It'll be about 40 people." I just stared at her. 40. She said it'll be fun. Claire said brightly, as if I should be excited. She even made a checklist for us. She handed me a printed sheet with everything from rent extra tables to prep a speech welcoming everyone. A speech for people I barely knew. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, feeling this weight in my chest. It wasn't just the party. It was that Claire didn't even ask me. It was that Diane felt so entitled to my time, my house, my labor, that she could volunteer me for whatever she wanted. The next morning, Diane called and delivered her orders in that sharp tone that always made me feel like a kid being scolded. "You'll mow, clean, and host. No arguments," she snapped. Claire was standing right there and nodded. "Mom's right," she said quietly. I smiled, but it wasn't my usual tired, polite smile. This time it was different. Calm. Cold. "Of course," I said. "I'll make sure everything is perfect." But as soon as they left the room, I started to plan something very, very different. That night, after Claire went to bed, I stayed up sitting at the kitchen table with the checklist Diane had so generously printed for me. Each item was written in neat bullet points, complete with little notes in the margins like, "Don't forget to polish the silverware," and "Ryan should be the one to welcome the guests, since he needs to practice public speaking." The last note made me laugh out loud. Not the good kind of laugh, but the kind you do when you're too angry to even be mad anymore. Practice public speaking? This wasn't a speech competition, it was my backyard. I stared at that piece of paper for what felt like an hour. And the longer I looked, the clearer it became. This wasn't just about a barbecue anymore. This was about control. About Diane running our lives from her living room. About Claire being so conditioned to go along with it that she didn't even see what she was asking of me. I realized something ugly. Claire wasn't going to stop this cycle. Not unless I did something drastic. The next day, I tried to talk to her again. "Claire," I said gently, "I don't think I can do this barbecue." She looked at me like I had just said I was going to set the house on fire. "What do you mean you can't do it? Mom already sent out invitations." "That's exactly the problem," I said. "She's making decisions for us without asking, and you keep letting her. This is supposed to be our home, not her personal clubhouse." Claire's expression hardened. "She's just trying to bring the family together. Why do you have to make everything so difficult?" "I'm not making it difficult," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'm asking for some boundaries." She folded her arms. "Boundaries? Ryan, it's one day. One day to make my mom happy. Why can't you just go along with it?" "Because it's never just one day," I snapped. "It's every weekend, every holiday, every family event. It's her telling me how to mow my own lawn. It's you agreeing to everything she says before even asking me. I'm tired, Claire. I'm tired of feeling like an employee in my own house." She stared at me for a long time and then said something I didn't expect. "If you hate it so much, maybe you should just go stay somewhere else for the weekend. Mom and I can handle it without you." There it was, the moment that broke something deep inside me. I had been hoping for support, for some sign that she saw what this was doing to me, but instead she basically told me I was optional, that if I didn't like it, I could just remove myself and let Diane run the show. I didn't say anything right away. I just nodded and said, "Okay, if that's what you want." But inside, my decision was made. Over the next week, I went through the motions like nothing had changed. I mowed the lawn, cleaned the garage, and even borrowed the extra tables Diane wanted. Claire seemed relieved, maybe thinking I'd finally come around. Diane called twice a day to check in, and each time I smiled into the phone and said, "Yes, everything's on track." What nobody knew was that I had also been making a very different set of plans. I quietly booked a flight to Denver for the night before the barbecue. An old college buddy of mine lived there, and when I called him up and explained I needed to get out of town for a few days, He didn't even ask why. He just said, "I've got a couch with your name on it." The day before the party, Diane showed up to do her final inspection. "Good," she said, looking around. "Chairs are set. Lawn looks decent. Make sure you wear the blue shirt tomorrow. It looks more formal. And don't forget to smile during the toast." I nodded obediently. Of course. That night, after Claire went to bed, I packed a single carry-on bag and left it in the trunk of my car. I also sat down at the kitchen table and wrote a short note. Just one sentence. "If you want a perfect host, you'll have to find one who actually wants to be here." I left it under the salt shaker in the middle of the outdoor table where Diane always sat. When my alarm went off at 3 a.m., I got dressed in silence, grabbed my bag from the car, and drove straight to the airport. As I walked through the terminal, I felt something I hadn't felt in months, a sense of relief. I landed in Denver mid-morning, turned my phone off, and didn't check it again until late afternoon. When I finally turned it back on, I had 17 missed calls and dozens of texts. The first one was from Claire. "Where are you? Mom is furious. People are arriving." Then one from Diane. "Unacceptable. You have humiliated this family." Then a string of messages from various relatives, ranging from confused, "Hey, are you running late?" to judgmental, "Not cool, man. Everyone's waiting." I didn't reply to any of them. I sat on my friend's balcony, sipping a beer, and imagined the scene back home. Diane fuming, Claire scrambling, 30 guests standing around wondering why the grill was cold. And then, inevitably, someone would find the note. For the first time in a long time, I smiled, a real, genuine smile. But as satisfying as that moment was, it was only the beginning. Because when I finally flew home 2 days later, I walked into a house that was eerily quiet. And what happened next would turn this whole situation into something much, much bigger than I had planned. When I got back home late Sunday night, the house was dark. There were no leftover party plates on the counters, no smell of grilled food, no sound of Claire humming as she cleaned up. The place was spotless, almost eerily so, as if the entire weekend had been scrubbed away. I set my bag down by the door and stood there for a long time, just listening to the quiet. Claire emerged from the bedroom eventually, her face pale and unreadable. She didn't yell. I think that almost would have been easier. Instead, her voice was quiet, too calm. "You really left?" she said. "Yes," I answered simply. She nodded once, almost like she'd expected me to say that. "Do you know what that was like for me?" she asked. 40 people showed up, Ryan. 40. Mom was humiliated. I was humiliated. Everyone kept asking where you were. Do you have any idea what I had to tell them? I wanted to say something sharp, something that would get her to see that this was bigger than one barbecue. But instead I just stood there and let her talk. "I defended you," she said finally, her voice breaking. "I told them you were sick. I spent the entire day running around trying to keep Mom calm, trying to keep people fed, trying to stop her from completely losing it on me. And do you know what she said at the end of the night? She said she was disappointed in me. In me, Ryan. Because I let this happen. That was the first time I saw her cry in months, and for a moment my anger softened. But then she said the part that stung. "I don't know if I can forgive you for this." I just nodded. "I know," I said quietly. That night, we slept on opposite sides of the bed, both of us staring at the ceiling. The silence between us was so loud it felt like it might crush me. The next few days were brutal. Claire barely spoke to me except when absolutely necessary. Diane, on the other hand, did not hold back. She sent a stream of texts, each one more passive-aggressive than the last. "You owe this family an apology. You embarrassed my daughter. Real men don't abandon their wives during family events." I deleted every message without responding, but each one left a splinter lodged somewhere under my skin. I'd find myself replaying her words during meetings at work, while driving, even in the middle of the night when I couldn't sleep. One evening, Claire sat me down at the table. "Mom wants to come over," she said. I shook my head. "No." Her eyes narrowed. "Ryan, we can't avoid her forever." "I'm not avoiding her," I said. "I just don't want to sit here and get lectured like a child in my own house. If she wants to talk, we can do it somewhere neutral. Not here." Claire frowned. "So you're going to make me choose between you and my mom?" I didn't answer right away because, honestly, that was the question I'd been afraid to ask myself. Was that what I was doing? For years I'd bent over backward to keep the peace, to avoid putting her in that position. But sitting there, staring at her across that table, I realized I was already losing her, Not because I was asking her to choose, but because I'd never asked her to choose at all. The next weekend, Claire went to her parents' house alone. When she came back, she was quiet again. "Mom thinks we should go to counseling," she said eventually. I couldn't help it. I laughed. Not because counseling was a bad idea, but because it was so perfectly Diane to suggest therapy after spending weeks tearing into me. "Did she offer to come with us?" I asked dryly. Claire's jaw tightened. "She just wants us to fix this." "Does she?" I asked. "Or does she just want me back in line so I can keep mowing and cleaning and smiling on command?" That was the closest we came to a real fight since I'd come home. Claire slammed her glass down on the table. "You think this is just about her? You left me here to deal with everything by myself. You didn't even tell me you were going. You just vanished." And she was right. I had vanished. I had left her to face the storm alone. For a moment, I felt guilty. Really guilty. But then I remembered the months of being treated like an afterthought, the way she'd told me I could just stay somewhere else if I didn't want to host. I didn't say that out loud. Instead, I got up and went for a long walk, trying to figure out what I actually wanted. Somewhere along that walk, as the sun was setting and the streets were empty, I had a realization. I didn't want to keep fighting. I didn't want to keep begging for respect in my own marriage. I didn't want to keep being a supporting character in a life where Diane was the star. When I got home, I quietly started taking steps to create some breathing room. I started working late more often. I joined a gym and spent an hour there every night after work. On the weekends, instead of waiting around for the next family event, I started hiking, visiting friends, doing anything that got me out of the house. And something strange happened. I started to feel lighter. My shoulders didn't feel so heavy all the time. The knot in my chest loosened. Claire noticed, of course. "You seem distant," she said one evening. "I'm just taking some time for myself," I told her. It wasn't a lie. Then, about 2 weeks later, Diane called Claire while I was sitting in the living room. I could hear every word. Diane wasn't exactly quiet. "Labor Day was a disaster, Claire. If you want to salvage our reputation, Thanksgiving needs to be perfect. And this time, don't let Ryan mess it up." Claire didn't know I was listening, but when she came into the room and saw my face, she knew I'd heard. "Ryan," she started. I held up a hand. "Don't," I said softly. That night, I sat down with a notepad and started writing. Not to Diane, not even to Claire, but for myself. I wrote down every moment that had brought me to this point. Every order barked at me. Every holiday taken over. Every time I'd been told to just go along with it. Seeing it all in black and white was sobering. It also gave me clarity. I realized I couldn't keep living like this. If I wanted my home back, my marriage back, something bigger had to change. Not just a conversation, not just another argument. Something that would make it crystal clear to everyone involved that I was done playing the role they'd written for me. And as I sat there with that notepad in front of me, an idea started to form. It wasn't fully shaped yet, not quite, but it had teeth. Over the next month, something inside me began to shift. It wasn't loud or dramatic at first. No screaming arguments, no slammed doors, just a slow, deliberate reclaiming of my time and energy. I threw myself into work in a way I hadn't in years. Instead of dragging myself through each day, I started volunteering for projects I actually wanted to work on, the ones that challenged me and made me excited again. My boss noticed. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it," he said during one of our one-on-ones. "Your numbers are up, your team seems more engaged. If you're interested, there might be a leadership role opening soon." That conversation lit something in me I hadn't felt since before I got married. Ambition. Not the desperate, prove myself to my in-laws kind, but the quiet, steady kind that builds momentum. I started waking up earlier, going to the gym before work, actually eating breakfast like a functioning adult. My friends noticed too. One of them, who hadn't seen me since college, said, "Man, you look different. Happier, even. What changed?" "Boundaries," I said simply. At home, Claire couldn't ignore the changes either. She was cautious at first, like she was waiting for me to blow up again, but I didn't. I stayed calm. When Diane called with her usual list of demands for Thanksgiving, I didn't argue. I just said, "I won't be available that weekend, but you two have fun." Claire stared at me after I hung up. "You're really not coming?" "No," I said evenly. "I already made plans. And before you ask, yes, they're important to me." She didn't argue, not right away. She just looked surprised. I think she'd gotten so used to me caving that the quiet certainty in my voice threw her off. Instead of spending Thanksgiving on Diane's schedule, I drove 3 hours to visit an old friend who lived in the mountains. We hiked, cooked a simple dinner, and sat on the porch drinking coffee while the sun went down. No drama, no criticism, no one telling me how I should hold a carving knife. It was the most peaceful holiday I'd had in years. When I came home Sunday night, Claire was sitting on the couch. "Mom is furious," she said. "I figured," I replied, setting my bag down. "She said you're being selfish." I sat down across from her and met her eyes. "Claire, taking care of myself isn't selfish. It's necessary. I can't keep living like I was before, bending over backward to make your mom happy while slowly losing myself." She didn't respond right away, and I could tell she was wrestling with something. "It was weird without you there," she admitted finally. "Mom kept complaining about everything. She even snapped at me at one point for not arranging the table the way Ryan usually does. That caught me off guard, and I couldn't help but smile a little. So she missed me?" Claire rolled her eyes, but there was a tiny smile at the corner of her mouth too. She'd never admit it, but yeah, it wasn't the same without you. It was the first time in months that our conversation didn't feel like a battlefield. Something about that admission, that she'd seen what it was like to host without me, seemed to soften her. Over the next few weeks, I kept building on that momentum. I started setting small, firm boundaries. When Diane called with a last-minute request to pick up decorations for her church event, I politely told her I couldn't. When she complained about my tone, I stayed calm and didn't apologize for saying no. At first, she pushed back hard. "You're being difficult on purpose," she accused one night over the phone. "I'm being clear," I corrected. "And you don't have to like it, but you do have to respect it." There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and then she hung up. Claire overheard the whole thing and didn't say a word, but later that night, she reached for my hand while we were watching TV. It wasn't an apology exactly, but it was something, a quiet acknowledgement that maybe I was right to stand my ground. Then came the promotion. My boss officially offered me the new role I'd been gunning for. Team lead on a high-profile project that came with a significant pay raise and a company car. When I told Claire, she hugged me, really hugged me, for the first time in weeks. "I'm proud of you," she said. "Thanks," I replied, and I meant it. But a part of me also thought, this is just the beginning. Because with the promotion came more control over my schedule, more resources, more independence. And the more stable and confident I felt in my career, the less hold Diane's approval seemed to have over me. One Friday evening, as Claire was making dinner, she said quietly, "Mom's been asking if we're going to host Christmas." I set my phone down and looked at her. "Do you want to?" She hesitated. "Honestly, not really. It's exhausting." That was the moment I realized the tide was turning. For the first time, she was admitting it, admitting that her mother's constant interference was wearing her down too. "What if we did something just for us this year?" I suggested. "Take a trip somewhere. No hosting, no drama, no to-do lists." She looked at me like she wasn't sure if I was serious. "You think Mom would survive that?" "She'll have to," I said. Claire laughed softly, and for the first time in a long time, it didn't sound bitter or strained. That night, we started looking at flights. We didn't book anything yet, but just the act of browsing destinations felt like rebellion. It was the first step toward building a life where Diane wasn't at the center of every plan. But as hopeful as things were starting to feel, Diane wasn't the type to fade quietly into the background. A few days later, she showed up at our house unannounced, and what she said next made it very clear that this was far from over. It was a Wednesday evening when Diane showed up unannounced. I heard the knock on the door just as Claire was setting the table for dinner. We exchanged a look, the kind of look that said, "Did you know she was coming?" And when I shook my head, Claire sighed and opened the door. Diane swept in like she owned the place, not even waiting for an invitation. "We need to talk," she announced, ignoring the fact that we were about to eat. She didn't sit down, just stood in the middle of the living room with her arms crossed, radiating disapproval like a space heater turned on high. "I've tried to be patient," she began. "I've tried to let you have your little phase. But this has gone far enough. Family traditions matter, Ryan. We cannot have you running away every time you don't get your way." I stayed seated at the table, calm, almost too calm. "I didn't run away," I said evenly. "I made a choice about how I wanted to spend my time." "That's allowed," she scoffed. "You embarrassed us. Do you know how many people were talking after that barbecue fiasco? I've had to answer for you for weeks." I tilted my head. Interesting choice of words. Answer for me. Like I'm a child who misbehaved. Claire stepped in, her tone cautious. Mom, maybe this isn't the best time. No, Diane snapped, cutting her off. He needs to hear this. You've let him think he can just walk all over this family. Well, I won't stand for it. I stood up slowly, deliberately, and faced her. With all due respect, Diane, this is my family too. My wife, my house, my life. You don't get to dictate how we spend our time anymore. For a moment, she actually looked shocked. Then her eyes narrowed. Is that how it's going to be? You're going to isolate Claire from her family? I didn't rise to the bait. No, I'm saying we make decisions together. If Claire wants to spend time with you, she can. But I'm not signing up for every event you decide to host just because you think I should. Diane turned to Claire, clearly expecting her to intervene, but Claire stayed quiet. That was significant, a tiny shift, but a noticeable one. Diane must have sensed she was losing ground, because she played her trump card. If you keep this up, she said, lowering her voice dramatically, don't be surprised if you find yourself excluded from certain things. Birthdays, holidays, family decisions. We won't keep chasing after you. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was such a clear attempt at control. Then don't, I said simply. If your love and inclusion are conditional on me doing what you say, that's not family, that's leverage. Her mouth opened and closed like she wanted to say something else, but no words came. She left soon after, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the picture frames. After she was gone, Claire sat down at the table, looking exhausted. I can't believe she said that, she murmured. I can, I said quietly. And I think she just gave me exactly what I needed. Claire frowned. What do you mean? I didn't answer right away, because I was still piecing it together. But something about Diane's threat had crystallized things for me. She wanted control. She wanted me afraid of losing my place in the family. But what if I stopped seeing that place as something to lose, and started using her own need for appearances against her? Over the next few weeks, I began observing Diane differently. Instead of reacting emotionally to her demands, I started taking mental notes. She cared deeply about her reputation, not just within the family, but in the community. She loved hosting big events, loved being seen as the gracious matriarch who had everything under control. The idea that people might whisper about disarray in her family was unbearable to her. That was the leverage I needed. One day at work, while reviewing some project budgets, I had a thought. Diane's obsession with appearances wasn't just about parties. It was about presentation in every sense. If I could control the narrative, even slightly, I could shift the power dynamic. I quietly began connecting with people in her orbit, not maliciously, just naturally. Her brother, for instance, who had always been kind to me, mentioned offhand that he thought Diane was a little intense sometimes. I nodded sympathetically and didn't add much, but I could see the relief in his face that someone else noticed. At the same time, I invested more in my own image. I started posting more photos of my hikes, my work milestones, even quiet dinners Claire and I shared. Not to brag, but to subtly show that my life was full, balanced, and not revolving around Diane's calendar. People noticed. Extended family members commented things like, "You two look so happy," and "Good for you guys, taking time for yourselves." Claire noticed too. One night she admitted, almost shyly, "It's kind of nice not having every weekend planned out by Mom." I didn't realize how stressed it made me until it stopped. That was when I knew I had real momentum. Meanwhile, Diane's attempts to reassert control were starting to backfire. She tried organizing a surprise dinner at our house one Saturday, texting Claire last minute that she was on her way with the family. But we weren't home. We'd gone out of town for the weekend, and I had made sure to tell our neighbor to keep an eye on the place. Diane ended up hosting everyone at her own house anyway, which, according to Claire's cousin, she complained about the entire night. Each small victory made me more certain that I was on the right path. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't slamming doors. I was quietly reclaiming control by refusing to play the game on her terms. Then came the opportunity I'd been waiting for. My boss informed me that our company was sponsoring a major charity gala in the city, the kind of event that would have half the town's business leaders in attendance. He asked me if I'd be willing to attend as part of the company's delegation. I didn't have to think twice. This was my chance to cement my growing confidence, to put myself in a space where people saw me as more than just someone's son-in-law. The night of the gala, I wore the sharpest suit I owned and walked in feeling like a different man. I networked, shook hands, had real conversations with people who respected me for my work, not my ability to scrub a patio before a party. I even ended up on stage briefly when our company's project got mentioned for an award. And because life has a sense of humor, guess who happened to be at the same gala? Diane. She spotted me halfway through the evening, her eyes widening in surprise. "Ryan?" she said, clearly not expecting to see me there. I smiled politely. "Evening, Diane. Lovely event, isn't it?" She looked me up and down, taking in the suit, the badge with my company's name on it, the group of people I'd just been speaking with. I could see it in her face, the realization that I existed in a world outside of hers, a world where I was respected and connected. For the first time, she looked unsettled. And in that moment, I knew I had her right where I wanted her. Because now, I had something she couldn't control: influence. I didn't act right away. That was the key: patience. Revenge works best when it's measured, not rushed. After the gala, I let a few days pass. I went back to work, stayed calm at home, and waited for the right opening. The shift was subtle, but I could feel it. Diane had seen me differently that night. She didn't say much when we bumped into each other at the event, but the look on her face told me everything. I wasn't just the son-in-law who mowed the lawn anymore. I was someone she couldn't quite box in. That unsettled her, and I could sense her recalculating. The next week, Claire told me her mom had been surprisingly quiet lately. No checklists, no surprise visits, no demands for weekend plans. I nodded but didn't comment. I wanted Diane to wonder what I was planning, and she did. A few days later, I put my plan into motion. Thanksgiving was coming up, and I knew Diane wouldn't be able to resist making it a production. Sure enough, she eventually called Claire and announced that the entire extended family would be gathering at our house, of course. This time, I didn't argue. I said yes. Claire blinked in surprise when I agreed so easily. "Really?" she asked, almost suspicious. "Really," I said, smiling. "But I have one condition: I handle the invitations." Diane hesitated when Claire relayed that message, but eventually agreed, probably because she didn't want to risk me backing out again. That was exactly what I was counting on. Instead of sending out formal invitations, I made personal calls to each family member: Diane's siblings, cousins, even her church friends. I didn't badmouth Diane. I simply told them how excited we were to host, how we'd been working on a new menu, how we were keeping it casual and fun this year. I emphasized that there'd be plenty of food, drinks, and space for everyone, and that I couldn't wait to see them. By the time Thanksgiving week rolled around, the buzz was palpable. People were actually excited to come, and for once, they were associating that excitement with me, not Diane. On the morning of the big day, I was up early, calm and focused. I had hired a small catering service to handle the food, something I paid for myself, without asking Diane or Claire for a dime. When the staff arrived, I directed them with quiet authority, making sure everything was set up beautifully. Tables on the lawn, heaters ready in case it got cold, music playing softly in the background. Claire watched me work with a mix of confusion and admiration. "You've never looked so relaxed before a family event," she said. "Because this time," I replied, "it's on my terms." When Diane arrived, her expression was priceless. She had clearly expected to walk into chaos, ready to save the day as usual. Instead, she found everything perfectly arranged, without her involvement. "Ryan," she said slowly, looking around. "You did all this?" "Yes," I said simply. She looked unsettled, almost off balance. "And you didn't even ask for my help?" "No," I said, smiling. I wanted to make sure this was enjoyable for everyone, including Claire and me. Family members started arriving soon after, and I made it a point to greet each one personally. I shook hands, offered drinks, and made casual conversation. People complimented the setup, the food, the music. "You've outdone yourself, Ryan," one of Diane's cousins said warmly. "This is the best Thanksgiving we've had in years." I caught the look on Diane's face when she overheard that, a flicker of pride mixed with something else. Frustration, maybe, because she wasn't the one orchestrating it. Throughout the evening, I stayed calm, friendly, and perfectly in control. When Diane tried to correct the seating arrangement, I gently but firmly told her it was already taken care of. When she suggested a different playlist, I smiled and said, "I think we'll stick with what we've got. Everyone seems to be enjoying it." The more I calmly asserted myself, the more the family looked to me as the host. And slowly, I watched Diane's grip on the room loosen. The final, quiet blow came during dinner. I stood up to give a short toast. Nothing dramatic, just a sincere thank you to everyone for coming and a few words about gratitude. But I made sure to say something that hit home. This year has been a lesson for me, I said, looking around the table. I realized that family gatherings should be about love, not obligation. About wanting to be together, not just checking a box. I'm grateful we could make this one truly joyful, where everyone feels welcome and no one feels pressured. There was a long pause, and then several people nodded, murmuring their agreement. Claire squeezed my hand under the table. Diane stayed silent, her expression unreadable. When the night ended, guests left smiling, thanking me for the wonderful evening. A few even pulled me aside to say they appreciated the calm atmosphere this year, that it felt different, better. Diane lingered after everyone left. For once, she didn't criticize, didn't hand me a list of things to do for next time. Instead, she just looked at me and said, very quietly, "You've made your point." I wasn't trying to make a point, I replied evenly. I was trying to make a memory, one that didn't leave everyone exhausted and resentful. She held my gaze for a long moment before finally nodding once. Then she left without another word. Claire turned to me after the door closed. That was, she trailed off, then smiled faintly. That was incredible. I didn't gloat, didn't celebrate. I just took a deep breath and let the quiet of the house wash over me. Because I knew this wasn't just about one Thanksgiving. This was about shifting the entire balance of power, and for the first time, it felt like we were finally on equal footing. But of course, peace doesn't come without a price, and Diane's silence in the days that followed was louder than any criticism she'd ever given. Something told me she wasn't done yet. The silence after Thanksgiving stretched for a full week, which in Diane's world might as well have been an eternity. Normally, she would have texted Claire within 24 hours with a list of critiques, which chairs were too creaky, which relatives ate too much dessert, and what we should fix for next year. But this time, there was nothing. No call, no text, no passive-aggressive email. Just silence. Claire tried to act like it wasn't bothering her, but I could tell it was. She'd check her phone every so often, sigh, and set it back down. Finally, on the 8th day, she said, "Mom's quiet. Too quiet." "She's thinking," I said calmly. "Thinking about what?" "About the fact that the family had a great time without her micromanaging." Claire looked skeptical. "You really think that got through to her?" I shrugged. It got through to everyone else. And it had. Over the next few days, Claire's cousins, her aunts, even her usually grumpy uncle started texting me directly. Not Claire, not Diane, thanking me again for hosting. One of them even sent me a photo from the night, all of us laughing under the string lights I'd hung. This felt like old times, the message read. No drama, just family. Word must have gotten back to Diane, because the following weekend she called and asked to come over. Not announced, asked. That alone was enough to make me raise an eyebrow. When she arrived, she didn't come armed with her usual air of command. She looked smaller, somehow. Not physically, but in presence. She sat down at the table, folded her hands, and said, "I owe you both an apology." Claire's mouth actually dropped open. "You what?" "I pushed too hard," Diane admitted, her voice quieter than I'd ever heard it. "I wanted everything to be perfect. I wanted our family to look perfect. But I think I forgot that it's supposed to feel good too. I turned every gathering into a production, and I didn't realize how much I was asking of you." I stayed quiet and let her speak, because I could tell how hard this was for her. "I was upset when you left before the barbecue," she continued, glancing at me. "I thought you were being selfish. But after Thanksgiving, after seeing how happy everyone was," she trailed off, then took a deep breath. "I realized maybe you were right. Maybe I needed to step back." For a moment, the room was completely silent. Then Claire reached across the table and put her hand on her mom's. "Mom, we just want to enjoy time together. Not feel like we're auditioning for something every time we have dinner." Diane nodded, blinking quickly like she was holding back tears. "I understand, and I want to try to do better." I didn't gloat. I didn't rub it in. I just said, "Thank you for saying that. It means a lot." And it did. Not because I needed her approval, but because for the first time since I married into this family, I felt like we might actually have a chance at peace. After that conversation, things began to shift for real. Diane still called, but less frequently, and not with lists of demands. Sometimes she just wanted to talk, to catch up. When Christmas rolled around, she asked, not told, if we wanted to host. When we said we were taking a short trip together instead, she simply said, "Have a wonderful time," and meant it. Claire and I grew closer too. Without the constant tug-of-war over her mom's demands, we started spending more time doing things we both enjoyed, going to the farmer's market on weekends, cooking new recipes together, even planning that mountain trip we'd talked about months earlier. And when we finally went on that trip, I remember sitting on the porch of the cabin one morning, coffee in hand, watching the sunrise over the peaks. Claire sat next to me, her head on my shoulder, and said softly, "You know, if you hadn't done what you did, nothing would have changed." I nodded. "I know. You scared me, though," she admitted. "When you left, I thought you were done with me." "I wasn't done with you," I said gently. "I was done with living like that. But I knew if I just kept complaining, we'd stay stuck forever. I had to show you what I needed and what I wouldn't tolerate anymore." She was quiet for a long moment, then smiled faintly. "You know, Mom actually told me she's proud of how you handled Thanksgiving. Said you were a real host." I couldn't help but laugh. Better late than never. When we got home from that trip, I found Diane had left a small gift on our porch, a potted plant with a handwritten note, "For your home." No strings attached. I stood there for a long time, holding that note, and for the first time in years, I felt completely at ease. This wasn't just about winning. It wasn't about proving Diane wrong. It was about taking back my life, my marriage, and my home, and finally knowing I'd done it in a way that no one could twist into spite or rebellion. As I placed the plant on the windowsill, I turned to Claire and said, "You know what the best part is?" She smiled. "What?" I looked around our quiet, peaceful living room, then back at her. "This house finally feels like ours." And for the first time in a long time, it truly did. "My name's Jordan, I'm 28, and I've always been the kind of older brother who felt more like a second parent. Growing up, our family dynamic was uneven, to put it nicely. My sister Kayla, now 25, was the golden child, not because she earned it, but because she demanded it. I was the quiet one, the fixer, the one who got good grades, picked up shifts when money was tight, and didn't throw tantrums when Mom said no. Kayla, on the other hand, was chaos in designer jeans. She cried until she got what she wanted, talked her way out of consequences, and blamed everything on someone else. Usually me. By the time we were adults, I thought things would change. I moved out, started my own career in web development, got an apartment, a cat, and even began saving for a down payment on a small place of my own. Kayla? She bounced from one life path to another like she was flipping channels. First it was nursing school. She dropped out after a semester because the scrubs made her look boxy. Then it was influencer marketing, then freelance event planning, then something with NFTs. She always seemed to be on the verge of success, but somehow never quite got there. And yet, every family dinner, every birthday, every phone call with my parents ended with the same passive-aggressive remark. "Jordan, can't you just help her out?" "She's trying." So when Kayla called crying on a Tuesday night in April, I wasn't even surprised. I was tired, both literally and emotionally, but I picked up anyway. She sounded panicked, frantic. Said her landlord was threatening eviction. Claimed her ex bailed on their shared bills. Said her phone might get shut off. She dropped phrases like barely eating and literally have nothing, which hit a nerve because there was a time I really did have nothing. And no one helped me then. "I just need to get through the next 2 weeks," she said, voice trembling. "Please, Jordy." I paused. She hadn't called me Jordy since we were kids, and she wanted something. But against my better judgment, I said yes. Not instantly. First I asked for the breakdown. She said she needed $5,000. Rent, groceries, internet, utilities, a little buffer so she could eat. I didn't have $5,000 lying around, but I had $6,400 in my savings account, and the way she made it sound, she'd be out on the street by Friday. So I wired her the money that night. Even sent her a screenshot of the transfer confirmation. She didn't even say thank you. The next 2 days were quiet. No calls, no texts. I figured she was busy dealing with her landlord or trying to catch up on overdue bills. I didn't need gratitude. I just hoped she'd finally find some stability. I even checked my own budget, quietly canceling a trip I'd planned for next month and pushing back my condo savings timeline. I wasn't angry. Not yet. Then came Saturday. I was lying on my couch, half watching a Netflix documentary, When my phone buzzed with a notification from Instagram, I usually mute everything, but this one got through. Kayla had just posted to her story. I tapped on it casually, and there she was, on a yacht, wearing a new white bikini, sunglasses I know cost over $300, holding what looked like a bottle of Moat. There were at least 8 other people around her, music blasting and glittering water in the background. The caption? It read, "No broke vibes allowed." I blinked, backed out, watched the video again. Then I scrolled. Her grid was updated 2 new photos with the yacht tagged as Miami Dream Charters. A group shot with the hashtags #YachtLife and #blessed. One of her clinking glasses with some guy I'd never seen before, captioned "Manifesting Rich Husband Energy." My hands started to shake. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe it wasn't her money. Maybe she was invited. Maybe this was some networking event and she just looked fancy. But I couldn't ignore the gut punch. The way her voice had cracked when she said she couldn't eat. The trembling desperation when she said she might lose her place. And now she was sipping champagne on a boat, pretending poverty didn't even exist. I sent a single message. Just a question mark. She read it within seconds. No reply. I watched the scene icon sit there like it was mocking me. I waited 10 minutes, then 30, then an hour. Nothing. So I texted again. "This is what you needed rent money for?" Still no reply. I opened Instagram again and saw that she'd uploaded another story. This time it was her tossing her phone into a designer tote, laughing with the caption, "Leaving the drama in 2024. That's when it clicked. It wasn't just a lie, it was a performance. She'd played me. And the worst part? She didn't even care that I knew. I didn't scream, didn't call. I just sat there, quiet, scrolling through her photos while the weight of every unpaid favor and every second chance I'd ever given her suddenly felt like 1,000 bricks. Then I opened my banking app. The transfer had gone through. No way to reverse it now. But I still had the receipt. And I still had her landlord's contact info from a previous time she'd asked me to talk to him when she was late with rent. I pulled up her yacht photo, screenshotted the post, complete with timestamp and caption. Then I opened my email, typed in the landlord's address. Subject line, rent payment. I attached the wire transfer confirmation and the screenshot. I didn't say anything else. Just let the evidence speak for itself. Then I hit send. I didn't hear anything that night. By Monday afternoon, my phone lit up like it had been struck by lightning. 23 missed calls, all from a number I didn't recognize. No voicemail, no texts, just a barrage of attempts, all within the span of 90 minutes. I stared at the screen, watching the call count rise like a stock graph gone rogue. And I knew. Kayla had finally noticed. I didn't answer. Instead, I scrolled down to my email and found exactly what I was expecting. Her landlord had replied. Short, cold, professional. "Thank you for the documentation, Jordan. We've initiated lease review and formal follow-up per tenant agreement. This appears to constitute misrepresentation. If she reaches out, please direct her to our legal department." That was all. No unnecessary detail. Just enough to tell me that whatever I'd sent had lit a fire under someone. The next notification came from Instagram. Kayla's profile? Gone. Not deleted, private. Which she never did. She loved attention more than food. So I opened a browser, went incognito, and searched again. Still there. Just locked tight. Classic move, circle the wagons, control the narrative. She was probably calling every friend she had, trying to explain how her generous brother turned into a vindictive snitch. But I wasn't done yet. Because what Kayla hadn't considered, what she never considered, was that landlords talk. Especially when you send them evidence of fraud. And within an hour of receiving that email, hers had looped in the building's property manager, who, in turn, sent a mass memo to the other tenants. It was a digital nudge, a gentle reminder. Per lease agreement, all financial disclosures must be accurate. Misuse of external funds for non-housing related purposes may result in early termination of rental privileges. I saw the memo. Someone forwarded it to me, someone who had no idea I triggered it. A friend of a friend who also lived in that building and who messaged me with a laughing emoji and a casual, "Yo, do you know who this is about?" I didn't reply, but I smiled. The calls kept coming. Eventually, a text broke through. From the same new number. "What did you do? My lock code doesn't work. My stuff's in there. I'm locked out like a criminal. They're saying I violated terms?" No, hey. No apology. No acknowledgement of what she'd done. Just panic. Pure self-preservation. I left her on read. For the first time, I understood how powerful that felt. Over the next few hours, more messages followed. Rapid-fire bursts of desperation, rage, bargaining. You didn't have to go nuclear, Jordy. I was going to pay you back. They're saying I owe double now because of a clause? You made this a legal thing? Can we just talk? Please. I don't even have a place to sleep. That one hit me. For a moment, the guilt tried to creep in. I imagined her sitting outside her apartment, bags at her feet, mascara running down her face. But then I remembered the yacht, the champagne, the caption, "No broke vibes allowed." And I remembered the time I asked her for help covering a surprise medical bill 3 years ago, only $200, and she told me flatly, "It's not my job to fix your life, Jordan." So I went quiet. Didn't block her. Didn't respond. Just existed in the silence she created. And while she spiraled, I did something else. I checked the rest of my accounts. Turns out the $5,000 wasn't the only thing she'd gotten her hands on. A few weeks prior, she'd asked to borrow my Costco card, just for the day. Said she wanted to do a bulk run to save money. I'd forgotten all about it, until I saw a $749 charge from the online store. A massive furniture order. Not even shipped to her address. It was shipped to someone named Brianna. A quick scroll through Instagram, before she went private, confirmed it. Brianna was one of the women from the yacht. I recognized the hat. Same one she'd worn in a photo, holding a flaming cocktail. The caption had said, "She's the rich aunt we all deserve." I checked the shipping confirmation again. My name, my account, her friend's address. Now it wasn't just a betrayal. It was theft. I filed a report. Costco flagged the transaction within 48 hours, refunded my money, and deactivated the card. But I didn't stop there. Because if Kayla thought she could play rich while draining the one person who'd ever shown her unconditional loyalty, she was about to learn what happens when the conditions change. The next step was my credit card. A month ago, I'd co-signed for a low-limit visa she begged me for, said she was rebuilding her credit and needed help. I hadn't checked the balance in weeks. So I logged in, and my blood ran cold. $2,760. Maxed. Makeup subscriptions, VIP club entry, Postmates deliveries to hotels, and even an Uber ride from Miami Dream Marina to Crescent Lounge, a private rooftop bar known for $30 cocktails. The payment was due in 6 days, and my name was still on it. That's when something inside me flipped. Not anger, not even betrayal. Just a deep, calm certainty that this would never happen again. She had made her bed, and now it was time to flip the mattress. I didn't storm into her DMs, didn't post a call out. I didn't even mention the credit card to her. That would have been too easy, too loud. And Kayla thrived in chaos. Attention, even negative, was her oxygen. So I chose silence. But I also chose precision. The next morning, I called the credit card company. Spoke to a rep named Alicia, explained the situation calmly, and asked a simple question. What happens when a cosigner files a dispute for fraud by misuse? Turns out, quite a lot. Because even though I'd co-signed, the purchases weren't mine. And because they were made without my knowledge, the liability could shift. Not immediately. But if I filed a claim and followed the right steps, it would trigger a full account review. The card would be frozen. The balance would be investigated. And if enough red flags were found, my name would be removed and she'd be held solely responsible. So I filed. And while the wheels turned behind the scenes, I did one last thing. I called my bank and revoked the account view access Kayla had to my profile. A long time ago, back when she said she wanted to learn how to budget like me. I'd walked her through a few things and forgotten she still had login access. Nothing harmful, but enough to see my balances. Enough to know how much I had left. Or didn't. She wouldn't get that peek anymore. And then, I waited. That Friday, I got a text from Mom. "Hey, sweetie, is everything okay? Kayla's been trying to reach you. She said she's going through a lot." Right. Funny how a lot only ever applied when she was on the edge of consequences. I didn't respond. Saturday, another message came through. This time from Dad. "Can you just call her and hear her out? She made a mistake, but locking her out of her apartment? That's extreme." And that nearly made me laugh. Because for years, whenever I said Kayla crossed a line, when she borrowed my car and returned it with an empty tank and 2 parking tickets, when she ruined my laptop by spilling wine on it and said I should have had Apple Care, when she skipped my graduation because she was hungover from someone's birthday, I was always told I was too sensitive. Now, suddenly, they were intervening. Not because she lied, Not because she spent the money. Not even because she dragged me into financial chaos. No, they were upset because the consequences were inconvenient. But I wasn't 13 anymore. I didn't need to be the peacemaker, the fixer, the duct tape holding a cracked face together. I was done. That night, I got another message from Kayla's number. They're kicking me off the lease unless I pay the entire month plus next. I don't have it. You started this. You fix it. Still no apology. Just blame. I could picture her face, eyes wide, voice trembling, trying to manipulate the situation back into her favor. She was probably already crafting the Instagram post. Family will break you faster than enemies ever could. Hashtag real talk. Hashtag healing journey. I almost pitied her. Almost. Instead, I kept documenting everything. Screenshots. Receipts. Conversations. I wasn't planning anything grand, not yet. But I wanted a record. Not for revenge. For protection. Because I knew Kayla. If things got worse, she'd twist the story. She'd say I gave her the money as a gift. That I never said it was for rent. That I was jealous of her lifestyle and tried to sabotage her out of spite. So I built a quiet wall of proof. And that wall got taller the next day, when a mutual friend sent me a screenshot from her Finsta, a backup Instagram where she posted things she didn't want the main audience to see. The post was a selfie of her sitting on a suitcase outside a Starbucks. Captioned, "When your own brother tries to ruin your life because you're doing better than him, good luck dating when everyone knows you're a snake." That one? That got under my skin. Not because of the insult. Because of the lie. Doing better than me? I live in my own place. I work full-time. I have savings, a clean credit score, a decent therapist. I don't leech off people and call it empowerment. I don't lie to get what I want. I don't celebrate fake wins while someone else foots the bill. Kayla didn't just play the victim, she marketed it. And she thought if she cried loud enough, if she posted enough sad girl selfies with motivational quotes, someone else would step in. Someone always had. But not this time. Because the bank had just approved the fraud investigation. The card was frozen. Her charges were flagged. And an official letter was en route to her apartment, though based on her current, on-the-go lifestyle, she might not even see it before the deadline hit. And that deadline? It came with interest. I gave it one more week. Not because I was waiting for an apology, I knew better. I gave it a week because I wanted to see just how deep Kayla would dig before she realized there was no one left to throw the dirt onto but herself. By day 5, the phone calls had slowed down. The texts turned from furious to pleading. One message said, "I'll pay you back, I swear. Just help me get back in the apartment first." Another asked, "Do you think Mom will let me stay for a while?" Which, frankly, made me laugh. Kayla was the family's golden child when she was sparkling. But when she lost her shine, my parents were the first to dim the lights and pretend they didn't notice. Sure enough, I got another call not from Kayla, but from Mom. She was whispering like she was in a hospital room or a church pew. "Jordan, can I ask you something?" "Sure," I said. "What's up?" "Well, Kayla says you froze her credit card and got her kicked out of her apartment. Is that true?" I leaned back in my chair. "She told you that, huh?" "She said you were being vindictive. That you embarrassed her in front of her landlord and now she can't even access her stuff." I paused for a beat. "Did she tell you why I froze the card?" "She said you got upset over a misunderstanding. That misunderstanding cost me over $2,000. And the apartment? I didn't get her kicked out. She did that all by herself when she lied about needing money for rent and blew it on a yacht party. I just told the truth. And the truth had consequences." Mom went quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You know how she is, Jordan. She's always been impulsive." "That's not impulsive, Mom. That's manipulation. And I'm done pretending otherwise." "But she's family." I sighed. "So am I. But no one ever said that when it was my stuff being stolen, or my money being drained, or my life being derailed." Mom didn't reply. I think she knew she couldn't argue. Maybe for the first time, she realized the safety net wasn't woven out of love. It was made of guilt. And mine had finally snapped. That night, I got the final notification. The fraud investigation was complete. The credit card company ruled in my favor. The balance was reassigned to the primary cardholder, Kayla. My name was removed. The damage to my credit? Gone. The payments? Canceled. Her balance was now overdue, with interest piling on by the day. They'd already begun the collections process. I thought I'd feel smug, maybe even victorious. But mostly, I felt calm. Like I'd finally crawled out from under a weight I'd been carrying since we were kids. The guilt of saying no. the fear of seeming selfish, the pressure to play the role of the good sibling, even when it meant setting myself on fire to keep her warm. It was over. A few days later, I saw Kayla one last time. Completely by chance, I was leaving a coffee shop, earbuds in, walking toward my car. She was across the street, dragging a duffel bag behind her, talking to someone on speakerphone. Her voice was tight, snappy. "I told you I can't pay until Friday." "No, I don't have another card. Just give me 2 more days, okay?" She didn't see me, and I didn't say anything. I just got in my car and drove away. She was no longer my responsibility. A week later, I got a letter. Handwritten. No return address. The handwriting was obviously hers, looped and dramatic, like she was trying to write for an audience. Inside, 2 pages. The first was filled with self-pity. "I can't believe you'd humiliate me like that. You have no idea what I'm dealing with. I trusted you. I thought you were different from everyone else." Then came the guilt tripping. "You've always thought you were better than me. Admit it. You've been waiting for me to fail." And finally, the request. "I'm staying with a friend right now, but it's temporary. If you could spot me one last time, just enough for a deposit, I swear I'll pay you back. You're the only one I have left." I read the letter once. Then I folded it back into the envelope, scribbled 1 word on the outside, and mailed it back. Returned. I didn't add a note. I didn't need to. Because what Kayla didn't understand, what she probably never would, is that bridges don't burn all at once. They rot slowly, plank by plank, every time you step on them with no intention of carrying your weight. The yacht post was just the match, but I was the one holding it. It's been 6 months now. Kayla doesn't have my number anymore. My bank accounts are locked tighter than a vault. No shared cards. No emergency loans. No second chances. Last I heard through the grapevine, she's couch surfing. Still posting on Instagram, still hashtagging #survivor, still framing herself as the misunderstood free spirit. Meanwhile, I bought my condo. A small place, 2 bedrooms, clean, quiet, with a view of the city skyline and enough room for me and the life I built without her draining it. Sometimes I sit out on the balcony with a cup of coffee and think about everything that happened. And I don't feel bitter. I feel free. Kayla thought the $5,000 was her win, that she'd pulled one over on her boring, responsible brother. But what she really did, she gave me permission to stop carrying her, to stop fixing her, to stop explaining myself, and to finally, fully walk away. No guilt, no regrets, just peace. I was 12 the first time I realized my parents didn't actually love me, at least, not in the way parents are supposed to. It was one of those humid summer nights when the air felt heavy enough to drown in, and we were driving home from my cousin's birthday party. I remember sitting in the back seat of our old blue minivan, staring out the window, watching the gas station lights blur past. My dad's hand was on the wheel, my mom's voice sharp as glass in the front seat, and I was just trying not to say anything that would make it worse. My name's Adam. I'm 27 now. But back then, I was just a scrawny 12-year-old kid who still thought good grades and politeness were enough to earn love. The argument started over a slice of cake. I'd asked for a second one, just 1 more slice, and my mom snapped that I was spoiled. She said I didn't appreciate what I had, that I was ungrateful for all their sacrifices. My dad stayed quiet for a while, the way he always did, until he decided she was right. Then he joined in, telling me I didn't deserve dessert when I didn't even help out around the house. I remember sitting there, feeling this awful heat rising behind my eyes. I wanted to say something, but I'd learned not to. Every time I defended myself, it turned into a bigger lecture about respect and obedience. So I just sat there, clutching the empty paper plate, staring at the floor mats. When we stopped at a gas station halfway home, my mom turned around and said, "Get out and think about your attitude for a minute." I thought she meant I should stretch my legs or something. So I got out. The car door slammed behind me, and I stood there under the buzzing fluorescent light, waiting for her to tell me to get back in. But she didn't. The minivan rolled forward, slow at first, like they were joking. Then it picked up speed. I remember chasing after it for maybe 10 steps before realizing they weren't coming back. My throat went dry. The taillights got smaller, and then they disappeared around the corner. I waited for hours. I kept thinking it was some twisted punishment, that they'd circle back when they'd taught me a lesson. I sat on the curb, hugging my knees, counting cars. Each one that passed made my heart leap for a second before it sank again. By midnight, the gas station clerk came out, gave me a can of Sprite, and asked if I was okay. I lied and said I was waiting for my uncle. That was the night something in me changed. I didn't cry, not really. I just stared at the empty road and made a promise to myself. I would never need them again. A police officer eventually found me around 2 a.m. and called my parents. They showed up an hour later, acting like it was some big misunderstanding. My mom said she thought I got back in the car, and my dad said I should have stayed put instead of wandering off. But the way my mom looked at me when I got in the car, that cold, disappointed stare, told me everything I needed to know. I was the problem. That became the pattern for the next few years. Every fight, every mistake, every small inconvenience in their lives, it was somehow my fault. I stopped expecting birthday presents or kind words. I became invisible when I could and compliant when I couldn't. My sister, Emily, on the other hand, was their golden child. She could do no wrong. She'd get new clothes, praise, attention. When she failed a test, it was because the teacher was unfair. When I got a B, it was because I didn't study hard enough. I learned early how the hierarchy worked. By 16, I'd already decided my future had to be somewhere else. I worked at a local grocery store after school, saving every dollar I could. My parents took most of it for household expenses, but I still managed to stash away a bit. I told myself that once I turned 18, I'd be gone for good. The last straw came the day of my high school graduation. Emily got a used car for her 16th birthday, something my parents proudly posted about on Facebook with the caption, "Our smart and beautiful girl deserves the best." Meanwhile, I walked home from graduation with my diploma under my arm because they'd forgotten to pick me up. That night, I packed my things. A backpack, a few clothes, a photo of me and my grandmother, the only one who ever treated me like a person, and the cash I'd saved. I didn't leave a note. I just walked out. The years after that were rough, but freeing. I worked 3 jobs, went to community college, slept in my car for a while. But eventually, I got my footing. I started my own design business, something small at first, then it grew. By 27, I had my own apartment, 2 employees, and more clients than I could handle. I wasn't rich, but I was comfortable, independent, safe. I didn't hear from my parents for 15 years. Not a text, not a call, not even a birthday message. I assumed that chapter of my life was closed for good. Until last month. It started with an unknown number calling me on a random Tuesday afternoon. I almost didn't pick up, but something in me hesitated. Adam. The voice was familiar, but faint, like hearing an old song you forgot you knew. "Who's this?" I asked, even though I already knew. "It's your mother." I froze. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. My brain scrambled to find the right tone. Angry, cold, polite? I landed somewhere in the middle. "Oh, hi." There was a pause. Then her voice softened in that way she used to when she wanted something. "It's been a long time." "Yeah, it has." Another pause. I could almost hear her smile through the phone. "Your sister's getting married." I didn't respond. I just let the silence stretch. "She's so happy," my mom continued. "Her fiancé is a lovely man. The wedding's in August, and, well," she hesitated, then cleared her throat. "We were hoping you'd contribute." "Contribute." I repeated. "You know, help pay for things. It's very expensive, and you've done so well for yourself. We've seen your business online." I almost laughed. After 15 years of nothing, this was the reason she reached out? Not to ask how I was doing, not to say sorry, but to ask for money. I took a slow breath. "So you're calling because you want me to pay for Emily's wedding?" Her voice stiffened. "You make it sound so cold. She's your sister, Adam. Family supports each other." I stared at the wall, the words sinking in like poison. Where was that support when I was 12? I asked quietly. There was silence on the line. Then, just as I was about to hang up, she said something that made my stomach turn. "Well, maybe if you hadn't been so ungrateful back then, things would have been different." And that was it. 15 years later, nothing had changed. I didn't say a word. I just hung up. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because the next morning, I woke up to a flood of messages from numbers I didn't recognize, some from relatives I barely remembered, some from Emily herself. And they all had the same tone. Guilt-tripping, manipulative, demanding. "Mom said you're being difficult. You should be grateful for the family that raised you. Emily deserves a nice wedding. You can afford it." I didn't reply to any of them. But one message, from Emily herself, stood out. "Adam, you owe us this. After everything Mom and Dad did for you, it's the least you can do." I stared at that message for a long time. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I could feel that 12-year-old version of me again, sitting on the curb outside a gas station, watching the taillights fade. And for the first time in years, I felt the same thing I'd felt that night. Only this time, it wasn't fear. It was something colder, sharper. Because if they thought they could use me now, they were about to learn how wrong they were. And I already knew exactly where to start. The thing about silence is, it gives people room to build their own stories. When I didn't answer my mother's call or Emily's messages, they started to fill in the blanks themselves. Within a week, I went from being the successful son who could help to the selfish brother who abandoned his family. It started small. A few passive-aggressive texts, the kind that look polite on the surface but have that familiar sting underneath. Mom, I know you're busy with your business, but family should come first. Mom, we didn't raise you to be heartless. Mom, I'm just disappointed you've become like this. I'd forgotten how skillfully she could twist words to sound like guilt wrapped in love. It almost worked for a minute, until I remembered she hadn't raised me at all, not really. She tolerated me, controlled me, made me feel like existing was a debt I could never repay. Still, something about Emily's message gnawed at me. You owe us this. That sentence looped in my head for days. I hadn't spoken to her since she was 12 and I was 18. Back then, she'd been the smiling golden child with a pink bedroom full of gifts while I was quietly packing my things to leave. I'd wanted to believe she was innocent in all of it, just a kid who didn't know better. But seeing her words now, written like a command, it was clear she'd learned from the best. 2 weeks passed before I finally got another call. This time, it wasn't from my mom. It was from my Aunt Clara, one of the few relatives who'd ever shown me kindness when I was younger. She used to sneak me cookies during family gatherings, whispering, "Don't tell your mother." I almost answered with warmth, expecting her to be different. "Adam," she said, her voice overly cheerful. "It's so nice to finally talk to you." "Hey, Aunt Clara," I said cautiously. "How have you been?" "Oh, we've all been busy with the wedding. It's going to be such a lovely event. Your mother is just so proud of Emily." There was a pause before she continued, her tone turning syrupy. "I wanted to talk to you about something important. Your parents mentioned you haven't offered to contribute yet." There it was again, that word. Contribute. Like I was some distant uncle, not their estranged son. "I didn't offer because I wasn't asked," I said. "I was told." "Well," she said with a fake laugh. "You know how your mom can be direct. But she means well. Emily's been dreaming of this day for years, and your parents are a bit tight on money right now. They thought since you're successful," I could almost hear her fishing for the right word, "that you'd want to help." I leaned back in my chair. "Aunt Clara, they left me at a gas station when I was 12. I don't owe them a dime." There was a silence on the line. Then she sighed, long and theatrical. "Adam, holding on to grudges like that will only poison you. You're an adult now. Be the bigger person." I hung up. After that call, the messages got more aggressive. My mom switched tactics. She stopped pretending to be disappointed and started acting like the victim. "Mom, I don't understand what we did wrong to deserve this treatment." "Mom, you've changed so much, Adam. Money really did go to your head." "Mom, your sister is heartbroken. She thought you'd at least care enough to show up." "Show up?" I laughed when I read that. They expected me to not only pay for the wedding but attend it like some obedient son who'd been forgiven for his rebellion. Then Emily texted again. "Emily, Mom says you're ignoring her calls again. She's really hurt, Adam." "Emily, you don't realize how hard things have been for us. Dad lost his job, and we've all been struggling." "Emily, you could fix this with one phone call." I almost replied to that one. My thumb hovered over the screen for a good minute before I locked my phone again. The truth was, I wasn't angry anymore. I was curious. Curious to see just how far they'd go. A few days later, I got an invitation in the mail. Not a text. Not an email. A real, physical invitation in gold embossed letters that read, "You are cordially invited to the wedding of Emily and Daniel. August 12th, RSVP required. Family dinner to follow." At the bottom, in my mother's handwriting, was a note. "We've reserved a special seat for you, front row. Don't disappoint your sister again." Again, that word hit me harder than I expected. The last time I'd disappointed Emily was when I left home. She was standing in the doorway with her new phone in hand, looking at me like I was doing something unforgivable. I'd said, "Take care of yourself, Em," and she just turned away. Now, 15 years later, she wanted to play the victim in a story she didn't even live. I tossed the invitation on my desk and tried to focus on work, but I couldn't. The guilt was gone, but something else took its place. A slow-burning anger that felt sharper than anything I'd felt as a kid. Because it wasn't just about the wedding. It was about everything before it. The gas station. The birthdays they forgot. The way they made me apologize for things I didn't do. The way they treated Emily like royalty while I was just a reminder of their own failures. They'd built their perfect little family narrative, and now they wanted to drag me into it for appearances. The next week, I got another call. This time from my dad. "Adam," he said, his voice low and gruff. "We need to talk man-to-man." That phrase alone almost made me laugh. He'd never spoken to me man-to-man in his life. "About what?" I asked. "About your behavior," he said. "Your mother's been crying for days. You're acting selfish." "Selfish," I repeated slowly. "That's rich coming from you." He ignored that. "Listen, your sister's wedding is important. You've made something of yourself. You can afford to help. It's your responsibility as her brother." "Responsibility?" I asked. "Did you ever feel responsible when you left me on the side of the road?" There was silence. Then a small chuckle. "You're still holding on to that? You were being difficult. We taught you a lesson." I felt my jaw clench. "That's not a lesson. That's abandonment." "Watch your tone, son," he said, his voice suddenly stern. "You're talking to your father." I hung up again. After that, things escalated quickly. My cousin messaged me saying there were rumors going around that I'd refused to help because I thought I was better than everyone. My mom must have been feeding them the story she wanted, painting me as the ungrateful son who turned his back on the family that loved him. And the worst part? People believed it. I started getting tagged in Facebook comments under family posts. "Would have been nice if Adam helped out a bit." Not everyone remembers where they came from. Money changes people. I didn't reply. I just watched quietly as they rewrote history in real time. Then one night, I got a message from Emily again, but this time, it wasn't guilt-tripping. It was angry. "Emily, you're pathetic. Mom said you're ignoring everyone. You can't even send a small check? Do you know how embarrassing it is that my brother won't be part of my wedding?" I stared at her message for a long time. Then, for the first time since all of this started, I replied, "Adam, I didn't get an invitation to your 16th birthday or your graduation. I didn't get a call when I moved out. I didn't even get a text when I started my business. So no, Emily, I won't be part of your wedding. You already have a family that you chose. I'm not part of it." She read it, but didn't respond. For a moment, I thought that might finally be the end of it. But I was wrong. 3 days later, I woke up to find something new in my inbox, an email from a wedding planner. At first, I thought it was spam until I saw the subject line. "Payment confirmation required. Adam, last name. Financial sponsor, Emily and Daniel Wedding." Attached was an invoice. Not for a gift, not for a contribution, but for half the cost of the wedding. Nearly $28,000. There was a note attached, supposedly written by my mother. "Since you've been difficult to reach, we've taken the liberty of moving forward with your generous offer to help. We'll handle the rest once the payment clears. Thank you for doing the right thing, Adam." My heart started pounding, not from panic, but from disbelief. They had actually used my name, my reputation, my assumed generosity. They were trying to trap me publicly. That was the moment I realized this wasn't about money anymore. It was about control, about proving they still had power over me. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the email, and for the first time in years, I smiled. Because if they wanted a war over this, if they wanted to manipulate me, guilt me, rewrite history, then fine. But this time, I wouldn't be the 12-year-old kid on the curb waiting to be rescued. This time, I'd be the one driving. I didn't reply to the email right away. I just stared at it for a while, letting the absurdity sink in. Payment confirmation required. That line kept echoing in my head like a bad joke. They'd actually tried to forge my generosity. My own parents. The same people who couldn't bother to check if I was still sitting outside a gas station at midnight 15 years ago were now trying to make me their personal ATM. I forwarded the email to my assistant, Kara, with a short message. "Flag this. If anyone calls pretending to represent me, hang up immediately." She replied within minutes. "What's going on?" I stared at the blinking cursor, debating whether to tell her the truth. Then I typed, "Family. The worst kind." I didn't expect her to understand, but she did. She didn't ask another question. Just wrote, "Got it." You're protected. Over the next few days, I kept my distance. I didn't reply to my mom, didn't answer unknown numbers, didn't even open messages from relatives. But they didn't stop. It was like they'd coordinated an entire campaign against me. Suddenly, everyone had an opinion about my responsibility to the family. Adam, your mom's been under so much stress. Why can't you just help her out? You can't take money with you when you die. Family first, man. Don't be petty. And then came the post. A Facebook post from my mother, public for everyone to see, with a photo of her and Emily holding hands in a bridal boutique. The caption read, "Proud of my beautiful daughter as she prepares for her big day. We're so blessed to have family who support us through everything." Some people forget where they came from, but that's okay. God always provides. It had over 100 likes by the time I saw it. And right there, in the comments, was a thread from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. So sad that Adam won't be part of this. He's too busy with his fancy life, I guess. Ungrateful. His parents did everything for him. Everything for me. That line broke something in me. Because for years, I tried to bury that pain. I told myself I'd moved on, that I didn't care what they thought. But seeing it there, broadcasted to the world, it was like being 12 again, standing alone on that curb, realizing no one was coming back. Except this time, I wasn't powerless. That night, I decided to go silent completely. No responses, no clarifications, no defending myself online. Let them dig their own hole. I knew how my parents worked. They'd keep pushing until they thought they'd won. And when they did, that's when I'd strike. But before I could even start planning anything, something happened that I didn't see coming. 3 weeks later, I got a letter. A real, physical one, no email this time. It came in a cream-colored envelope with gold edges, the same kind they used for the wedding invitations. The handwriting on the front was Emily's. I hesitated before opening it. For a brief second, a tiny part of me hoped it was an apology. Maybe she'd come to her senses. Maybe she realized how wrong this all was. It wasn't an apology. Inside was a handwritten note. "Adam, I don't know why you're being so difficult about all of this. Mom and Dad did the best they could with what they had. They made mistakes, sure, but who doesn't? You've built a great life for yourself. You've proven you're strong. So why are you being cruel now? You can afford to help us. It's not about money. It's about showing that you care. I don't want to think you're heartless, but that's how it feels. Please don't make me regret ever thinking you changed. Emily." Attached to the letter was something that made my stomach drop. A check. From my own account. $28,000. Only, it wasn't written by me. I recognized the signature immediately, though. My mother's handwriting. She'd forged my name. For a second, I just sat there staring at it, my mind blank. Then, as the realization sank in, my hands started shaking. I wasn't just angry, I was terrified. Because if that check ever made it to a bank, I could be in serious legal trouble. I grabbed my phone and called my bank immediately. After confirming my identity, I explained what happened. The representative told me the check hadn't been processed yet, but was scheduled for verification under wedding services. How could that happen? I asked, my voice trembling despite my best effort to sound calm. Looks like someone mailed it in directly with a note claiming pre-authorization, the rep said. But don't worry, we've put a stop on it. You're safe. I thanked her, hung up, and just sat there for a while, staring at the check again. I couldn't decide what hurt more, the fact that my mother had forged my name, or the fact that Emily had included it in the envelope like it was no big deal. That was the moment I realized this wasn't about manipulation anymore. It was theft, betrayal. They hadn't just tried to guilt me, they tried to use me. Legally, financially, publicly. And somehow, Emily was part of it. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on my couch with the lights off, scrolling through old memories I tried to forget. The time my mom made me apologize to Emily for breaking her toy when she'd been the one who smashed mine. The time my dad grounded me for a week because I didn't laugh at his joke in front of guests. The time they told me I was lucky they kept me after all the trouble I caused. It was all there, a mosaic of cruelty I'd learned to live with. But this was different. Around midnight, I got another message. This time, from Daniel, the fiancé. "Daniel, hey man, I heard there's been some drama. Just so you know, I don't want any bad blood. Emily's really stressed. It'd mean a lot if you could just help out with some of the costs. You don't have to come to the wedding if you don't want to." I stared at his message, then typed back, "Adam, tell your future wife to stop forging checks in my name." He didn't reply for a while. Then finally, Daniel, what are you talking about? I sent him a picture of the check. Within 2 minutes, he was typing, then stopped, then typing again. Daniel, I had no idea. She told me you offered. She said you were just being private about it. Adam, so she had the signature? Or did your soon-to-be mother-in-law handle that part? No response. I waited. I wasn't sure what I wanted him to say. Maybe I just wanted someone in that family to admit the truth, to say it out loud. That what they did was wrong. 10 minutes later, he finally replied. Daniel, Adam, please don't involve the police. I'll talk to them. I'll fix this. That was all I needed to hear. He wasn't shocked enough. He wasn't confused enough. He knew. He'd been part of it. The next morning, I went to the bank in person to sign an official fraud statement. The clerk was sympathetic but firm. You did the right thing, Mr. Last Name. Forgery cases involving family are more common than people think. Family. That word felt rotten now. When I got home, I found 3 new voicemails waiting. The first was from my mom, sobbing loudly, saying she didn't mean for it to go this far. The second was from my dad, furious that I'd disrespected them by freezing the check. And the third was from Emily. Her voice was cold, shaking with anger. You just couldn't let it go, could you? You've ruined everything. Daniel's furious, Mom's heartbroken, Dad's embarrassed. And for what? You think you're punishing us, but all you're doing is showing your true colors. You're bitter, Adam. That's all you've ever been. I replayed that voicemail twice, then deleted it. But something about the way she said ruined everything stuck with me, because I realized maybe I had. Not out of revenge, not yet, but by accident. I'd pulled one string, and their whole web of lies started unraveling. That night, I got an email from Daniel again. This time it was longer, more desperate. Adam, I need to talk to you. Please, don't contact the police yet. Emily didn't mean to hurt you. It was her mom's idea. She said you used to help with bills, and that you'd promised to do the same for the wedding. Emily didn't know it was a forged check until after. I didn't reply, because that last part wasn't true. I could tell. If Emily hadn't known, she wouldn't have mailed the check to me with her own letter attached. She'd been in on it. Maybe she didn't write it, but she was complicit. The final straw came a few days later, when I received another package. Smaller this time. Inside was a flash drive. No note. Just the drive. When I plugged it into my computer, there was a single video file titled Family Dinner. It was footage someone had recorded a dinner at my parents' house. Probably a relative's phone camera. I clicked play. There they were. My parents. Emily. Daniel. Laughing, talking. And then, halfway through the clip, my mom said, "Well, it's about time Adam did something for this family. Lord knows he owes us." Emily laughed. Exactly. He can't buy his way out of guilt forever. Daniel chimed in, raising his glass. To Adam, our generous sponsor. Everyone laughed. And that was the moment I stopped feeling angry. Because anger meant I still cared. Now, I just felt done. Completely, utterly done. I ejected the flash drive, set it on the counter, and took a deep breath. Then, for the first time in 15 years, I allowed myself to feel everything I'd buried. The loneliness, the humiliation, the constant need for approval that never came. And underneath it all, one emotion rose above the rest. Clarity. I knew exactly what I needed to do next. There's a strange stillness that comes when you realize your family isn't really your family anymore. It's not sadness, it's heavier than that. It's like the world suddenly stops making noise, and you can finally hear the quiet truth underneath everything. For me, that truth came after I watched that dinner video over and over until I couldn't feel anything. I wasn't even angry anymore. Just empty. Like I'd spent years building walls around wounds that never healed, only to watch them get reopened by the same hands that caused them in the first place. That night, I didn't touch my phone. I didn't check my emails. I didn't even bother turning off the lights. I just sat there on the couch, staring at the blank TV screen, feeling the weight of everything I'd avoided for 15 years pressing down on me. I thought I'd escaped them. I thought leaving home at 18 meant freedom. But they'd still found a way to reach into my life, to twist it into something ugly. I didn't go to work for the next 2 days. My assistant, Kara, kept everything running without asking questions. I think she knew something was off, because she started leaving coffee on my desk every morning, even though she knew I wasn't showing up. By the 3rd day, I finally dragged myself out of bed. I showered, got dressed, and sat at my desk with a single goal, to write down everything that had happened. Every call, every text, every forged check and message. I wanted it all in one place, something tangible, something that reminded me I wasn't crazy. Because that's what years of emotional manipulation does to you. Even when you know you're right, you still second-guess yourself. You still hear their voices in your head, whispering that you're being dramatic, ungrateful, too sensitive. As I wrote, I started realizing just how calculated everything had been. My mother's guilt trips, my father's man-to-man lecture, Emily's letter, they weren't impulsive acts. They were coordinated, planned. It was like they'd sat down and discussed exactly how to break me down again. And that realization hurt more than anything else, because it meant they hadn't changed. Not even a little. That weekend, I got another knock on the door. When I opened it, I froze. It was Emily. She looked different. Older, obviously, but still with that same carefully polished look my mother always made sure she had. Her hair was perfect, her clothes expensive, but her eyes looked tired. "Hey," she said softly. I didn't answer. "Can I come in?" I hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside. She walked in like she still owned the place, glancing around as if judging the decor. "You've done well for yourself," she said finally, turning to face me. "Nice place." I crossed my arms. "What do you want, Emily?" She sighed. "I just wanted to talk. Mom's really upset. Dad too. And Daniel's. Well, he's trying to keep things calm." I almost laughed. Keep things calm. After forging my signature? Her eyes flicked away. That wasn't my idea. Then whose was it? She hesitated. "Mom thought you'd say no. She said if you saw how much we needed it, you'd understand." Understand what? I snapped. That stealing from me was the only way to get my attention? She flinched. It wasn't stealing. She was going to tell you eventually. I took a deep breath and looked away, trying to steady myself. "You mail me the check, Emily. You saw it. You knew what it was." She didn't respond. "I was stupid enough to think maybe you didn't know," I said quietly. "That maybe you were caught in the middle. But you weren't. You were part of it." Her lip trembled slightly. "I just wanted things to be normal again." I stared at her. "Normal?" I repeated. "You think this is normal? Guilt-tripping, lying, stealing? You think family means pretending the past didn't happen so you can have a prettier wedding?" Her voice cracked. "You always make everything about you." That one stung more than I expected. I wanted to shout, to throw every memory in her face. The years of silence, the birthdays alone, the nights I spent working double shifts so I wouldn't have to think about how unwanted I was. But I didn't. I just stood there, letting her words echo in the room. "Maybe I do," I said finally. "Maybe because for once, I have to. Because no one else ever did." She opened her mouth like she wanted to argue, but nothing came out. After a moment, she just sighed and turned toward the door. "Mom's heart isn't good," she said, her voice smaller now. "All this stress, it's not helping. If something happens to her, that'll be on you." And there it was. The final dagger. She didn't look back when she left. When the door clicked shut, I sank into the couch again and buried my face in my hands. It felt like everything was collapsing all over again. No matter how much I built, no matter how far I got, they always knew where to hit me, where to make me feel small. That night, I barely slept. My mind kept replaying her words, twisting them until they felt true. If something happens to her, that'll be on you. By morning, I looked like I hadn't slept in days. Kara noticed immediately when I came into the office. "You okay?" she asked. I forced a smile. "Just family stuff." She hesitated before nodding. "You want me to hold calls today?" I nodded. "Yeah, please." I tried to work, but I couldn't focus. Every time I looked at my phone, I expected another message, another demand, another guilt trip. But instead, around noon, I got a call from an unknown number. Normally, I would have ignored it. But something in me, maybe morbid curiosity, made me answer. "Is this Adam?" a voice asked. My heart dropped. "Yes, I am." "What?" "There's been a report filed regarding a dispute over a canceled payment. A Mrs. last name claims you committed fraud against her and her daughter by withdrawing funds after authorizing a check." For a second, I couldn't even process what he was saying. My mother had actually filed a report against me. I felt the blood drain from my face. "That's not true," I said slowly. "The check was forged." "Do you have proof of that?" the officer asked. "Yes. I filed a fraud claim with the bank. I can send the documents." "Good," he said calmly. "Send them as soon as possible. We'll handle it from there." After hanging up, I just sat there, stunned. My parents hadn't just betrayed me emotionally this time. They tried to destroy me legally. I sent the documents immediately, then called the bank to confirm they had everything on record. The representative reassured me that I was protected, but that didn't make it any easier to breathe. That evening, I went home, turned off my phone, and sat in silence. No music, no TV, just the hum of the refrigerator in the background. I thought about calling someone, maybe a friend, maybe even a therapist, but I couldn't bring myself to. I didn't want pity. I didn't want anyone's voice filling the quiet. I just wanted to feel something other than this hollow ache in my chest. Around midnight, I opened the old photo album I'd kept since childhood. It was mostly empty. Half the pictures were missing, but near the back, there was one photo I'd always kept. Me, Emily, and my grandmother. I must have been 8 or 9. We were sitting on the porch of her house, all smiling. My grandmother was the only person who ever made me feel loved. She used to tell me, "You're not broken, Adam. You're just growing in the wrong soil." At the time, I didn't understand what she meant. Now I did. I wasn't broken. I'd just spent too long trying to bloom in a place that didn't want me. That night, I wrote her name down on a sticky note and placed it on my desk. A reminder, a kind of compass. The next morning, I woke up early and went for a walk. No phone, no noise, just me and the quiet streets. I didn't have a plan yet, but I knew one thing. I couldn't keep playing defense. They wanted control. They wanted power. They wanted to make me bend. I was done bending. But I also knew that fighting them directly now would only make things worse. My mother was already claiming I'd committed fraud. If I retaliated too soon, they'd twist it into something uglier. So I decided to wait. Watch. Collect everything. I started keeping records of every message, every email, every voicemail. I printed copies. I saved timestamps. I wasn't going to fight them with anger anymore. I was going to fight them with precision. Over the next week, I went silent again. They must have thought they'd won because the messages slowed down. My mother stopped calling, Emily stopped texting, and even Daniel disappeared from my inbox. For the first time in months, my phone was quiet. Too quiet. That was when I realized they weren't done. They were just regrouping. And I had no idea what was coming next. The quiet stretched for weeks after that. No calls, no texts, no emails. At first, it felt strange. Like that moment right after a storm when you're not sure if it's really over or just taking a breath before hitting again. I kept expecting another accusation, another manipulation disguised as a cry for help. But it didn't come. Not immediately, anyway. Instead, something else began to happen. The longer the silence lasted, the more I started to feel lighter. It wasn't overnight. It was slow, subtle, like waking up and realizing the air feels cleaner. I'd go days without thinking about them. Work became easier. I started sleeping again. Food tasted normal. I wasn't waking up in a panic anymore, checking my phone for some emotional ambush that never came. I hadn't realized how much energy I'd wasted living in reaction to them, waiting for their next blow, planning my next defense. Without them constantly intruding, I finally had space to think about myself. Not who they said I was, not who I had to prove myself to be, just me. And for the first time, that felt like enough. I started spending more time at my office again. My company, something I'd built from scratch when I was barely scraping by, was quietly thriving. Kara, my assistant, had stepped up in ways I hadn't even realized. She'd handled everything during the chaos without me asking, protecting my clients, keeping things running. When I walked into the office one Monday morning, she greeted me with a grin. "You finally look like you've slept," she said. I did, I admitted. For the first time in a long time. She raised an eyebrow. "So, family drama resolved?" "Not exactly," I said. "Just recalibrated." She smiled knowingly, then handed me a stack of folders. "Good. Because you've got 3 new client requests this week, and one of them might actually be big." I flipped through the folders and froze at the last one. It was a proposal from a national retail brand, one of those names that instantly makes you straighten your posture. They wanted a complete rebranding campaign, and they'd reached out to me. "How did this happen?" I asked. Kara grinned. "They found your work from the tech startup you helped last year. Said they were impressed with your design philosophy. They want something bold but personal. I told them that's basically your specialty." I laughed softly. "You're good at this." She shrugged. "You're better." That week, I buried myself in work. Not to escape, but because for the first time, I actually wanted to. I stayed late, not out of stress, but out of flow. The kind of focus that comes when you're finally aligned with what you're doing. And somewhere in that rhythm, I realized something. For years, I'd been chasing validation. Success had always been about proving something. To them, to the world, maybe even to myself. But now, it wasn't about that anymore. It was just about doing something that felt like mine. By the end of the month, the retail brand had officially signed a contract. It was the biggest deal I'd ever landed. Life-changing, honestly. I upgraded the office, hired 2 more designers, and gave Kara a well-deserved raise. Things started moving fast after that. More clients followed. The company grew. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving. I was building something real, stable, lasting. And then, one evening, I got a message that made me stop cold. It was from a number I didn't recognize. Just 3 words. Congratulations, Adam. No name. No context. For a moment, I just stared at it, unsure whether to respond. Something about it felt eerie. I checked the number. It wasn't saved, but the area code matched my hometown. I didn't reply. The next day, another message came. You've come so far. Mom would be proud. That one made my chest tighten. Because I knew it wasn't random. They were watching. Somewhere, somehow, they were still keeping tabs on me. I blocked the number, deleted the messages, and tried to focus on work. But the unease lingered. It reminded me that no matter how far I'd come, I couldn't fully escape the roots I'd grown from. Still, I wasn't that powerless kid anymore. I had something now that I'd never had before, leverage. And as much as I wanted to walk away completely, part of me couldn't ignore the fact that they'd crossed a legal line. The forgery, the false police report, the coordinated manipulation. I had documentation for all of it. For weeks, I'd kept it in a folder on my desk labeled simply personal. I didn't know what I was saving it for, closure, maybe. But now, I started to see something else, a way to make sure they could never hurt me again. I didn't want revenge. Not yet. I wanted security, proof that I could end it if I needed to. So I made a few quiet moves. I met with a lawyer, an old college friend who'd gone into corporate litigation. I showed him the documents, the emails, the check, the police report, everything. He looked through it all silently for a while before saying, Adam, this isn't just forgery. This is attempted fraud and defamation. If you ever wanted to press charges, you'd have a strong case. I nodded slowly. I don't want to yet. I just want to be prepared. He smiled slightly. Then I'll keep this on file. But if they try anything again, don't hesitate. I left his office feeling lighter than I had in months. I wasn't powerless anymore. That night, I treated myself to dinner, alone, in a quiet corner of a restaurant downtown. I ordered a steak and a glass of wine and didn't check my phone once. It felt like reclaiming something simple, something human. Halfway through the meal, a couple at a nearby table started arguing about wedding expenses. The irony didn't escape me. I caught a few words, bridesmaids, budget, who's paying, and felt that familiar sting of memory. But then I smiled. Because for once, it wasn't my problem. After dinner, I walked home through the city lights, the air cool and calm. I thought about how far I'd come from that kid sitting on the curb at a gas station, promising himself he'd never need anyone again. And the thing was, I didn't. But maybe, just maybe, I was starting to want people in my life again. The right ones. Over the next few months, things kept improving. My business doubled in revenue. I started giving talks at local design schools. Even did an interview on a podcast about creative entrepreneurship. My story, not the family part, but the perseverance, resonated with people. And slowly, I began to build a circle of genuine friends. People who didn't want anything from me except my time and presence. One of them was Kara. We started hanging out outside of work. Coffee, lunch, the occasional walk after hours. She was sharp, funny, and grounded in a way that made everything feel steady. She never asked about my family, and I never volunteered it. But one night, after we'd stayed late finishing a pitch, she asked me something unexpected. Do you ever think about going back? I looked up from my laptop. Back where? You know, she said carefully. Home. To make peace. I thought about it for a long moment before answering. You can't make peace with people who think peace means surrender. She nodded slowly. Yeah, that makes sense. We didn't talk about it again. By the time summer came around, my company had been featured in a major design magazine. It felt surreal seeing my name in print, not as someone's disappointment, but as a headline. From small town to big impact. The unlikely story of Adam, last name. When the article came out, I braced myself. I knew it was only a matter of time before my parents saw it. Sure enough, a week later, I got another message, this time from Emily. It was short. Nice article. Mom says you finally found a way to make yourself look perfect. I stared at it for a while, then deleted it. I didn't reply. Because here's the thing. When you finally stop needing their approval, their words lose all their power. But that didn't mean I was done. Because while my life was rising, theirs was starting to crack. Quietly, subtly, but I could see it from a distance. Through mutual contacts, I learned that my father had lost his job again. Their mortgage was behind. And Emily's fiancé, Daniel, had pulled out of some major business deal that fell apart. The wedding had apparently been postponed indefinitely. Karma, maybe. Or just timing. Either way, I wasn't celebrating. I wasn't even angry. I just observed. Calmly. Patiently. And then, one morning, I opened my mailbox and found another letter. This one wasn't handwritten or fancy. It was from an attorney. Inside was a formal notice. My parents were filing a petition for financial support under some obscure state law that allowed parents to claim aid from adult children in cases of undue hardship. They were actually trying to sue me for money. I sat there at my desk, holding the letter, and for a moment, I almost laughed. It was absurd, desperate, predictable. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly know, was that every move they made was now being watched, logged, documented. I wasn't the powerless kid anymore. They were playing checkers, and I was finally ready to play chess. I stopped thinking about revenge like a movie montage and started treating it like a project, because that's what I do. I made a list, what they'd done, what they'd lied about, who they'd told, all the receipts I'd quietly collected. Then I matched each item to a precise, legal lever I could pull: the forged check, the false police report, the wedding invoice, the public posts that defamed me. I hired the lawyer not to drag them through court immediately, but to sit on a file that got heavier by the week. I set up a separate account, routed my communications through it, and quietly hired an investigator to compile timelines and corroborating witnesses. Neighbors who'd seen the minivan leave that night, the bank clerks who'd spoken to my mother, the family members who'd commented on the Facebook posts. Everything had a paper trail now, and everything pointed back to them. The first move was surgical and small. A cease and desist sent to the wedding planner and the bank with copies of the fraud report attached. The planner immediately froze all payments and the bank confirmed the stop, which stripped my parents' public claim of "we already paid" right off the table. Next, I quietly filed a formal complaint with the police, including the handwritten check, the envelope, and the voicemail from Emily. Evidence that shifted the narrative from their poor, wounded parents to perpetrators of a coordinated attempt to defraud. I didn't announce any of this. I let the calls come to them, friends, distant relatives, the aunt who'd been propping up their version of the story. When they called to ask why things were falling through, I let the lawyer handle the answers. That silence from me, controlled, cold, unraveled people faster than any rant ever could. Then I turned their own weapon against them, narrative control. My lawyer drafted a concise, factual letter to a local community paper. No melodrama, only dates, evidence, and the truth that the generous son's story had been manufactured. I gave the reporter access to the documentation and a list of corroborating witnesses. Within 48 hours, a neutral piece landed online that presented the sequence exactly as it had happened: the abandonment, the forged check, the police report. It didn't accuse with flair, it reported the facts. The comments turned. Sympathy shifted. People who'd liked my mother's posts now asked questions. Invitations evaporated. A cousin who'd publicly shamed me privately messaged an apology and then, more importantly, offered a sworn statement confirming my absence the night they left me at the gas station. The hit was cleaner than I expected. It wasn't pyrotechnics, just quiet, irreversible exposure. My parents called frantic, begging to talk. Emily messaged pleading and then demanding explanations. Daniel texted to say he'd been blindsided. But the most telling moment came when the pastor who'd once counseled my family reached out to my lawyer asking to mediate. Suddenly, my parents weren't just embarrassed. They were facing friends and institutions that cared about appearances as much as they did. I could have stopped there, taken the moral high ground, and walked away with my file closed, letting legal remedies do the rest. But there was one more step I wanted to take, something that wasn't about law or money but about accountability. I scheduled a quiet meeting and sent one line: 1 hour, my office, no phones. It was ambiguous enough to make them curious and formal enough to make them nervous. When they arrived, my mother's lipstick was gone, her hands shaking. My father tried to stand tall, but kept glancing at the door. Emily walked in last, eyes darting, rehearsed apology on her face. I let them sit there while I put a single photo on the conference table. The grubby Polaroid of me on the gas station curb from a family album I'd rescued years ago. I didn't speak for a long time. I watched them watch the photo, watched their faces lose color as the weight of that night met the reality of what they'd tried to do with a forged check and a public story. Then I slid a thick manila folder across the table and said, quietly, "This is everything. You can either own it and make restitution privately, or I take this to court. Your choice." My mother's composure cracked first. She started to cry and begged for a second chance. My father launched into excuses. Emily's face was a stone. The room felt like a breath held too long. I opened the folder just enough for them to see the top sheet, the forged check, the bank timestamp, the report number. I expected begging, bargaining, maybe a confession. What I didn't expect was the thing that happened next, an action so small and casual that at first I thought I'd imagined it. My mother slipped a phone across the table, and without looking up whispered, "Call him." The phone buzzed with a message as I picked it up. It was a screenshot, my name with a social post, and beneath it, a line of text from someone I hadn't heard from in years, saying they'd been told a different story. At that moment, I knew they were trying one last time to salvage the narrative by buying a sympathetic voice. I could let it roll out and watch them spin, or I could cut it off clean. I set the phone face down, folded my hands, and met my mother's eyes. "One last chance," I said. "You make this right in private, retract the posts, withdraw the complaint, issue a public correction on the planner's page, and you start restitution within 30 days. No more lies, no more stories. Or I file everything." Their faces hardened in different ways: fear, calculation, defiance. Emily swallowed visibly. My mother's lips pressed thin. My father cleared his throat. And then, before anyone spoke again, the front office door opened and Kara stepped in with a stack of recent invoices and a single printed email she said she'd intercepted, an arranged payment plan my parents had set up with the planner before the story broke, intended to look like a sudden charitable move once the article ran. The air in the room changed. They looked at each other. They looked at me. My mother's shoulders slumped, like something finally settling into place. I pushed back my chair just a little and said, "Decide." They hadn't realized how contained this was, the evidence, the witnesses, the legal counsel, until the very last thread pulled taut. Now it was their move. They had a choice between confession and escalation. They had the chance to fix this quietly or force the public mechanism I'd already primed. As I waited, my hand hovered over my phone. The lawyer's number sat in the favorites, ready. The folder on the table felt heavier than paper. It felt like the boundary I'd drawn around my life. They opened their mouths to answer, and in that half second before the first word, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Not triumph, not hatred, but a calm I couldn't have built from that curb on a summer night. The room held its breath with me. Then my mother spoke, soft, urgent, and the words she chose would change everything. My mother's voice trembled when she finally spoke. "We'll fix it," she said, the words dragging out like she'd swallowed sand. "We'll do what you said. Just, please, don't ruin us publicly." I didn't say a word. I just watched her stare at the manila folder like it was a live grenade. My father sat back in his chair, face pale and clenched, the bravado gone. Emily looked at me for the first time in years without that smug, superior glint in her eyes. There was just shock. Shock that the brother they'd thrown away had learned to play their game better than they ever could. I pushed the pen toward them. "Sign the retraction," I said. They did. My mother's hands shook so much that her signature came out jagged. My father signed with his jaw locked, and Emily followed silently, her eyes never leaving mine. Within a week, the fallout began. The posts disappeared. The police complaint was withdrawn. My lawyer sent the formal settlement agreement to their attorney, outlining restitution for attempted fraud and defamation. They'd have to repay me every cent of legal fees and damages, plus a written apology that would be notarized and publicly filed as part of the agreement. The story hit the local paper again, this time, not from me. A quiet update, forgery case resolved, family issues public apology. The article didn't have any dramatic headlines, just the facts. But that was enough. Their names were in print, the same way they'd once used mine to polish their reputation. It wasn't revenge through fire. It was revenge through silence, through the one thing they'd never given me, peace on my own terms. I heard, through a distant cousin, that they started selling things soon after, the house, the car, even my mother's jewelry, to cover legal costs. My father stopped going to church after the pastor read the apology aloud in service. Emily's fiancé called off the engagement the same week the article came out. For the first time in my life, they were the ones sitting on the curb, waiting for help that would never come. And me? I didn't celebrate. I didn't post about it or tell anyone outside my small circle. I just went back to work, back to my life, back to the quiet. A few months later, a letter came in the mail. No return address, but I knew the handwriting immediately, Emily's. I almost threw it away, but curiosity got the better of me. Inside was a single page. You got what you wanted. I hope you're happy. I'm sorry for what we did, but you'll never understand what it's like growing up in that house after you left. You think you were the only one they hurt. You were just the first to escape. For a long time, I just stared at that last line. Then I folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and set it on the same shelf where I kept the old photo of me and Grandma. I didn't hate her. I didn't forgive her either. I just understood her, finally. The next morning, I went to that same gas station, the one where they'd left me 15 years ago. It was still there, though the sign was faded and the pumps were rusted. I parked in the same spot and sat on the curb, watching cars pass under the buzzing lights. It felt different this time. Back then, I was waiting for them to come back. Now, I was saying goodbye. After a few minutes, I stood, dusted off my hands, and looked at the empty road. I thought about that promise I'd made as a kid, to never need them again, and realized I'd kept it. I'd built a life from nothing. A life they couldn't touch, couldn't twist, couldn't claim. And as I turned to leave, a quiet smile crossed my face. They'd abandoned me to teach me a lesson. But in the end, I was the one who learned.